Good morning, LinkedIn and YouTube. How are you guys doing today on Transformational Thursday? And just so humbled and honored to see you all here today on this great day. Today's call um, that it just really hit home for me a few days ago. Back in, I think it was Thursday or Friday of last week, someone was saying to me that maybe we should be talking about what inspires us. So I said, well, let's do this. So we're making this an all day event today. So it's going to be running from 9 o'clock, which is going to be in about a minute, to about 4 p.m. Now, mind you, I won't lay this out there for you guys who are watching this or even watching this on the replay. Um, this is going to be the free version of Restream. So there's only going to be a certain amount of people who can be on a stream at any given point in time. So I did put it not only in the details and also in the comment section of today's call and event. If you'd like to join into the conversation in and of itself, um, so if you'd like to be able to join, uh, then we would love to hear from you in and of itself, because this is going to be an all day thing. So if you can spend a few minutes in the morning and come back in the afternoon, that's fine. Invite many people to the call today. We would love to hear from each and every single one of you. And like I said, I've not been on LinkedIn Live in quite a while, but I wanted to put this out there for everyone today, uh, because I truly believe it's going to be a deep and meaningful conversation to have. So, like I said, this is going to be an all day event and everything. So, we will be doing this all day. And like I said, I know tomorrow will be Good Friday. And I know I see two people already watching the call this morning. Thank you all for joining us this morning. And again, please send this out there to everyone that you know, because I sent I kid you not, I sent out probably over 200 invites to people from all around the world, and everything like that. But for those who signed up, 24 people signed up, so I'm okay with that. So if 24 people come on the call in and out today, I'm okay with that. But like I said, we will love to hear from all of you, whether it be live or on the replay, or if you want to even have a part two to this, please let me know and we'll make that happen for each and every single one of you. Um, but I truly believe we can all inspire each other. I truly do. And so let's see here who is here. Two people is here already. So let's add her. Add to the stream. Good morning, Joan. How you doing this morning?
Good morning, sir. How are
How
you
you?
doing this morning?
I am doing great on Transformational Thursday. How are you?
I am good and rested, and I'm just trying to pick up a few things so you continue on addressing other people. I'll be conversational in a few.
Nice. We're glad that you are here, Joan. We greatly appreciate you. And like I said, I'm just truly excited of what people can bring to the table in this conversation, and just to let people know at any given point in time we can have up to 6 people. So like I said before, there's going to be a rotation of people and that kind of thing, so we'll get you in and get more people into the conversation and everything like that. And like I said, since it's going to be an all day event, everyone can have a huge opportunity from 9 a.m. today to 4 o'clock this afternoon to be here on our broadcast. And we will have to be able to hear from each and every single one of you. So, Joan, let's start off the conversation with you today. Is not only who inspires you, or even if there's a what is that? And let's start the conversation off there with you. Who or what inspires you today?
Sorry, I was telling you that I was just picking up a few things. So who or what inspires me? I don't know. I think a lot of the people in our group really inspire me. That just to be, a good person and take action to, help other people be good people. So that would be my answer. But go to someone else. Or am I the only one?
Well, I got to ask you though, has there been I'm not saying a
singular person?
Say that again.
Like a figurative person, like someone who
I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's an imaginary thing or a real thing, or it was an actual thing that has really maybe had something inside you say, hey, Joan, maybe you got to do something like this and everything like that. I would love to know, because see, for me, Joan,
I mean, I could go dark here. I mean, I not get out of here, dogs. Come on. I mean, my sister really inspires me. She just works really hard and takes care of her family. But you know what? I'll tell you a different story. So I work at intake homeless shelter once a week in the afternoons. So I don't just volunteer on Thanksgiving or Christmas. I do it almost every Tuesday I can. And there's a woman there, and she's probably in her 70s. She's so sweet. She looks like a little cute cardigan lady. Like, anyways, come to find out, she killed her husband. That's a long time ago, but because he was continually beating her and and she got sick of it finally one day, and she went to jail for it, and now she does community service for the rest of her life. But she's a kind person, and she reconnected with her children, and she's putting out like the most she can. And it's kind of an amazing story, because the dude was a bad dude. She did a bad thing. She's a very bad thing, but she's paid the price according to American law. And she shows up every day on time in her little cardigan and does what's asked of her. And I have a lot of empathy for her. So there.
Well, thank you so much, Joan, and we greatly appreciate that. And I see we have our great friend Anthony here. Good morning, Anthony. How you doing this morning?
Get
Anthony, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
I am doing great, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just trying this out. I imagine there's like an app for this, but right now I'm on the web browser. So if it ends up like kicking me out or something, Just letting you know.
No worries, no worries. We're glad that you are here. And we got to also thank some of our people who is watching right now. We have someone already all the way from Nigeria watching us. Victoria is here. So Victoria is going to be adding onto the stream here in just a little bit. Victoria, glad to see you here too as well. And what we'll be talking about, like I said today, is who or what inspires you. So Anthony, if you could please, sir, we would love to hear your thoughts on that. Who or what inspires you, sir?
Well, starting off with what inspires me, I would say possibility, just plain and simple. The idea of what could be if you allow yourself to think deeply and openly enough about the possibility, and not just the possibility of the future abstractly, but how you as an individual could possibly influence it. It inspires me to do more in any and every little scenario. Um, something as simple as explaining to someone how they can manipulate their own emotions for their own benefit, right? Like, there's certain people that believe that if someone says something to you, that it could be considered as like an attack and that it's an intentional thing done to them. But, you could explain it to them by giving them examples like, if you heard the most hurtful things coming out of the same mouth as a homeless person, then how would you feel? And then they can picture that. And then you can explain to them ways that they can gamify, negative interactions and recognize that they now have the ability to influence something seemingly so small within themselves. How far does that go? Who do they interact with just based on these little things that you could possibly give to someone? I think is always constantly giving me inspiration day to day to continually do things, to stand out, try and, help put a mark on the world in a way that, when people look back, they can think to themselves, like, even if they don't remember who did it or how, they're just glad that it's there. And it's there because I took the time to try to create from my imagination what would be a better place instead of just to, look to someone else to solve those problems.
Awesome. I love that, Anthony. You always bring something unique to our conversation each and every single time. But I got to ask you, since there's the white side of things with you, was there ever maybe not just one person, but it could have been many? Has there been many people in your life that has actually inspired you to go even say, "Hey, maybe I can do this," or "What about that?" I mean, has that ever happened?
More so, like famous people, I guess you could say. One of the people who inspired me quite a bit, which people may not relate to as much, as Elon Musk. Recognizing that, he took the time to, a lot of people will go and they'll continue their education because they think that whatever they're going to get out of the book is going to allow them to create and solve problems. But instead, he went and started working on PayPal, where he was sleeping in his office, trying to get it done. And when he sold it, instead of taking that money and retiring on an island, buying Lamborghinis or whatever could have done with it, and instead of just investing it into something that would be like easy or safe, he went to like the worst places he could possibly put it to make the biggest impact. When it comes to the car company, there's only one car company that's ever not gone bankrupt, and they almost did. So that's not like very easy to do. And then you look at it, everyone says, well, at least it's not rocket science, but imagine it is rocket science and you're going at it telling them that you're going to stop throwing away all this money that they're telling you, it's impossible not to do. And then when all of your heroes are simultaneously telling you that they don't believe that you should be allowed to enter the space, whatever. And then you see like interviews where people will catch him off guard with stuff that will affect him to a point where you see him crying, right? Like not like a scripted, like it caught him off guard and they had to kind of hold that 60-minute interview. And then now he goes and turns around and decides that, he's going to put himself in further risk because, he is and was a liberal, right? Like whatever he was doing focused on that side, decides to come over and try and just use himself to help however he thinks he's helping, or people think or don't think, whatever your opinion is. But just the fact that he's willing to put himself into a position of like, harm's way, where he's hurting himself financially and, socioculturally, because he believes he's doing something that's right, even when he doesn't think that the success rate or the chances of success are high enough. When he doesn't think that, whatever it is, he recognizes that if he thinks he can impact people and he thinks he can do it in a positive way, then he goes out of his way to do so, taking what comes with that.
Yeah, awesome. I really appreciate that, because I know Elon has literally inspired a lot of people, and I'm glad that he has, because he really saw an opportunity for what it was, really. Because, like you said, when he did PayPal and all that kind of stuff, he could have just sat back and just reaped the rewards of what he built with that, and just let that go. But then he saw the opportunity for what it can truly do, and that's why he ended up going into the energy kind of dynamic at first, because of course not most people know this or not, but he really got his real big start in creating the first solar city in the world. And even though that didn't really go over well with a lot of people, I actually believe, Anthony, it kind of led into to Tesla, and then going from Tesla, and then it went into SpaceX, and then it went to Starlink and everything in between. It kind of went down that kind of road and everything, and I truly love that, where one thing does lead to the next, and you just take it for what it
Well,
is.
so that
And a lot of people,
I
go
would
ahead.
say that if anything, what he's done was a little bit more strategic that people don't realize. So, like when it came to getting into the car company, like the main reason that he cited for this with electric cars, nonetheless, which were, almost impossible to sell. There's no network set up for them. He didn't do this for, the environment. He did it because fossil fuels being non-renewable means that at some point in time, it's going to be harder and harder to source fossil fuels for everything that we need, as far as cars, trucks, bulldozers. And then, so if you wait to the point where, hypothetically, there's less or no oil available, to then try and switch over every truck, every car, every crane, everything to electric, it would be basically impossible. It would be super expensive because there'd be no oil to basically move the equipment over to electric. So he did it to try and like help protect, the society from collapsing in the event of that. Also recognizing that he wanted to get humans onto Mars or to be multiplanetary, it's a lot easier to, have vehicles and things that run from electricity. You can source from solar or from thermal energy, rather than to have to set yourself up a petroleum, base and convert, hydrocarbons into oil that you can then. It would basically, it was a strategic thing where he kind of put everything together. It was planned out ahead of time. So it kind of just keeps feeding off of that. That's the idea behind the battery in the house, because if anything goes down, at the very least, over some period of time, you should be able to afford to keep yourself, put some electricity in your car and drive someplace. Which, if you just think about the hurricane that happened in South Carolina this year, a lot of people were, siphoning gas out of their cars and were running out quick because, well, when there's no one supplying it, it goes quick. And scenarios like that, people were kind of left to their own devices. And so there's just a lot of things that he's put himself in front of that people don't understand, because it's, highly complicated stuff, and they try to make it special for TV and grab people's attention and explain it simply. So, they'll misconstrue his intentions, but I think he really put himself in a lot of places that people don't understand. Like infiltrating nothing.
Absolutely. I totally in agreement with that, because a lot of us sometimes we see something that other people don't see, and they either don't see it or don't believe it, and or maybe they just don't understand it, and that's okay. But maybe we can be those people. Maybe I won't say I won't never become another Elon Musk or anything like that. I'm just going to simply be Chris Berryman, and if I can just do that, that is probably the most important thing that I can do and everything like that. But then when something does come up for me or any one of us, and glad to see you back, Victoria, and Shelly, glad to see you here this morning too as well. And James, we would love for you to join the call, so please, I'm about ready to send you the link here in just a second. We'd love to hear from you too as well. That maybe it does give us that little push or nudge, so to speak, to really say, hey, I could probably do this with the likes of Anthony or Shelly or Joan or Victoria or James or whoever, because you see that opportunity for what it is. Yeah, granted, this what's also been playing in my mind for a lot of days now. We'll go to Victoria here in a second and Shelly too as well, is the one thing that's been kind of present in my mind for the past few days is about clarity. And here's why. A lot of people say to probably to each other, you got to be real clear on where you want to go, what you want to do, and how you want to even approach it. I'm the kind of person, though, first and foremost, I can be completely honest here. I recognize the one thing alone in and of itself is the one thing that we got to recognize first and foremost, which is change. Change is that constant throughout life, space, and time, and everything in between. So when I recognize that change and I embrace it for what it is, maybe for me at least, and I'm not speaking for everybody here today or anyone in one certain term or in many certain terms, that when I recognize what I can do with opportunity, inspiration, intention, impact, and everything in between, maybe it's about recognizing there's always steps to the process. And maybe when it comes to that process to clarity, maybe we just got to understand I got to start with probably A, go to B, go to C. It's just kind of that natural law kind of dynamic. But see, a lot of people get into the semantics of, hey, you got to know what you're going to do 10 years from now. You got to know what you're going to be doing 4 months from now. I recognize, and I have to say unequivocally, no, I don't, because I recognize that change, because what we say today probably will not come to fruition tomorrow or next month or 10 years down the road. Those, when you really think about it, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about mindset and goal setting. That's all that is. And see, I truly believe, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hear from all of you here in just a second. Like I said, we'll go to Victoria next, is what we have said in our brain, so to speak, that people have to be in this kind of certain way to show up to them to say, hey, I can do this with you, but you must kind of lay this out for me to where it is like that 5-year plan, 10-year plan. There was even one person that told me that Campbell Soup did like 100-year vision and everything like that. That's great and lofty and all, even from a place of this is where you want to go. But for me, that is so far down the road, you really don't know what you're going to do in 100 years. I'm going to be completely honest, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a now person. I live in the now, but I hope for the best that what I've learned from the past that will better shape up my now, and then what I learn now can be better shaped up for the future that I want to achieve and to attain moving forward, because of not only the people who inspire me or that inspires me, or just people, just again, I truly believe the greatest inspiration that we can get from each other, and I've said this before and I'll say this again, is when people just are willing just to show up. And if you're just willing to show up, and sometimes you may not even have to say a word to learn something. You may just have to sit there, just take it all in. And then when people ask you, what are your thoughts about this? Bing, bang, boom. There could be those nuggets of gold, those nuggets of knowledge. And people will be like, wait a minute, I did not know this guy speaks this well or knows this stuff. I would have never thought. And that's again when we get into that place of expectation to a certain to a large degree, that we have to see people in a certain way, or we reflect it in our mind that they kind of are this when in fact they're that and everything. But that's the way I wanted to bring that to the table. But let's go to Victoria, and then we'll go to Shelly here in just a second. Victoria, good morning. How you doing this morning? Victoria, there? And Patricia, nice to see you too as well.
If I could quickly add something to what you were saying though before.
Sure.
When it comes to the supporting your argument about the 10-year plan, I think it should be obvious that in anything you're doing, you hope that, you know, a year from now or 5 years from now, you're smarter, you understand whatever it is to a deeper level than you do currently. So at any point in time that you try and stick to the original plan, you're limiting yourself to what you knew at that point in time. So if you want to give the best and be more, you should be always willing to reevaluate where you're going based on where you are. Also, the idea that you can tell where you're going to be in 10 years assumes that you know exactly what it is that you are doing in the future. And if you don't know exactly what you're doing, then how can you tell how long anything's going to take or where that'll lead you in time? You know, you could end up fighting for toilet paper at the end of the day, the local Walmart, because something happened that you were completely unaware of, right? Your whole life changes.
Yeah, well said, well said. And let's bring back in Victoria and Patricia. We would love to hear from you. Please click that link. I'll be sending it to you. And hopefully, James, hopefully you're still watching the stream. Love to hear from you, sir, as well. So, Victoria, good morning. Victoria,
seems
are you there?
like she can't connect.
There might be some kind of issue. I apologize for that, Victoria. So let's go over to Shelly. Shelly, good morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm awake. I'm drinking my coffee. How about you?
I've been drinking some orange juice today. I gotta give me some OJ.
Right. Well, I try to stay away from all that sugar because it's bad. So I'm drinking black coffee. Yeah,
There you
it
go.
sucks.
There
It
you
don't taste
go.
good, but you know, I kind of got used to it. So
All righty, Shelly. So the question before us today for our live stream event is, who or what inspires you? And we would love to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I like it. What inspires me is inspiring others, of course, and just seeing that you're changing their lives. But my book, just becoming an author, that I never imagined I'd be an author. So that's the one thing that just keeps me getting up every day, because I'm like, wow, I'm an author, I wrote a book, and now it's like I want to write more books, but I got to get this one paid off and, get the, you want to try to get to the fairy tale ending, but, that's not going to happen overnight. Going from hardship to fairy tale. Definitely running a business and doing it alone, even though you're not alone. I mean, I have a lot of supporters and friends on LinkedIn that are helping me out, and clients, word of mouth referrals. So that's the best type of referral. But just like I said, it's always a struggle, but I'm trying to stay positive. um Work out, just try to keep pushing. I went for an interview yesterday, which I pretty much would have got it, but I have a vacation coming up, so I can't get it. Basically, I can't start with him. I'd have to start at another branch, and my vacation's in June, so it's a cruise, and you can't miss the first 90 days. Like, it's 90 days of training just straight through. So the first 90 days, I guess, you can't miss any day. Otherwise, they'd have to start you all over on training, like the 90-day
If I could, I'm
probationary.
sorry. I feel like there was a really important point of what you were getting into, and I'm kind of starting to lose it as we get into like the specifics of why you couldn't. I really like the book aspect and talking more about the struggles you were dealing with. specifically that the fairy tale ending that you're hoping to get to. I feel like that's the same thing that I'm dealing with as far as the struggle with focusing on the moment and not the objective goal, because the objective goals that we have in America are basically set up for us to like look for the end of our lives, right? Every kid wants to go to school so that way they can finally get done with school, so that way they can get a job and pay for these things and have a family, so that way they can, they want the kid to be able to change their own diapers or not have diapers and not need a babysitter. You keep waiting for that next thing to be done, but then what you recognize is that all of that struggle that you went through, depending on the mental mind state you had while going through it, that will paint how you feel about that end result. So, like staying positive through like working out, kind of forcing yourself, isn't as effective as finding things about yourself or about the situation that you specifically feel like you overcame, right? Something where you weren't sure if you were going to be able to accomplish this, or maybe a chapter that you really feel like you took a piece of your soul and put it on paper for like anyone who sees that is going to get something for it. All of the little things that are attached to the activity itself, less than the actual return that comes from it, because again, we keep searching for these returns and we
You
end up
there?
losing ourselves
Oh.
to it.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, shoot. You there?
C.
Yeah, we're here.
Did you hear what I said, Chris, or was I talking to myself?
Yep, you're good. Heard every word.
Did you hear what I did you I'm sorry, what was your name? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard everything.
Oh yeah, no, I was talking about who I was talking in response to, because I just didn't want us to get run down on like the specifics of stuff. Sometimes I feel like it gets easy to do, and I'd like for you guys to do the same to me when I do. Was it Shelly or
There-
Victoria? I
there
hear
you
like
go.
breathing in the background. I wasn't sure if they could hear.
Yeah.
Kelly, you're
I don't know
doing
what-
really great.
Hi. Yeah, I don't
Hi,
know what
honey.
happened. It froze, I guess, because someone was calling in and I kept hanging it up. But yeah, I guess
Shelly, you're doing really great.
you said what?
You're doing good. You're doing really great.
Yeah,
It's okay. Don't get down on yourself, please. I mean, like, you are doing really great. And I just filed my taxes under my business.
you just found your what?
Nothing. Filed my taxes under my business, like we were
filed.
talking about.
Okay, yeah, I've been
Sorry,
filed mine. I had to owe this year, and
And
all my
Leah
friends.
Garcia couldn't really help you with that.
Yeah, I owed this
I'll
year, but
give you it.
all my friends tell me, like, oh yeah, you shouldn't owe for 10 years, because my friends have businesses.
I
But
don't do anything because advertising like takes it up. But you're doing really great. I know you're struggling, but you're doing really good. And so you don't get down on yourself. Okay, love?
And I feel like to help more with that too is, instead of like just the affirmation of you're doing great, all of that pain that you feel is associated with what you've interacted with and how far you've come, right? Like I feel like sometimes you can get a lot at looking through the things that, like, in that moment it was the biggest, most terrifying obstacle, and now looking over it, not only do you not have that same feeling, but you know that having to interact with it again isn't going to feel like you've grown from that. And not only did you grow from the experience directly, but you grew from the experience of the experience, knowing that how I feel now is only part of the journey. It's what's going to make the reward so much sweeter, right? Like you could,
it will.
I think it was Les Brown that likened it to like a bow and arrow, right? Like you don't just push an arrow into the air, you got to keep pulling it back, and and holding it, line it up, because all of that extra time, that's what really makes it sweet, right? It's not like, oh, I tried something, I got millions or billions of dollars, now look at me. Like how many people have the same story of like overcoming adversity and like building themselves into something? How many people feel the same way about that as like those who won the lottery? It's just like, oh yeah, I got the numbers, like here I am. now you're struggling with like the emotional problems with family members and
Right,
how do you
right.
deal with handling money.
Yes.
Life is always going to have that next thing, right? What's the next book now? How do I deal with this?
Right.
So, and as I'm telling you this, right, I'm telling myself because I keep slipping into the same thing, like making sure that it's the thing itself that you get reward from and not the return on the thing,
Right.
right? Like
Yeah.
the return on the thing is like the stamp on the letter. It's the all it is the bow on the package that lets you see this is the final, and you shouldn't want to
Being
see that until
wordy,
you're on your deathbed, right? Like
Anthony, you're being wordy.
I am. Thank you.
Yeah, but definitely, yeah, it's right. When you worked hard for it and the struggle was real, it's simply you're gonna appreciate it more than if someone that was gonna just give it to that it's just given to them, like they're born into the riches or they won the lottery or whatever the case may be. And of course, that's what everybody likes about me, and that's how I keep getting put in all these magazines because I'm telling
And,
them my
and,
story, telling them the true story.
What
But
magazines, girl? You guys send me these magazines.
I know, like I just got into two more. I did a
Then you show me them.
yeah, you haven't seen them? I listed a whole list, a whole
Yeah, girl,
post.
I did not.
Girl, I've been in like 30 magazines. It is just
Yo,
crazy.
all right, just to
I'm
show them to me.
I've been
I-
offered to be in over like 300 magazines. They
oh my
keep sending them to me, but all the ones that you have to pay, I tell them it's like they're requesting 2,000, 3,000, 1,500, 5,000. I said, I'm a broke entrepreneur over here in the H town. Okay, I don't got no money to give you. Yeah, I'm like, but I do all the ones that are free. Yeah, girl, I've been in tons of magazines.
Okay,
I'll
that's
tag you in the post.
yeah. Tell me about that in the post. I think like you know, if you're struggling, you reach out and just tell like really what you're struggling with. Like you're struggling with emotional, mental, financial health, like, and someone can help you.
Well,
That's
it's
the help.
financial. I need business or I need an investor, someone that's going to help me make it happen because that's
What
the
happened to you?
only what
Why can't you do that?
I mean, because I'm being honest, I'm not going to get anywhere doing this alone with no money. Running a business with $0 in your bank, $0 in your pocket, you're
Yeah,
over
maybe
here
it's not the
stressing.
right business.
What?
Maybe it's not the right business. Even though
Well,
it's a great business, I think it's a great business. So, but I don't know. Maybe it's not.
Or
yeah, but
maybe this is just like an obstacle that's forcing you to look at it differently, evolving it in a way where maybe you can make money off of it by putting in less effort and giving. Yes, there's some part of it where you can give something and get something, possibly
Yes,
understand it
I
differently.
I agree
You know,
with Anthony. Maybe, sell the business off
well,
and
but I just
maybe
can't. I
invest
mean,
that in something else. What do you love?
the thing is, I love what I do, and I just can't just
Okay.
sell it. And
I'm
I
curious,
would be.
why do you say you love what you do? Like, what about it do you actually love? Is it the I guess it the idea of what you're doing, or is it the moment to moment experience that you love?
Um,
Are you excited to
I
wake up and
mean,
get to work, or are you just excited to have like here's the done thing? 10
Or do you
years
like
right here. I'm excited for
the
that.
kids partying in the back of your limo? It's fun.
yeah, I mean that's just it's fun what I do. I like driving people. I like keeping the city safe. But I guess it's just that's not even like about what it is, what I like and I'm passionate. It's about I guess just seeing people have a great time and have that unforgettable experience and then you created that, you put that smile on their face and
Are
of
you a
course you
part of it?
be a part of it and you
So you're
um
kind of a part of the party.
right and then I mean of course I got that party personality so it's fun to me. My job is real fun, but it's only fun if you're making money. If you're struggling, it's not fun no
And
more.
now
So
you keep talking about money, girl. You keep
it's that's what it is. I'm being honest. That's what it takes to get a
no,
business.
be
It
honest.
takes
Mindset.
money to make
It does sound
money.
right.
That's my problem. It takes money to make money. Without money, you're not going to make money. So,
Yeah, that's why
you
the poor get
know,
poor, rich get richer. But
yeah.
no, if you
So,
do talk about money a lot. And I swear I probably make less than you. And I
think
don't
you're probably
I don't know
richer
how
than
I
I
do
am.
it.
You're
No,
probably richer than I am.
I made good real estate investments, and I don't really care about being part of a party anymore. I don't care about it.
I mean, like, I've only made like, let's just say about 200 to 300 this week. I mean, could you live on that, making $200 to
Yeah, I
$300
could.
a week?
And how
I
much you
mean, that's
make
not,
is
it's
how much you
not.
make is
Yeah,
less
I could.
relevant.
I own my
It's
house.
yeah, that's not that
Well, see,
bad.
that's the
But like,
thing. You own your
what's
house. I don't. I don't have. I have these
but that's the thing.
condos.
If you keep reflexively going and sifting out all of the reasons why things are bad or why it's not positive, then you're really training your brain so that way every night you wake up from having wired your brain to more reflexively grab the worst parts of your day. You know, so you're gonna keep thinking about money and the lack of it and how that affects you, and you're gonna suffer more just experiencing the feeling inside your head than actually having to deal with it in real life. I mean, there's this thing called positive delusions where you can literally believe whatever you want, which will affect the way you feel and the way you act. And so if you can do that and choose to believe that, you know, no matter how much you have, you'll figure it out. This will be fine. Ultimately, everything will be good. It likely will be good. And if it's not, you still experience that it is for 99.9% of the time. And then you deal with the problem when it comes. So like thinking about all the good parts of it, like how much, if I can survive with this, imagine when the business does blow out, like all of the struggle, everything has the benefit that you can find if you choose to look for it.
I think it's like, for me, when I started my own business, I'm like, okay, how can I survive on $200 a week? How can I do it? Let's say, even if my business was making $2,000 a week, how can I do it? Doing $200 a week. That means food, gas, whatever, expenses. I'm not talking about my guys' salaries, but it, you can live on so little. It's amazing. And you don't need to buy material shit. Like, you don't. You could learn how to fix your boiler yourself. You learn how to solder. I mean,
I know,
like
but the thing is, I don't have. Um, I'm not a materialistic person right now. I got away from that because of the business, because of the struggles. But
but
I
you're
don't
putting
spend
yourself
money.
right in there with your business. You see all these rich people getting your limo. That
Right.
must be pretty disheartening.
I mean, I
Not
don't let it bother
disheartening
me if you're
or
rich or poor getting
exciting
into
or
my.
exciting.
I mean,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
care if you're rich or poor getting into my limo. As long as you paid, I mean, that's what it's
See,
about. You know, they
again,
paid and that's
Yeah.
good. But
I think you have to understand your
Yeah.
subjective experience here, right? Like I've
right,
had so much money come through my hands and go through my hands throughout periods of time.
right.
I also lived on chicken and mashed potatoes for every meal for like close to like half a year or something like that. So my experience of those situations was always I was focused on something that had a meaning, had a purpose that I was getting closer to. But if what you're
yo,
worried about is money,
Anthony, I lived
it
on
won't.
white bread,
Yeah.
American cheese, like the Kraft singlets, and Miracle Whip for
Yeah,
a
I just had
full
man.
potatoes. I
year.
would make mashed potatoes and just
Yeah.
chicken in the oven. That was it
Yeah.
forever.
I was like, I love
Yeah.
this stuff.
Yeah.
Give
Yeah, I got better by like week 2 or 3. Like I was looking
Yeah.
forward to it. It's like the chicken tasted good. It's
Yeah.
weird. You
It's
think you'd
But
get
amazing
tired
how
of
your
it, but
body changes.
nope.
Your
Yeah, man,
mic
I
is mute.
understand. I've done Roman noodles, peanut butter and jelly, all that kind of stuff. But
But it's the mental mind state of how you see it. If it's like, oh, this
yeah,
was like, if you only look at it the bad parts of it, then you will only remember the bad parts of it. You will literally train your brain to find bad parts of anything in life. And when it comes to money, money is about input and output and like how you perceive situations. So if you get more money and then you find reasons to spend that money for the business or whatever, you're going to start to feel again that sense of lack if you come from that perspective
but
of
but
needing
but
all of this.
but Anthony, this is what I want to bring to the table. And as I'm hearing everyone here, You guys are laying out a great thing. But I know, Victoria, you're here now, and hopefully we'll hear from you here in just a second. But I got to put this into the mix. You said, Anthony, something to the effect of maybe if what is inspiring to us, like you were asking Shelly, was like, what is it that really inspires you to do what you do? And the more that I was hearing from everyone, and I had to put this out there, this is not going to be a therapy session. All this is about who or what inspires us, and just take it from there and everything like that. I know everyone's got a story, and everyone's got something that has really got them to where they are today. And I don't want it to become that, because for one, I'm not a therapist. Number one, I didn't sleep at a Motel 6 last time I became a therapist. But what I took from you when you were asking Shelly that is maybe the way that we can be inspired, because you even said it, Anthony, is could we look at something differently? And I'm a firm believer is if we can look at something differently, we can see the inspiration there from that place of taking that step back and saying, hey, could I be inspired by seeing this a little bit differently than what I did initially, and everything like that? Because once you truly take a step back, and I know we have all our biases, all our preconceived ideas, and all those kind of things. But see, when you really think about it, and hopefully Victoria will come back here in a second, is a great friend of mine. His name is Brian Sumner. He said, when you get into a conversation in and of itself, it's based on an agreement that you will come into a conversation to not only maybe gain knowledge and to give knowledge, but you're not going to come in with judgment into the mix. It's almost like you can take all your preconceived ideas and biases, which we all have, kind of set them aside for a second and just be in the moment and everything. And for me, not only is information in a moment of time too as well, but so is inspiration. So when we can be inspired by people who can look at something completely different than us, then maybe that's what it should be. That you can really take a space and time, in a place and time, that you can say, hey, this is what happened for me many years ago, but I got inspiration from when Anthony said this on a live stream, and say, could I look at myself or even my business or my life in a completely different way? And I truly believe that's where we can start doing a lot of things from, is to look at things. And of course, I learned this from Ryan too as well, is I know that there's two dynamics that's always in play too as well. There's the subjectivity of it. There's also the objectivity of it. But the more that we can literally get into a place of objectivity, even when it comes to inspiration, I truly believe we should all get there. So, Victoria, I know you've been trying to get on and on and on, and we greatly appreciate you trying to get on and everything. But, Victoria, good morning.
Good morning. It's daytime here. It's 2:47. So that is good afternoon. How are you?
I am doing well, doing well. So, our conversation today, Victoria, is about who or what inspires us, and we would love to hear from you.
What inspires me? You'll be shocked at what inspires me, because what inspires me does not inspire an average person. What inspires me is your success, Anthony's success, Shelley's success, everybody's success. That is what inspires me. What do I mean? I get a thrive. I get joy when I see people around me succeed. That's where I get my kick from. That's what I survive on. And this, please, And this is what pushed me to start an academy for the girl child and women, because I know that when you nurture women, you're nurturing the whole society. So I started a tuition-free tech academy for women. About 5 continents in the world, and they are thriving. They are thriving on their feet. And it's not just about mental acumen. It's not just about, okay, what they learn. It's about a holistic leadership and management training combined with the tech training we give them. So when I say what inspires me is seeing that we live in a future where everybody is happy. I may not be able to attend that, but to a greater extent, I am working towards a larger percentage of people living a happier life. What causes problem? Lack of money. What causes problem? Poor mindset. What causes problem? Misunderstandings. So everything we do, everything the academy is made of, is bridging these gaps and making sure that we reorientate our women, remodel, re-engineer their mindset to think right and act right. Because when you succeed, I have succeeded. If your child succeeds, I have succeeded. If your husband succeeds, I have succeeded. If your friend succeeds, trust me, I have succeeded. So your success is my success. Thank you.
No, thank you. And what you were just saying there, Victoria, was really deep and meaningful to a lot of us. I'm sure a lot of people will get a lot of inspiration from that. But the thing that really stood out for me, and I'd love to hear from Anthony and Shelley too as well here in just a second, is you said a lot of things there, and you said one key word which is misunderstanding. And here's why I'm going to go with this when it comes to misunderstanding. And go back to what I said earlier when it comes to even to clarity. And I want to hear from you, Victoria, is that if you are clear in what you are doing and why you are doing it, and you know that's where you want to go, that's the direction you want to head, do people tell you, Victoria, that they are not unclear on why you're so clear on what you do, not only from that place of misunderstanding, or is it from that place they just don't know what they don't know, and maybe for them having a conversation with you can get them maybe as close to clarity as possible? Do you try to do that each and every single day?
I would answer it in 2 ways. I would bring in a personal experience I had with one of my backend staff. Okay, I wrote something. She flouted my orders, and I just penned down something, and she clearly misunderstood and came all out. And so I laughed. You know why I laughed? Because when people have a misunderstanding, you that have clarity of what your purpose is, the why you're doing what you're doing, you take a step back and you lower your hands to the person to pick that person from the floor to your level. And so what I did was I told her, you misunderstood me. I am the writer. I originated that content. This is what I meant. You took it out of context. And I went on to explain to her. And so what did I do at that point? I reshaped her mindset. And I told her, if you had just asked a simple question, Mom, what does this text that you have sent meant? I would have been able to do what I'm doing now. But no, you interpreted my intentions in your own mindset and thinking pattern. If I was immature, I would have led you off, or there would have been a rancor. But because I understand your level, I had to lower myself to the ground, extend my hand of fellowship to you to drag you to my point and explain. And so that has gone a long way in my team, because they thought, oh, my is going to sack her, she's going to do this, she's going to look. I did not. I just called the meeting and I explained to them the importance of not assuming, because misunderstanding stems from assumption. And so when you do not assume that you understand what this person is saying, then there will be no misunderstanding. Because if you think you do, for clarification, I don't know whether all of us here are Christians. I'm entering the second part. In Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 2, it says, write your vision. It is yours. I heard when you said that you live in the moment. Fantastic, fantastic mindset. But while living in the moment intentionally, like you have 5 kids, what kind of school are they going to go to? What kind of life do you want them to have? That is not living in the moment. That is living in the futuristic sense when you make plans for them. So it says, write your vision, make it plain. That's clarity. Misunderstanding comes from lack of clarity and authenticity. When you make your intentions plain and you're authentic in all that you do, your word is your bond. Everybody in your team will get to respect you for that. And because they know that your word is your bond, and if you say yes, if they check back 1,000 yes, it's going to be yes, you will be respected for that. And so when it comes to planning for the future, we all do. Whether you do it intentionally or unintentionally, we all do. Because if you do not do, there will be so many accidents along the way. Thank you so
If
much.
I could
Anthony, I know
add,
you're chomping on
yeah,
the bit. I would love to hear from you,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. The first thing I wanted to mention was I think definitely I can see exactly how what she's doing is beneficial for her. Exactly, just especially because of being able to express yourself with the dominance that she's shown here is very effective when you're having to deal with everyone's eyes peering at you while you're trying to correct on something. I think one of the biggest things to consider though is understanding yourself and how important that is for many people when it comes to explaining themselves to others. Um, a lot of times because of being, you feel a certain way, and that feeling is going to affect the way you see things and the way you act on them. And so then now, if you don't first understand how your feelings are going to be influenced by the environment and how you can influence your feelings, it makes it difficult to handle certain less, let's say, less objective, less clear cut arithmetic type of situations where we're going to solve it by doing this step, then that one, then the next one. Um, so another thing we were talking about, like the past and the future, you can plan for the future while experiencing the now and
Yeah.
the past, honestly. An example of that would be anytime you've listened to music and you can feel in your chest the bass drop that's coming up while singing along to the lyrics. That's based on your ability to envision the future through a feeling and maintain the moment with your actions right here and now. When it comes to making sure that you're able to articulate yourself to others, just doing so by bringing yourself to their level and telling them clearly what your perspective is or what your intentions were doesn't work many times, especially in scenarios where people have been influenced by things that are highly emotionally triggering, like anything with either president, right? If I say something, if I start talking about Trump being the best president in the world, certain people are going to shut their brains off. If I say that he's an evil racist, another group will shut their brains off. There's a lot of places you can go where people will just decline to listen because they feel a certain way, and that feeling trumps whatever you're saying objectively. And so it's to take that feeling that you can see that they're expressing and let them know through your expression that not only are you not trying to combat that feeling, you're actually trying to help understand it better for themselves as well as yourself. I can give you a quick example. There was this one kind of emotional woman who was explaining how she protects her children. She said if someone was to ever refer to my kids by the N word or some derogatory term, she's like, I would lose my mind and I'd probably fight that person, because that's how I've done to defend my kid. And so for her, it makes sense. Like, don't let anyone, come mess with your kids. But I was like, wouldn't it also be better to consider how you yourself might be hurting them in that situation by not ignoring what could be forgotten and moving on? instead you could create an escalation that makes them scared, that there's all these nuances that trigger emotions in people, and unless the emotion that someone feels is aligned with the emotion of the intent that you're expressing, they're never actually going to understand you, believe you, or trust you from an intuitive perspective. They may just default to what you say because you show a certain level of dominance or a certain level of understanding where they don't themselves feel comfortable enough to compete. And so trying to make sure we can mix in the more feminine way of communication with the more typically masculine ways of communication, instead of just to move from one directly to the other. And what inspires me is anyone who's able to hear criticism about themselves or what they're doing, and actually like not, completely just throw it out, and actually, let it sink in and respond to it however they respond. So just the silence while I did that was pretty inspiring.
Yeah, and I love that about you, Anthony, because every time I hear from you, sir, you make me think a little bit differently each and every single time that we talk with one another. And I'm truly blessed for you to even do that with us today, because for me, just in even the very and I loved you articulated it when it even came to music, that the music can not only bring you into the now, but also bring you into the future, and also be at the past. It can be all simultaneously in and of itself. All that can be there. But even when it comes to inspiration and vision and clarity, to me, the more that I hear that in my head now, it can all be that at the very same time, too. Because when we do know where we're going, and we do know in one way, shape, matter, or form how we're going to get there, it's almost like, again, I have to bring a historical context to this. It's like, look at the Wright brothers. They had a vision of flight. They knew that they were going to fly at Kitty Hawk. They just didn't know how they were going to do it. But of course, they drew up plans. They surrounded themselves with people who know what they know far better than themselves, and they not only got inspiration out of it, but they saw the reality that what could be achieved. Because again, it wasn't like success at first flight. It took them many attempts to get to that place that they actually flew over a long distance in and of itself. And see, for me, inspiration also is interconnected to this, and I want to hear from all of you on this. And of course, I'll start with Anthony here in a second, because I know he's got a lot to probably share on this. Is when it comes to even the inspiration of something that we want to do, or something that we want to see better in the world, and maybe we can provide that for him. Because like Anthony, he's always creating a solution to a problem and everything like that. For me, I now look at problems as not a problem in and of itself, and here's why. I'm going to give you a little tidbit of the inside of Chris Berryman, so to speak. So here's some inside baseball about me. Years ago, when I was going through speech therapy, and I had a psychologist who was not only a speech therapist also, but also turned out to be one of my greatest gifts to me, and literally a great teacher of mine. Her name was Patty Harville. She said to me years ago this very phrase. She said, Chris, if you want to be seen and heard, see the words, be the words, and let the words flow right through you. Because she recognized that I did have a quote unquote speech impediment, but wasn't actually an impediment in and of itself. And the reason why I'm going down this road when it comes to inspiration, and also in the problems of the world, is maybe we don't look at a problem as a problem. We look at it like you said, Anthony, in a completely different way than what we are probably have been led to believe that we have to look at things. And maybe when we do that from that place that say, hey, this is not a problem. This is maybe an adventure. Maybe this is where I can become Indiana Jones and find the next treasure for humanity. And that's the way I look at things now. I really do, and everything. So I truly believe that's the conversation we should also take in context here right now. Is do we actually take inspiration from what people deem for us to actually say, oh, this can't be achieved, this can't be done, this is going to be a problem, nothing can be coming out of any good out of this. But I'll start the conversation with you off with that, since you are a problem solver in and of itself here at Bring Humanity Together, Anthony. Is can we actually look at problems as an adventure, have inspiration from it, and then build upon that?
Yeah. So I mean, so I've I've heard Dr. Jordan B. Peterson finish up this quote. You've already heard it before, where he who gazes into the abyss also gazes into you. Or says, careful you fight mouses lest you become one. And then Jordan Peterson, he finished up and said that if you gaze into the abyss long enough, that what you see eventually is the light, not the darkness. And he said that he staked his life on that. And I think just from my personal experiences, like you get to a point where what is driving you to continue forward is so like ludicrous. The fact of like moments where you've overcome things you didn't think you could, and it gets to a point where it becomes gamified, where you start to think to yourself like, I'm more excited now, not about the challenge itself, but how I perceive it'll affect me, because I'm not going to stop. I know it's going to suck to some level, right? It could be really hard and take however much time. Doesn't matter, because I'm going to get it done, and eventually, and afterward, I'm going to have learned, experienced, and become more than I am now. So seeing it from that perspective at least gives you, the better way of seeing it. You're looking through it instead of at it, and then also considering the alternative, like what kind of existence would this be, right? A book where there's no conflict, where there's no, they just say exactly what's going to happen, it happens. A video game where there's no obstacles to stop you, just walk from point A to point B. A book, anything where there's no scenario where the characters are face to face with like, what is this? What do we do? And then they have to confront fear and failure to become better. You have to recognize that, like, if life was to be based on the things that excite and keep our interest, then it would have ups and downs, like a story that, you know, surprises you and excites you and it has some amount of thrill. And regardless of what you believe, religious or creation wise, there's certain objective, things that you can extract from the text, the Bible. And if you just look at the way it's structured, where God goes out of his way to create man, but he wants to create man in his own image. How do you create something that is like you in its ability to create novel things, right? You can't
Right.
tell it exactly what to do, because if you tell it what to do, it'll just repeat and be exactly what you are. So you have to
Right.
create a nuanced situation where it's given the opportunity to disobey you. You created that. You intentionally have it fail by saying, I want you no longer to cleave on to me, your father, cleave on to your wife. And then you have the wife be introduced to the snake that you created. And then you give them a scenario where you allow them to understand that suffering is the guide to all of life's joys, right? Like, we're always trying to avoid suffering, but it's the suffering that you choose in the pursuit of something meaningful that makes your life worth getting up and continuing. Because if you can even just get any minute distance closed between you and that crazy goal, then you're excited, and that compounds. And then now every day you're chasing after bettering the world however you truly believe you can do that best. And that allows you to get past just about anything else. People open their mouth to talk because they've heard something or read something on Google, but it doesn't hold up when because you've seen the impact and you continually push on that. Alternatively, you can try and just take whatever people have to say to heart and go based on just that alone. But until you lock in with your personal, your emotional, subjective and objective experience need to be aligned. How I feel about this in a subjective way, how it makes me feel not connected to anything objectively, and then how is it objectively translating that to others. Once you have that aligned, to he who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow, Friedrich Nietzsche, you have your why. You have an understanding. And life is about discovering hows and failing and succeeding, right? Again, trying to realize that, like anything, if you try to avoid it, if you try to fight the situation, it makes it worse, right? Like if you were restrained physically and you kept fighting it, you feel extra trapped. If you accept it, allow the waves to wash over you, take in the pain of life and try to mold yourself to understand it better, then you become something that, well, you're just waiting to see what happens eventually. And then when you do get upset at yourself, it's because you're behaving in a way you know you shouldn't have, and it becomes a lot more meaningful. Like it's exciting, right? It's worth living at that point because you have progress, and no one can take that from you. That only comes with the suffering.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know there's a great quote that a friend of mine said. His name is Dan, and he said something to the effect that the greatest path is to the path of suffering. And I forget exactly how you said it, but it was really great. But Victoria, I want to hear from you. Well, what do you think of what Anthony just shared?
Okay, Anthony, well spoken. Thank you so much. It's an honor to connect with you. I've been trying to align my thought pattern to what you just said. When it comes to suffering, it depends to what dimension, you know. Your level of suffering might be different from mine. Yours might be on, I'm just giving an instance. Yours might be in the periphery, the other person in a greater dimension. And depending on how the perspective we all look at it, we will still term it suffering. I've seen in this part of the world where challenges are termed suffering. We talked about challenges opening you up to opportunities. Yes, I've become my best through challenges, the most challenging and tough situations of life. Because I'm not going to look at it in that aspect. I'm going to look at it as God brought this my way. Why? That's the first question. Why? And if He did bring it my way, there is a reason why I am going through it. He wants me to proffer a solution to it. And so, from that angle, I'll start to analyze the problem until I get a solution to it. In fact, the academy was born out of that because you guys are born in a privileged, I want to call it that no matter what the people are saying, you're born in a privileged society. We are not. Yes, Nigeria is a wonderful, blessed nation, but our leaders are allowing us to survive. We are being stifled. Our businesses are being stifled. They want to make sure that you don't have a voice. They want to silence everybody. Now, how do you come up to fight that kind of thing? You have to see it first as a challenge, as an opportunity for you to do something different, to give other people an opportunity and a platform to excel. So I see challenges, like he said, I agree with him, as an opportunity for growth, for expansion. Yeah.
I feel like that also would make us maybe reconsider what we even consider to be what is privilege, right? Because is privilege the kid that is given so much and so little obstacles in his life that they're spoiled and that nothing pleases them, and the slightest thing can throw them into emotional turmoil? Because right now,
Or
basically, you have a scenario where this adult has never experienced anything of a situation, and you throw them into it cold turkey and go, well, because you were privileged. Like imagine if you'd never trained a person to do something, and then you said, now that you're whatever age, figure it out. I would say it would be better to be not privileged and to have to experience that hardship early on while you're still developing, so that way you can grow and become more from it. It's as if to say, imagine I lived in a scenario where everybody was actually intentionally out to get me and make my life more difficult. Now, if I just accepted that I am here in a world where I'm trying to do something and not allow whatever perspectives to interact with me, I'm only going to be better. It's like working out with heavier weights. It's like any scenario where there's an easy path versus a hard path, and the hard path only exists because everything that's accompanied with it, right? You can't assume that, simply because perspective seems like it's harder in a specific way, that one would be more or less privileged. What it comes down to is you're in this game of life, and there's something that bothers you. You know it bothers you because you feel it subjectively. Now it's your job as a human to do whatever you can to reduce that, to ameliorate it for yourself and others around you. And that's it, right? So that could be a privilege of, how do you teach a whole bunch of people that grew up in a society where things were just handed to them, that if you don't take the hard route and start trying to do things that make no sense to you, that you're going to set yourself up for a scenario where you're chronically depressed, anxious all the time, have zero confidence, and out of a select few of you, one or two of you might end up like shooting up the school and yourself. A few of you might kill yourself, because at the end of the day, you really think about what it is like to be a kid. For instance, you wake up in the morning when you don't want to wake up, to go to a place where you don't want to go, to do a thing you don't want to do, so that way you can eventually do it again and again until you end up like your parents, who, when you see them, they are miserable. You tell them about your problems, they complain about their problems. They're going off about like, oh, Trump's the end of the world, Biden, whatever, this, that, the other. Meanwhile, someone less privileged might have a family that's more responsive to what matters to that child in their development stage. And so now it's like, what is privilege? I don't think privilege exists. I don't think there's even anything so much as like a natural talent, because natural talent is a handicap on compared to that person who had to work 10 times harder to break even. Whereas everyone else now having that subjective experience that they're trying to maintain, even if I'm dumber than everyone else and it takes me 10 times longer, the fact that I am just accustomed to working 10 times longer to get the same thing means that when everyone gets to their level of we're good, don't ever have to do it anymore, I have no problem continuing to a lesser degree, which means 20 years from now, when they've become completely stagnant, I have become a genius in this area simply because they allowed their privilege, their lack of need, to drive their desires and their actions. And so there are some people who can find a purpose, and there are those people who need to be given a purpose. But if those who are sheep aren't given a purpose through struggle or other, they will turn inward, and it'll become a conflict with themselves, the community, and it's not great. And those who find their own purpose, if forced to do something that's it's lesser than what they could do, you run into problems there as well. And so I think, again, whatever bothers you is your problem. That is your purpose in life. Your meaning right now is to resolve that to the best of your ability with what you have, where you have it. Anything else is just to waste your time for thinking about stuff outside of your life and control. What's going on in China versus America versus third world versus first world. All of these ideas are doing nothing for you in the moment right now. It's making you feel worse because you perceive something that you don't understand, true or false. It's taking you out of what you could be doing right now to improve your situation. Being in the now, but attaching it to your emotions, similar to music, is how you can dance through life's chaos without neglecting the future, the moment, or being untrue to who you are. So it comes through knowing yourself, through trial and error, right? The more failures, the better, because the more you fail and understand that failure, the more you learn. You can't learn that much in a book, even if you wanted to, right? Like if all one person did was fail and understand the failures, and one person had to try and get it perfect on the test, wouldn't be close.
Okay, can I, Anthony, I've heard what you
Yes.
said, but I want to separate two things from what you said. Being privileged and raising irresponsible children, they are different things. Being privileged is you live in a society that is civilized. You live in a society that some things are working perfectly well. There's systems in place, structures, than you living in a society that has refused to grow. And so if the children misbehave or the adults misbehave, you can't hold the society responsible. No, those are
How
their
so?
choices.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
those are their
You said
choices.
you can hold the society accountable. What do you mean?
No, I said holding the society accountable for irresponsibly raised children. That is not
How
on
do
the
you do that?
government. You can't hold
Oh
them.
yeah, that's
That's why I'm saying
individuals.
you
Yeah, that's
cannot.
in, yeah, that's
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah, that's
yes, you
individuals. Yeah, yeah,
cannot.
yeah, yeah.
That
Okay. Yeah,
is,
we're on the same train.
do you understand? So you could be
Yeah, I understand.
privileged, but you raise responsible children that do not take the privileges that they have for granted. So anybody living irresponsibly, it's beyond the government. Yeah, maybe the government also has a part to play, but you as a parent, you have a larger chunk to play. And so in an area that you are not even allowed to breathe, let me use it like that, so that it can bring home. You're not even allowed to breathe, and they're stifling every idea, everything you want. They're bringing you laws that are stifling your businesses at, eh, call it abortion of
Before,
ideas. You
yeah,
understand? So when I was saying about privilege and non-privilege, no, I was looking at, okay, because there will be no challenges whether you're privileged or not. There will always be challenges. Yeah, it just depends on how you look on life and how you train people around you not to ever take the privileges, advantage of the
how
privileges.
about
Sorry.
how about we
Yeah.
consider privileges from a different perspective, like a young man's perspective growing up in the world, right? He wants to be
Okay.
someone who can influence and impact things, right? And so in a society where there's really not a lot provided, right? Where maybe he could basically just find ways to replant food, maybe like cutting the top off of pineapples, doing little things like that in his day to day.
Mm,
From day to day,
mm,
he wakes up and he'll see, because of his efforts, I am able to produce maybe 3 pineapples for free, or potatoes, onions, something simple like that. Now this kid
okay.
feels like they have a purpose in life, versus
Okay.
another child who is another child
Mm,
who's as a boy who's woken up and told, you need to do this.
and has
Why? Because you
everything.
have to. And why do I have to do it? Because you need to. You don't want to. Your life is miserable. And so it's like every day there's a certain amount of, and it may be harder, especially from a more feminine background, like biology, to understand the desire for struggle, for challenge, for lack of structure. That while it may
Mm,
seem privileged for someone who seeks
mm,
security, for those who
mm,
drive the meaning of their life through setting the world straight, when you live in
mm.
a world that is perfectly ordered, everything given to you, you've basically given someone nothing but the worst parts of life. You're going to get sick. You're going to watch other people get sick, and eventually you're going to die. And before it all goes down, you're going to do a whole bunch of stuff you don't want to do because someone told you how to do it. Why? Because you have to. This was actually covered too in The Matrix. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the film, where they mentioned the first version of The Matrix was a perfect society where no one would suffer, and everybody rejected it. There was another philosopher in the day who said, if humans were given nothing to do but to eat food and busy themselves with the continuation of the species, they would soon destroy whatever it was just to have something exciting come to be, to have something novel. And so
Mm.
when you can recognize that something like whatever, regardless of what it is, if it's something that can cause enough pain for someone to decide it's not worth living, whatever number of people do that, you recognize that it obviously isn't so privileged if people are just trying to get out with by any means necessary, right? Like I'm going to end my whole life as a child with all of the things that they're given. You look at all the famous people, the wealthy people who have killed themselves because why? Because they thought that objective things was going to make their life worth something, but then it turned out that they have all these things and they'd all lost themselves along the way. So when you start to focus on the grass on the other side of the fence, well, you're screwing yourself, because whether or not it is or isn't greener, it's not any use to you unless you can see how they made it green in a way that maybe you could bring to your area. But if it's just to say like they've got it easier, and you're just making yourself feel worse subjectively, that doesn't make sense. Why would I tell myself something every day that's going to make me feel worse when I could even just lie and say like, they have all these things that we don't. I can build myself up to think that I'm more capable, if anything. That's going to change my subjective experience so I feel better, and then I'm going to act better, ultimately living a better life than if everything is given to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Agreed. But you know, we are just for sake of how would I say, better presentation. Yeah, that's what we are doing. Not because somebody's complaining or whining or something. No, I'm just trying to paint a picture here. Okay, what about the situation where you're from a society that don't give you anything, and whatever you're trying to put up. Okay, now let me talk as a farmer. All right, assuming I'm a farmer and I'm in one of the villages or one of the towns or whatever in my country, and I had to take loans from family, friends to plant my seed crops and make sure it grows so that I can refund the money to them. And all of a sudden, when my rice farm is out there, by the following week, I go to the rice farm to monitor, and everything is down on the ground because they are eaten by cows
That's
or
what makes
trampled
life.
underfoot by
That's
cows.
what makes life exciting. First of all, that's what makes life exciting and worth living.
Anthony,
Two, that's how we define
Anthony.
ourselves. If I could give you my personal experience, the most meaningful parts of my life that I wouldn't change for anything are the absolute worst parts of my life that people think are just like hell, right? Everything from having a stepdad that had
Okay, give me
anger issues that
solution.
would beat me, punch me in the face, like literally would tell me like, I'm calling you, I'm taking you out of school today and I'm gonna bring you out into a field where no one's gonna hear your screams, right? Like being terrified to go home. Everything from like recognizing that there was a point in time where I was in between jobs and I wanted to keep developing my ability to design circuits. So I literally went to the dumpster and would like pull apart trash so that way I could desolder components after having looked them up to then make the circuit. Now, all of this far more difficult than anything that anyone at UCF or other colleges are going to do. And that's what makes me me. Like, I'm proud of that. Now, that's where my self-esteem comes from. That's where my power as a man comes from, to look forward and say, you see that pile of whatever crap that you think is an obstacle, that's whatever, however bad it is, that's my next objective. Like, that's going to be a weight that I'm going to lift. I'm going to put it down and then I'm going to move on to the next one. That's what people are. People are designed to overcome the same way, like, you know, lions like to prey on animals, birds fly, fish swim, horses run. People look around for crap that could be better and they make it better, and they do so through suffering, right? That was the whole intention of suffering. That was because you said you were religious, right? And so if you just look at the Bible, the first text, in an objective way, you don't even have to look at it in a religious sense. If you were to try and create something that was like you, God in your image, you want it to be able to do things that you could say you admire or you don't like, right? You can express emotions with respect to what comes out of it. That means it has to be novel, it has to surprise you, kind of like how things need to be able to surprise us. Well, if you look at it, right, everything that was said was followed through, right? They went to the tree of knowing of good and evil, right? Because the snake told them that if you eat from it, that you will be like him, you'll have the knowledge of good and evil. And then as soon as they ate from the fruit, God literally said, now you are like me, or like us, the knowledge of good and evil, made them coats and sent them on their way, saying that basically the best parts of what being a human is isn't to just sit there and, you know, try to enjoy all of the hedonistic pleasures, the dopaminergic explosions. It's to look back at what was and what is because of what you've done. It's to create, it's to evolve. And we create not just through the changing of things, but ourselves first. But you can't change yourself if you're in a place where everything's perfect the way it is and you need to just accept everything. Be happy for what you have, even if it makes you miserable and you want to kill yourself having to go through it another moment. You should be happy for that. No, some people are different. Some people jump out of planes. Some people go caving where they crawl into cracks in the earth to get their dopamine. Some people like to do a whole bunch of different things that no one here can understand directly without trying to put on their shoes. And so to try and, again, focus on anything outside of what you can get, what you can get your hands on and do, is to just kind of undercut yourself, right? Accept the suffering, accept wherever it is, be happy that you have it. This is what's going to make you different. Because if it wasn't there, then how would you define yourself? If women had everything, how would you define yourself right now if you weren't going out of your way to like help support women? If everything was perfect, then what would you do? What would you be so proud of right now?
Yeah. I love where this is going and everything. So
I'm inspired by the pain.
Yeah.
You know,
I love it where this is going. going, and I greatly appreciate you bringing that to the table, Anthony. You always are bringing it each and every single time. But let's bring in Sven. He's my good friend over from Plymouth, England. Good morning, Sven. How you doing this morning?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you. I'm afternoon, by the way.
Yeah, you're already drinking your coffee, aren't you?
So my second cup today.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I know you've been watching, Sven, and I know you've been chopping at the bit. But what's your take about who or what inspires us? And we would love to hear your thoughts today.
Who and what inspires us? I think I'm curious. Anyone can inspire me. I'm not the kind of person who follows big people and just listens to everything they say. For me, they're just inspirations to go inside this version and
Yep.
and just relate. So, so I'm not saying that everything comes from me. I'm a Christian, so for me, heaven is not outside, heaven is inside. So going in is also kind of relating to that inner spirituality. And what really inspires me, and that might be Anthony. It's very much about having the right mindset. For me, it's about the right heart set. It's about having the right emotions, listening to my emotions, understand them, going with them, using the energy to do something with it, and move forward. And so I've been very, inspired by the people who invested in my life. Had a mentor, and that's kind of what Anthony and I probably agree. He taught me to learn to love conflict. Because it's in the conflict where we learn to relate to each other. It's in the conflict where we can get to know each other, where we can get to know each other's differences, where we can learn to appreciate our tension that we have with each other, and also influence. And so, yeah, that's kind of in a very quick nutshell, kind of who and what inspires me. So I'm inspired by people in general. I look behind their behavior. I want to see them. I want to see what they value, who they are. It's not the behavior, But yeah, otherwise, I love big thinkers, really big thinkers. I don't know if we need suffering in the very bad way in the sense of feeling alive. I agree we need challenge. We definitely need challenge. We want to have something that we influence, where our power of our value system makes a difference. I'm not sure if we necessarily need really big suffering. Been on both sides of the fence, having lived in a communist country. So, it's very easy to say things like this from a free world, but it's very hard to say this from a not free world. It's a very different experience if you're actually under constant suffering and not just having a challenge today. And so, but yeah, and I think the problem we have, and that inspires me as well, to look for solutions, is most of the time where we try to counter the sufferings that we have, and actually we try to feel more comfortable, we create more problems. In the end, actually, by trying to get rid of suffering, we create more. So that's an interesting thing, how our world functions. Instead of realigning with the systems around us, we try to manipulate them and basically make everything worse.
First of all, I want to say I think that while you mentioned I was talking about the right headset, you said heart set. I think the correct headset heart set is one where they're actually aligned. So maybe you're focusing on the heart set, but then your mind is working. So I think that those are both two in the same. And when it comes to the suffering, I think definitely there's a difference between suffering unnecessarily and suffering just the right amount. Basically, taking on suffering is basically there to let you know that something could be better or for worse, right? And you can manipulate it in some way. If you just think about how those certain religions where people have more of a Buddhist or what's that kind of mentality where I don't allow earthly situations or possessions or whatnot to influence how I feel. I'm always at peace is one example of how humans are able to detach themselves from uh, the objective world. But then there's also things like people's experiences during the worst moments in history. Like if you read the book like Man's Search for Meaning, and you hear how even in the absolute worst conditions, how what your focus is on is going to really have more of an impact on how you feel than what the actual thing is. So it's like you can have a world where all this chaos and suffering is going on and you just let it passively happen to you. But if you choose your own suffering to take on, then that becomes your source of meaning and purpose that justifies everything. Because if at the very least I know that that is getting better because of me and I can actively improve that, then waking up tomorrow doesn't seem so bad because, well, it's going to be better than it was yesterday since I can influence that, and again the next day. And it helps you to realign your focus too on the things that you can change versus the things you should just accept, because that's what life is, right? And I'd like to say again
It's
too,
a
right? Like dealing with the constant stuff, that's hard. But a life where you live it perfectly, but you had every single day, Monday, Tuesday, you had to do the exact same thing, and there was no outline, like there was no creativity, there was no area for expression or curiosity, or there's no freedom in any way. I would personally, and I know a lot would choose the harder, where like guns and death and murder, all the worst things. At least then you have some way to make a difference, however small it may be, relative to someone who is basically like, you're born into this. This is where you start. This is where you end. This is your beginning and end, your death, and the whole way is gonna suck. And when you're gone, it won't matter because you're just an employee at this job, doing what everyone else does, how everyone else tells you to do it. And so what's it all worth if it's all not if it's all mediocre and you can't do anything with your life? Then what does it matter, right? Like I would rather it be harder if I could get more of myself into the world than easier for me to just walk through and experience the suffering simply to pass on and leave someone else to do it again. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense for most men, to be honest. Especially that's what the
I don't
it's a
military kind
understand.
of proves, right? Doesn't the
I
military
it's a
don't.
prove that
it's
anyone who signs up for the military there's a lot of young men who have a strong
Everybody must
desire
not
to.
suffer.
What was that?
It's the wrong mindset. Everybody must not
it's
suffer.
But it's how you
Anthony.
suffer, and how
That
you
line of
suffer is
that
unique
line of
to
thinking
you.
is not. Everybody must
No,
not
Anthony,
so
suffer.
correct me.
I don't.
Everyone
I don't want
suffers.
to
Anthony,
believe that.
Well, I mean,
Everyone
like if you,
suffers, but there's suffering. There's degree to suffering.
well,
There's
yeah. So like
degree
we're
to
not talking about
suffering.
that.
Yes.
So suffering is as simple as I tried this and I didn't get what I wanted out of it, and so now I suffer because I'm experiencing negativity. But with that suffering again, to whatever the greater magnitude of that suffering is directly correlated to how much you have the ability to influence in your and everyone else's life. So if I only suffer minimally, well, then my whole life is basically minimal. Like the best I could do is something nonsensical where like, what is this all for? Like, what's my meaning and purpose in life? But if every day it's like, okay, what I did today was I brought water for that family that they needed. I was able to patch a hole in that roof. And because there was flood, like if I was able to do some simple, hard things like that at the end of the day, I'm going to sleep thinking about the person's lives that I've just influenced and how, because I'm here, I was able to make the world better, even if just in this place. Versus again, everything's given to you, but your whole life is meaningless because nothing you do matters to you or anyone else outside of just do what I tell you to do, follow the checklist, and if you don't, we'll replace you. And when you die, we'll replace you. And everyone will forget you. You came here just to do this. Again, privilege maybe
I
from the
think I
perspective of
think
a woman, but not typical man.
All right.
Anthony, I
Yes, go
think you
ahead.
have a
Go ahead.
weird, Anthony, you have a very weird understanding of suffering. Okay.
How so?
So for you suffer,
It is.
so for me, suffering would be, and I lived in a country like this. So hear me out. I lived in a country where everything was planned, where everything was there, cheap housing, cheap food, a job for everybody, and I mean everybody, even a drunkard had a job, a house for everybody. So everything was given to us. It was suffering.
Yes, I can see
Okay,
that.
so that is suffering. So what you call
It-
suffering,
it-
what you call suffering
Suffering, if I could define
is
it for you really quick, suffering is just anything that's undesirable. Like if you're experiencing something that's undesirable, then that would be degree of suffering.
but
So
you
that's
put it
subjective. What's
against.
desirable?
Well, it's not subjective, and
So I
here,
would say,
and I think,
what's desirable for me is not to be underground in a cave with a flashlight where I can barely get my hand, in front of me to climb further into Earth. But there are people who literally spend money on equipment, drive places simply so that way they can discover a new hole in the Earth. People that jump out of planes, people who are excited to be a Navy SEAL, people who are excited to do anything that would terrify you or that you would run from makes up the other end of the perspective of the people who hold up this earth, this experience that we live in. And so for me, what is suffering is not the same thing that is suffering to you, right? Like if I was to live the lifestyle my mom lived, I would kill myself. That's not a joke. That's not anything, right? It's her life is too easy. And I had that opportunity. Go to school, get the job, work the job, and just get paid to live. I couldn't stand it because it was suffering for me. But suffering again
but
is undesired.
but then suffering is something different. Suffering has nothing to do with war. Doesn't have to mean that we live in unpeaceful environments. It doesn't mean
No,
things like Victoria
suffering
mentioned on the
comes from
farm, where the stuff.
yeah,
Hey, listen to me,
yeah. Oh,
listen
sorry.
to
Yeah,
me.
sorry. Go sorry.
Okay, I listen to you too. So
Sorry.
as Victoria said, like suffering in that case when the seed doesn't grow and you can't repay your neighbors, this is suffering. That we are different and that we have to learn to relate to each other. That we are expressing who we are
Absolutely.
and not becoming somebody else. That's not suffering. That's a challenge. And that's a challenge that most of us are not very good at. We are not very good at to actually accept somebody who's really, really different and discover how our difference creates harmony. Harmony is not to
Yes.
live in the
Yes.
world where everything goes according to your wavelength, because that's not harmony. That's boring. If everything would go to my wavelength, that's suffering. Okay?
So
Because there's
if I could,
nothing I have to give. That's
I
my
want to ask a question to
wavelength
get some
of
clarity.
how yeah, go ahead.
If I could ask somebody to get some clarity. So when you said that, you defined your version of suffering versus, what I was defining suffering as, it seems as if there might be a little bit of self-contradiction when you say like we need to have a more open opinion as to everyone's different perspectives, but then you took the time to describe the difference between your suffering versus mine, even when I can explain to you scenarios where people will literally kill themselves because the situation that you described as being a challenge is their suffering. Meanwhile, again, other situations where people are literally killing themselves. I think it's white men right now in their middle age in America, highest rate of suicide that there is. Yet everything is given to them, right? They have all the power, except there's more to
That's not
life
true.
than
And Anthony, there's something really big
what do you
missing,
mean
and
the highest
especially
rate of
about men.
suicide?
So no, the rate of suicide. Here's the reason why that happens. Ask anyone in the midlife at the moment. Ask any man, who of you had an emotionally accessible male role model in their childhood that they could talk to about anything that is emotionally happening? And you will
Limited
very
amount of
quickly
people,
find
but none.
no one. So that
Mhm.
means there's a trauma that is related
Absolutely.
to a lack of fatherhood, and that is something very, very important. And that lack of
If I
Yes.
if
fatherhood
I
is
could bring us back to
generational.
like how did we? I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure we
that is
aligned on understanding
generational.
what suffering is, right? Like before we can move on, like if we're to bring people together and understand each other's differences, I think at the very least we have to have an agreed upon definition for suffering. And again, like I said, suffering, my definition is very simple. It's anything that's undesirable, and there's different magnitudes of that, right? But again, everyone comes into this life, everyone watches people die, they all die. How fast that happens or how slow it happens, how it happens, those are all different degrees of suffering. But again, if people kill themselves based on what you call to be a challenge, And there's other scenarios where people would thrive. Again, for myself, like I would be better off in a scenario where I was literally struggling for survival than to be in a scenario where everything's given to me. And there are a lot of people like that, a lot of young men especially. So yes,
Yeah, Anthony, that okay, Anthony, that is you. You know,
exactly. And
you
that's
were
me. And
talking. You were the one that said that a lot.
but can't you accept
Yes,
our
hold on.
situation as
You
equal is
were
what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not trying to tell you what you should feel.
yes.
I'm just saying that there's a certain
Oh,
level of
okay, okay.
suffering,
Now,
and this suffering
now,
relates to people's
yes.
death. And if you were to put them in a different scenario that you
Um.
think is worse objectively, they would thrive there with respect to here, simply because what you consider suffering, what I consider suffering, and he considers suffering is different. But what should be understood is that anything that would improve someone's life is something that if you were to
Mm,
remove it, right, to remove what you would
mm,
call challenge or suffering, if the result
mm,
is someone who is, an impactful community member, even if it's a small community and they're
mm,
suffering, versus someone who shoots up the
mm.
school and then kills themselves because they would rather choose to be infamous than to be ignored.
Irresponsibility.
Whatever you're trying to define as the
Irres.
source or the reason, the lack of this or that, at the end of the day, what it just comes back down to is recognizing that a human is going through an experience. And if they're willing to end that experience because of the internal subjective state, then we could agree that that is
Mm.
suffering. However, you want to say how bad it is. If people, how many people are killing themselves when they're having trouble bringing food back to their neighbors in that scenario you mentioned? Like, is that a high situation for like suicides where people like murder suicide and at a young age? Or is it more like, let's come
Yeah,
together and figure this out?
I didn't get that. Please, can you ask that question again?
Okay, yeah. So what I was
I
saying
didn't get
was
the last
in a
question. Yeah.
scenario where like generally speaking, and this is just asking for your perspective, in a scenario where you're struggling,
Mm,
like you've
mm,
mentioned, right? Where maybe there's problems with the crops and you're not able to return food to your neighbors in your community, right? How many people in that
mm.
situation decide that their only way out is to kill those around them and themselves as an escape? Or is it more
Yeah,
common that
because
you
that
you
is not
fight
what.
you fight through it, right?
No, that is not what we are known for. No, that's not what we are known for. They
Well, it's
would
not about
rather
what you're
kill
known. It's not about
themselves.
what you're known for. What I'm
Most of
saying,
them.
you said they would kill themselves or
No,
wouldn't.
that's not. We yes,
You
they would
fight
rather
back,
kill
right?
themselves than kill anybody else.
No, no.
Yes.
But I'm saying is like
Some of
it's
them kill themselves,
okay.
kill
Okay.
their.
If I could let me clarify. In the scenario like that suffering that you described, right? When that worst case scenario
Mhm,
happens, how often is it so
mm.
bad that the people in it look at each other and say, better that I just kill myself or kill multiple people and kill myself than to just suffer through a lot. I would imagine that a lot of times people end up dealing with that suffering through a lot of pain and coming together, and just some people will die. But the fact that they have an internal model of the world where they can get past this, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, I would say that for that person is objectively less suffering than what would be given to a person that would result in them going, I can't do this anymore. The only way out is to kill myself, and to even have so much resentment for whatever life has given you that you feel you must take other lives prior to your exit. So that way you can have something meaningful in your life. Because if your life is not, if there's no meaning to your life, then does that not also cause suffering? And how much suffering? Enough to decide not to live your life anymore. So again, don't take what I'm saying personally. I'm not trying to say my suffering is as much or greater than your suffering. All I'm saying is that suffering is suffering. There's no getting around it. Everything could be perfect, suffering would happen. Everything could be hell, that would be suffering. Ultimately, to try and say that, my suffering or this is a challenge or this is privilege, it detaches human nature, right? Because it's still suffering. It's still life, existentialism. And to try and value your suffering over one, you'd have to at least give me like no rates. How many people are killing themselves in that situation as opposed to this situation? Or anything along the lines of, you know, deciding like just the hell with it. There's no hope. And to
All
be
right,
hopeless
so
enough.
let's go to Victoria first, and then we'll let Sven jump in. Victoria, over to you.
What over to me? Yeah, what should I talk about? You didn't ask question.
Inspiration. What inspires you, or who inspires you?
Ins- what inspires me? Who inspires me? The word of God inspires me. Like I said initially, the word of God inspires me, and who inspires me? People who do the right thing, people who think right, people who sympathize over others' pain, people who have human feelings. Those are people who inspire me. People who speak the truth at all times. These are people who inspire me. Hard workers, hard, honest, smart workers. They inspire me. People who thrive in the midst of difficult challenges. They inspire me.
Would you mind giving more like
Who inspires me?
depth with like the like how does the word of God or any of these things inspire you like in a particular way? Like how do they influence you that you then
Okay. Now I'm going to share my one of my challenges in life. I lost my charcoal business about 6 years ago. I lost everything. I lost my home, my cars, everything. And I, as an orphan, I had nobody to help me. So I sat back and I trusted God to see me through. It wasn't easy, but I knew that at some point He's going to step in. So He came in with the idea of me starting to give women voice, create a platform where they can have a voice. So the academy came from that inspiration that God can raise. He said He will lift the poor from the dunghill and place them to sit with kings. That is virtually what God did with us. I started the academy with zero help,
I love this.
0 naira, zero everything, but the only person I had, I said in one room, it was just a seed dropped in my spirit. Start this. And I started a free tech academy, tuition free for women. And they came in. God gave me volunteer teachers, some of the best in
Amazing
the
story.
land and beyond the land. Yes. So they came in and they made this vision speak and stand out. As I speak to you, we started with 50 women. The last session was over 200 women. Some of them were crying on their graduation day. And they thought it was me, but it wasn't me. It was God. It was just God that said, okay, this is your time. Your time has come. Enough of this suffering. Come here, start something. And then that is how it has been. So God has been my greatest inspirator, my backbone, my support system, my father, my mother, my husband, my everything in life. Every time I run to a crossroad, He shows up real big and He will tell me, do this and do this, and you'll come out of it. And I do it. Trust me, it always ends with
I have a
testimony. And
oh sorry
so,
go ahead.
my greatest,
I'll
yeah,
ask you a
my
question.
greatest supporter, inspiration in life is God. The next is people who help humanity, humane people. Those are my
So I have a question.
um,
When it comes
inspiration.
to the inspiration drawn from
Okay.
God, would you, if you could,
Mm.
choose to have removed the suffering? Like if you could make your life so much easier that you didn't need to depend on God, you didn't call on God, and that this seed didn't, come forth because again, it came forth through all that pain. You described a long road of pain before you got that seed, and then seemed like now what we have is a really impactful, meaningful story where you have a lot of confidence built around your going through that suffering. And so now I ask you, like, would you, if
Mm.
you had the choice, give the
Chosen.
would you get rid of all that suffering for yourself and for the future of you know for the future generations, knowing that they'll likely create and do less than you because there's no need.
I would say yes and no, and I'll give you reasons for saying yes and no. Particularly the last one, it's not the first time I'm failing in business. It's not the first time I'm losing money. It's not the first time I'm losing my cars and my houses. It's not the first time. But I would say I wouldn't even blame God. I would blame myself. I would say if I were given a chance to my younger self, and I know my younger self would not even listen because I know how I was in my younger days. I'm going to be 56 by September 23. So I know how headstrong my younger self was. That's why when people say my younger self, I said your younger self would would not listen. Look back on your younger self. He won't listen. But I would say if I had a chance to change some things, I think I would lean more trusting God. But would I change the suffering that I've been through? Oh my goodness, the wisdom that comes from it, I don't think I would want to. I would ask for grace rather to help me scale through those pains
What?
because it was bad.
Yes.
It was terrible. This last one, I had to be in the police station for a lot of reasons that I don't want to go into, but my story is on my LinkedIn page. I had to go through so much pain. Would I change that? Maybe a little bit. But this culminated into making me the woman with depth and wisdom and understanding of what suffering is and how to be empathetic and lean towards people that are going through it and give them my word of counsel, my motivation to make sure they are not alone in that journey because I was alone and nobody should be alone in that moment. So yes and no, I hope I've been able to answer that question.
I would say that based on what you said, if you had to choose just one or the other, you wouldn't remove the suffering, right? Like if I told you, just to remove
No, I
a
would.
little bit of
No, I
it,
would
like
not.
isn't even that impactful. I just hearing
Yes.
it from you, like who and what you are, like what makes you confident, proud, and like when you look back at your life, you're gonna be like, I did what I needed to do, came from the suffering. And recognizing that now, it seems like inspiration is always going to come from suffering. You're running away from something, but towards something else. How do you see the light without understanding the darkness, or know what east is without west? How do you know where to go that's good without having something that's bad? And since there are so many paths to, that don't lead where you want to go, basically there's less paths you can take to get you to a specific point. That means that there's going to be a lot more points that have to tell you like, hey, no, this is the wrong way. This isn't the direction to get to where you want to go. And that suffering is relative, right? If you just want to go and do some little thing, then you get some little suffering. Maybe it's not that big a deal. But if you want to like change the world like Einstein, you might spend 10 years of your life trying to solve a problem that you never solved. But it was in the pursuit of those problems that you made your name for yourself and developed into who you are and ended up coming up with the quote, adversity introduces a man to himself. Or there's another quote, adversity is the first path to truth. Basically experience would life be like if you could just turn down the suffering, be less of everything. All of the good that you see, there'd be less of that. All of the powerful meaning and confidence, there'd be less of everything good.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And to be honest with you, Sven, Anthony, and Victoria, and of course everyone watching, I love where this is going, and I've got so much to share too as well. But Sven, I know you are chomping at the bit, sir, so I'll go to you, and we want to hear what's on your mind right now, sir.
It's quite interesting, that question with the suffering. The longer I live and the more clarity I have about myself, I would say I'd love to change the suffering long before me. Because it's not my suffering.
sorry, before you? I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, long before I was alive. I would have loved to see the suffering change long before I was alive. Because a
So
lot
they'll
of
be
the
born into like an easier world.
that I encountered, the suffering, a lot of the suffering that I encountered was also based on the suffering from previous generations. And I think that's a very important, it's a very important thing to recognize, that, thinking like my suffering is fine. How much do we realize that our suffering also causes the next generation to suffer? Because you asked the question,
I don't think anyone thinks their suffering is fine. If I'm correct, but you were saying like
everybody's.
So if you were to go back and remove the suffering from the previous generations, like how would that impact all of the things that those generations produced to get to this point? To develop a cell phone, to create the light bulb took what, like 1,000 trial and errors before it finally worked. Like there's just random things where suffering is what created it. Like the Wright brothers having everyone tell them they're crazy for trying to, get people into the air, and how much time and energy they put into that. You just think to yourself, is there anything of value that could come from no suffering, and how would that even be? And what would it be worth if it was just free and given to you? That would be like the kid who's got the millionaire parents who will buy him a car when he's 16, and there's nothing to desire, and then they suffer because they lack purpose, they lack direction, they don't know who they are.
Anthony,
Because they
Anthony, you never let me stop. You never let me finish my thought, ever. You need to learn to listen.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to better understand it when you said certain things that didn't align with anything that I've ever seen or heard in my entire life. I just wanted to make sure that I heard correctly,
listen.
and I ran off too much.
It's listening.
So who says
It's
this? Who
listening.
says suffering is okay, though?
Who says that suffering is okay? I don't say that suffering is okay. I think we have life challenges, and yes, if we have an agriculture, to not necessarily have to dig it all up by hand, and at least in the Western world, we can't even generalize that, because in other nations that's still a lot of hard work by hand. I get that we want to kind of create and change our comfort in some sense. I'm fully with that. What I'm talking about is the suffering that just comes from relationships with one another. And it starts with the parents who weren't able to be who they are, simply because my parents were controlled by a system. They were under surveillance by a secret police. They had to create a Truman story kind of environment in which I grew up in, not knowing the reality, not having an idea of the reality. And my parents did it to just keep us as a family unit together. Okay? But the suffering that they went through, not being able to really say who they are, what they believe, not being able to speak loudly, having everything. They had good jobs, good income, good housing. Don't get me wrong. They had everything on the basic needs level that they need. Okay? But they could never be themselves. They could never speak out. And in the end, when the fall of the Berlin Wall happened and my world fell apart and everything I believed in that Truman story tend, just broke and stopped being present. I lost all trust in anyone and anything. I lost trust even in my parents, because I suddenly faced a world of a family that wasn't real to me. I just suddenly had to face a world that I didn't know. Do you really think that's how it should be? Do you really think suffering must be there in order to find myself? I don't think so. The reason how I could find myself.
Oh, sorry.
The reason how I could find myself and how I could really identify had nothing to do with any of those sufferings. Actually, what I've learned was that my value system was already present before I was born. A lot of the values of a lot of what I do today was already things I did when I was 66 years old. I was hyper curious. I asked questions. I tried to see a big picture of the world. When I was 6 years old, adults hated me for it. They left the street. They went inside just because I went outside. I wanted to ask anyone any question. Okay? But the system around me stopped me from doing this. So that I thought when I was in my 20s and 30s, I thought something is wrong with me because I constantly ask questions. I want to explore. I want to look around. I want to break boundaries. I want to push boundaries. I want to look beyond, and I thought like something was wrong with me until about a few years ago, I rediscovered my core value is curiosity. But honestly, I wouldn't have needed any of the suffering to discover this, because my core value was operating when I was a child.
If I could ask a question, I would say, one, it's very difficult to ever parse out and say what you would have accomplished minus the suffering, since it literally it taints every moment of your life from the time you're born up till. You mentioned that suffering doesn't have, like the suffering doesn't have to come from the relationships or the relationship suffering. And I was curious, what suffering, if there is any, doesn't exist due to a relationship, whether or not it's ancestral relationships, it's relationships right here and now, or perceived relationships in the future. Like, is there any suffering that it has nothing to do with relationships or the lack
Yeah,
thereof the relationship? Could you
yeah.
get an
If
example?
there's a storm, if a storm and wrecks your house, that's suffering. It has nothing to do with relationships.
Okay, so like, why do you have a
If
house,
your
and
crop,
what's the problem?
if if your crop is not growing, you will suffer. Has nothing to do with relationships. If you can't
Uh,
buy food, you're suffering. Has nothing to do with relationships.
I guess, but like without the relationships, then the crops, the food, none of that have any meaning. So it's like you're going. Imagine if you were on an island by yourself and you're just going to die. You're not going to have any kids. There's nothing you do influences anybody. So then, if your house gets knocked down, it's like this is like in the Job story where it's like, why not just curse God and die at this point, right? Like if it was purely just the impact it had on him, like why not just end it? And the reason is because there is more to you than there is to the suffering. But what there is to you as this community animal humans is always relationship based, right? It's how we perceive others will perceive us, how we can influence or help them. Ultimately, like there's so much food to be had that, okay, the crops didn't grow over here. I stored some stuff over here, maybe because I plant. There's a lot of things you could do, but it wouldn't have any meaning, I don't think, without the idea of where it goes or what's the reason for it. Like why wake up tomorrow just to poop, eat, and go back to sleep so you can do it until you die? I'd say it has more to do with the relationship impact of your life. Those that led to this moment, those that will precede it, and everything that happens in between through the network effect. Like, how can I be a
I
better
find it.
person if I don't suffer in a conversation and look stupid, right? Or have some desire to go further, especially when it comes to your curiosity. Having the curiosity myself, there's a point at which maybe you learn certain things that will affect you emotionally that you don't yet have the full context to. And if you stop right there prematurely with this incomplete information, you'll end up learning a lot less and becoming maybe the villain in yourself because again you're acting on incomplete information. So there might be a benefit to the increased suffering and its impact on your curiosity, because it's really difficult to, I think, for you to try and argue that your suffering had zero influence on your curiosity, the direction of it, the magnitude of it, or even the time spent, right? Like,
Yeah.
would you say your
Stan, I'd love to
suffering
hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I would say, of course, the suffering kind of opened a world, gave me focus in sense of where my curiosity goes. So I'm not rejecting the idea that I found more clarity through discovering the suffering. That was actually for me, I crashed completely emotionally about a few years ago. I completely fell apart, and 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 I needed to discover that trauma, that there was a trauma even, because I didn't realize, I didn't know that there was one. I didn't feel anything really. For me, it was all fine, um, and and it was actually learning to feel, to actually understand that there's nothing wrong with feeling, that I need to feel, and to listen to those emotions, and that they're highly, highly valuable. I mean, to say a sentence like this,
I could you read that for me? I can't really see. What does that say?
knowing my
Knowing so
value
the is
It's
knowing my
backwards
what's
on the
the
screen.
yeah, it's all yeah, and I'm on my phone too. Knowing my value is knowing my
so it's
what?
so knowing my values is knowing my value. If I know my values, I know what my value is to the world. Um, and I think, yes, the suffering kind of highlighted a lot of this. And the reason why I think we feel emotional pain is when those values get invalidated or threatened. Okay, when I get
Yeah.
misaligned, when something happens that misaligns me to who I am. And I think that's kind of where suffering for me is helpful, because it helps me to go inside and realign. you know, and
Yeah.
realign with my value system. The other thing I think that you know, but the other thing that suffering does to many of us, it actually disconnects us from our hearts. It disconnects us from this true person who we actually are. And
Maybe.
the more we disconnect, and the more mind focused we become, the more we compare. We don't actually discern anymore. We begin to compare. We compare external information. We think in right and wrong. We think in black and white. We do not discern the world anymore in a relational pattern, in a sense of kind of like, okay, this is my value. How can I relate to you? You know?
But
So
my curiosity,
becomes,
how do you have value minus the suffering, right? Like what would your values be in a world where there's no suffering? You woke up and you ate food and my values are just living life and just continuing. Like, you know, our
no,
values are
that's not
like,
true.
I mean, could you think of a value? Could you think of even a couple of
Yeah.
values that would match what we have?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I can tell you exactly what I mean. I don't have to really have big arguments and suffer in my relationship with my wife to be of value to her. Because I am of value to her, because I give something to her, because I'm different.
Well, I'm sorry, you said your
I
values,
complete
right? So
her.
I'm saying like your
Yes.
values, define your
Just a second.
value or something like that. So I'm saying is like, what kind of values would anybody hold that would set them apart in a world that lacked suffering? Whereas to say that if I were to do something, it wouldn't really change your life at all, because if it were to change your life for the better, then that would mean anyone who was without it would be suffering to that magnitude just through the experience of not having what could be. To know that there is better. Every time you create a difference between, you know, just everything being consistent and what you value in yourself, the actions you complete in the world, how do you find meaningful values if you can't look around and think to yourself, I can make this better? And the only way to make something better is to assume that there was a suffering attached, right? Like, or will be, with respect to the discrepancy it creates.
But it doesn't have to be my suffering.
What
The
do you
beautiful
mean by
thing
yours?
is, it doesn't have to be my suffering. What I'm
Could be others,
investing
yeah.
into, what I'm investing into, and how I make a difference in the world, is by making the suffering of others easier, because we all suffer simply because we are all limited. We all have limited abilities, limited possibilities. We can't just do everything. Nobody can. But becoming close together, and this is what I'm trying to say with my wife and me, you know, our relationship, what I always desire from the very beginning our relationship started is, I want her to be different to me. I don't want her to become me. I don't want her to merge. I don't want to base my relationship on compromise.
The values, right?
Because compromise means I have to give up something, she needs to give up something, and in the end, we're both not happy. I wanted both of us to fully live as much as we possibly can into
amplify
who
each
we
other, right?
are. But that means we need each other. Okay, there is something missing in her that I can provide, and the other way around.
I would ask, is a missing part of who and what you are not considered suffering? To know that life could be experienced in a much more heightened level. So you're saying that basically to not have what would be better, by your definition, is not suffering? So I can give someone just the. You wouldn't call it suffering to go without what is best or what's good, like giving a kid candy and then taking it away, or the Job story where he had everything given to him and then it was all taken away. Didn't have the same impact if he had nothing to begin with, and then he had to go through back and forth and try and talk to the man upstairs and say, like, why is this going on? And he had to understand that for you to understand or know something well enough to influence it in others or yourself, you have to literally assume it. I can't help with a perspective that I can't assume, right? Like, how can I get your intuitions or your feelings to align with my beliefs and actions if I can't assume you're suffering? Which then still begs the question, how do you have any sort of value to yourself or the world minus the suffering, right? Like, how can you make my life better if I'm not suffering?
but
If
you're
I'm
not
not
in a
suffering, then I
relationship.
don't care what you do. I'm saying
No,
like if I'm
then
not
you're not.
suffering, then why does it matter what anyone does? But then
But
when you
then you're
suffer for
missing.
not being,
But don't you miss here the very importance of relationship? Yes, we all suffer
that's where it
the
all comes
moment
from.
we are
That's where it all is.
that that we are all suffer when we are disconnected.
How
Every one
so? I
of
mean, like
us.
you can hold your child as they're dying in your arms. You're pretty connected, but or if they're sick or just have a stomach ache. And so I'm suffering because I know my child has a stomach ache, even though we're connected as much as we could be, because I can see the pain in their face and I can experience that pain, empathy, as well as the actual sympathy. So both of those aligned. Like that's connection, yet the suffering is there, right? Like I think it just really comes down to a very fundamental good versus bad, up versus down. And in life, things are either good or bad. And for us to be able to influence it toward good, that has to assume that there was a bad or it will create a bad. To say that, to lose your house is bad, but there was a time when houses didn't exist and you could live in a cave. So how is that considered bad? It's relative. We create the suffering literally through the creation of the opposite of suffering. Again, shadows come from the light, east, west, good, bad, like everything for humans is fundamentally what is versus what isn't. And so for us to have an experience that impacts, well, how do you define the impact? It's either good or bad. If you define it as good, then that means there was some bad. You know, Otherwise, then if there wasn't some bad, then your good has no value. What would it matter if you gave something to the world, but it didn't change how I felt? Because I'm not suffering. You could give it to me. I'm not suffering. If you took it away, I'm still not suffering because there's no suffering. So why did it? I have no value for everything you put your whole life into because without suffering, how could I? Go ahead. That's it.
I would like to jump in here because you guys are bringing a lot of stuff to the table, and I love it, the interaction between you two. But I got to bring this up because, Finn, I know you got a lot to share on this too as well. It's about, to a certain extent, going back to that one book you referred to about man's life of meaning and everything like that. And I
Search for
think
meaning. Yeah.
I forget the guy's name who actually did it, but he actually wrote the book during the Holocaust in and of itself. And for me, we're going into the realm now. We're talking about suffering, and do we attach meaning with that suffering? And I noticed, friend, with you, you're always about conflict to connection. So maybe the connection that we can have here today is, how do we attach suffering to meaning, meaning to connection, connection to inspiration, and everything in between? And I truly believe if all that is there, and which I truly believe, and I said it before, and I'll say it again on these broadcasts, that everything's interconnected to each other. All of it's there. It's just we got to realize it for ourselves anyway, that we can be connected to each other, not in spite of it, but because of it. And it's like you said, Anthony, suffering can not only not be there when you have stuff taken away, but also suffering doesn't necessarily have to be there when someone actually gives something to you, because again, it's the way you perceive it in and of itself. And for me, suffering is just a natural part of the dichotomy of life. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. But because, see, without it, again, I will go back to the the bigger dichotomy too as well. And Shane, like I said, I'd like to get your thoughts here in a second. Is, without success, there's no failure, and without failure, there's no success. When you think about, and what we're talking about today, about who inspires us or what inspires us, inspiration can't be its own kind of amalgam to such an extent to where it's only that one thing, and it doesn't really interconnect to anything else. Inspiration is so interconnected to other things because it is connected to meaning, it is connected to suffering. Because, like you said, Anthony, sometimes the suffering does push us to a direction that either we have to choose that we want to go or we don't. But we're kind of bumped in that kind of direction, but we have to choose to do it, because if we don't choose it, then we don't go to where we want to go. We don't get inspired the way we should be inspired, because again, I'm a firm believer that choice is the ultimate path to freedom. But when we're going, like I said, when you're talking about meaning and suffering, that's what really just got into my head now, and everything like that. And I truly believe, and I've heard this before, that life is meaningless by very design. It's without meaning, and I don't believe in that, because I truly believe there's a lot of meaning that we have in life, not only of like you said, Anthony, earlier, about music or even a story being shared. There's meaning behind that, and we attach that each and every single time. That's just the way of the human condition. And if we are conditioned to be inspired, how do we do it from that place of looking at life from a meaningless lens or a meaningful lens, or from a place of non-suffering or suffering, and get to that place that we can do it from not being one of conflict, but if we are in conflict, how do we do it from a place that gets that conflict to connection and get us into a better place that we can not only learn what we should learn and know what we should know, but maybe be inspired by those people we may not even know that we're going to be inspired by, because again, we just let things happen for what they are. And really, again, I truly believe it comes from the very deep meaning of, more importantly, about who we really are. And if we really don't even know who we really are, it's like what you said, Anthony. Do I just want to get up, eat, sleep, go back to bed? That's it. That's it. That's all I have, and everything like that. But see, I truly believe deep down inside in each and every single one of us, there is that thing, whether to be right or wrong in our lives. And I'm not discriminating into this. There's a right way to do things or a wrong way. It's just what really works for us in that given moment in time. We just recognize that there is something there that says, hey, you can go this way or you can go that way, but you have to choose which way you go. But also what we choose to as well, gentlemen, is how not only we interpret it, but also how we use it and how we implement it to everyone else to such a degree we understand, again, the pathway to clarity for each and every single one of us. And again, not everyone will see as clearly as we do ourselves. And that's why when you have conversations that not only matter, like the one we're having today, that we just let people just show up for who they really are. And if we are in that place of we don't know this, we don't know that, then we have to ask a simple question. Why do you feel that way? Why do you believe suffering is the path to success? Or why isn't suffering not the path to success? Or whatever that might be. And I truly believe you guys are bringing a lot of good points into this. But then again, I really recognize at the end of the day, the way that we can really not only be inspired by one another, but more importantly, really connect with one another, is just let people be who they are. We don't have to put people in a box or label them and say you only are this thing today and that's it and that's that. Because when you start putting people in a labeling kind of dynamic or putting people in a box, then you get to a point, it's like what you said before, Sven, and hopefully you have that thing on the ready about the how everything is interconnected on your live stream that we had the other day. And you talk about if one part of your body is not connected to the other part, you just become disconnected. And I truly believe, gentlemen, we got to go beyond, again, of the problems and or the obstacles that's been given to us in such a way. And Sven, you have really nailed the nail on the head, so to speak, that a lot of the obstacles that we have come through in life, to a large degree, hasn't been generational in scope for a lot of us. But then there's a lot of us that had, gone through that generational kind of dynamic where there was a system in place that kind of suppressed you to a certain extent, but maybe because again that suppression was there, you said to yourself, even at 6 years old, Sven, I want to learn more. I want to be more. I want to go into this place. And people said no to that because either they were afraid, they just didn't know what they knew, and everything in between. So I truly believe what we're going down deeper, we're getting into really the nitty gritty here, gentlemen. And this is what this conversation is really all about. We really want to get to know how we can take the minutia of life and use it to our benefit, to each and every single one of us, not only how to be inspired, but how we can listen to one another, how we can learn from one another, how we can grow and thrive with each other, and just start from there. So Sven, I'll take it over to you, sir.
So you said something very interesting about letting each other be who they are, and I think that's just a start, but it's not moving anything. What we really need is we need to be connected. Okay, and the interesting thing of that letting others be who they are. If you think this is a string, okay, like a guitar string, if you make it like this and it's loose, it won't make a sound. Our connection won't mean much, okay? If it's like this and it has the right tension, it's gonna make a sound. And that's kind of where the difference is between us. Have a tension. It becomes, in a sense, in relationships, you always see this as a difficulty. I don't see it as a difficulty anymore. For me, that's tension, and that's healthy. That needs to be there. Otherwise, there isn't a sound. There's nothing coming. But if you go too far, if you stretch the tension too far, it will basically rip, and that's suffering. And I think,
you'll suffer,
and I think that the interesting thing. And you suffer when there's not enough tension, and you suffer when there's too much tension.
Exactly.
And it's
Find the
interesting
balance.
because, for me, when I talk about harmony, I tell people like harmony is actually tuned conflict. Harmony is not the absence of conflict. In music, one tone isn't a harmony. A harmony is conflicting frequencies that harmonize with each other, so they meet on a regular basis. On a graph, so
consistency.
There's a consistency that sounds great, that creates a space, but most of the time those frequencies are actually in competition. They're actually apart from each other. They even go in different directions, and
intentionally too, which is great.
And it's tuned. If the instrument is not tuned properly, then it sounds like nobody wants to listen to this. It's just weird, okay? But if it's tuned and it's played well, then all of us want to listen to it. And we find the same principles everywhere. Your car won't move if your tire has too much friction. And your car will never stop if your tire has too little friction.
Something simpler. If you try to put the same instructions on the left pedal that you have on the right pedal for a bike, if you push down on both of them at the same, it's not going to work. And it's the same thing. What makes it a harmony is that while they diverge, again, like you said, there's going to be a temporal consistency, points where there's an understanding of an alignment, and that comes through, discussions and better understanding the meaning behind purpose and what that means for people, I think, right? And just to be clear, I don't think that like excessive, just to turn up the suffering, then you're going to turn up the quality. It's like fuel mixture for an engine. If you put too much fuel in, you run rich, you waste, and it causes problems. You want to have that right air to fuel ratio, the right amount of suffering for the right amount of development for that individual or individuals in that situation. But to decide that you would like to remove suffering, even remember, like what you said before, trying to remove suffering adds suffering, but then when you remove it, you're taking away the challenge. It's like if you bought a video game and you wanted to play it on the hardest difficulty, but they took that away. You could only play on the easiest one where you literally can't lose. Now there's no excitement. What's the point of playing this level or upgrading this if it has no value without the suffering? So I think recognizing that there are different people out there that, the level of suffering that one person is going to need in order to just feel like their life is worth living may be so much that it would break another person and cause them to lose their mind. But to try and take one person and put them in the other person's situation doesn't improve their life. You are meant for what it is that calls to you. And if you ignore it, then you lessen yourself. So it's not about avoiding the suffering, but taking it on willingly, challenge, not letting it push you back when you know what you're doing is right. This is the Jesus Christ narrative, recognizing that he's going to suffer for his beliefs. He's going to put himself into circumstances where it's going to be a lot of conflict, but he knows what he believes, and the impact is more meaningful than the suffering of the moment. So you carry on, and you carry on happily, proudly, leave your name behind and the impact on the world. Again, none of that happens without adequate suffering. What that looks like, well, that depends on the person, circumstances.
And thank you so much for that, Anthony. I greatly appreciate you. And I see we have Daniela here. Good morning, Daniela.
Hey, sorry for being so late.
No, that's all right. No worries. And Sven, thank you so much for joining us today, sir. We greatly appreciate you. We'll see you on the next broadcast. Thank you so much, sir. We greatly appreciate it. All right. Thank you. So, Daniela, what we're talking about today is what or who inspires you. So I would love to hear from you, Daniela, of who or what, or it could be both, who inspires you.
I have multiple people who inspire me. Some of them still in my life, some of them partly in my life, but still impacting my decisions, even though we're not in daily contact. But it's different people and different things who inspire me. Right now, my biggest inspiration besides my mother is that English friend of mine I mentioned to you a couple of times before.
Yeah.
Because as we are both linguists, and he showed me a completely different perspective on languages, and he showed me a completely different perspective when looking at disability and at the possibilities of how I can be beneficial for society without suffering. Because most people who see a teacher in me, the main line always was, you need to come out of your comfort zone to be able to be beneficial to others.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to hit on this at one time or another, and this is no better time of doing that. And I know Anthony will really love to dive into this. So we kind of talked about it in the relevance to suffering. And suffering to a large degree, Daniela, it is about the comfort zone to my point of view into that, because I truly believe that's what suffering in that kind of dichotomy it really is, to at least to me. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I know a lot of people will see suffering and out of your comfort zone being two different things, and I can understand that too as well. But since we're talking about getting out of your comfort zone and getting into inspiration, how has that worked in your life to where getting out of your comfort zone not only maybe have led into inspiration, but maybe started it, maybe it facilitated? How did that look like to you?
Actually, for me, it's exactly the other way around, because everyone was pushing me out of my comfort zone to that extent that I had lost myself.
Okay.
I had sometimes partly, sometimes completely lost my identity, because I started writing poetry before I could even speak English properly. I started writing in English. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
I was, what, 16 and a half, something like that? And I started learning English properly a week before my 16th birthday. And by the end of that year, I had written 10 good quality poems. And I loved that. And it was fulfilling me, but everyone was telling me, with just 10 poems, you are not a poet. And without a degree in English, or at least some kind of certificate, no one's going to take you seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Bam. One dream crashed.
Right.
Then I got my certificates in English. I started helping out friends in different languages, in different fields. And I volunteered for my ex-boyfriend. He loved my creativity, but he killed it. He killed it because, everyone's talking about work-life balance. No one's talking about work creativity balance.
Mm-hmm.
Work-life balance for most people keeps they keep saying it's the balance between work and family. For me, family at that point wasn't important. I've created my own group of friends whom I actually call family, because many of them are closer to me than my biological family. But the thing was that everyone was telling me you can only be good if you go out of your comfort zone. John, instead of pushing me out of my comfort zone and killing my creativity, opened my heart, let me start writing again. And then he started trying to find out what helps me, what heals me, what brings my creativity back. And he's expanding my comfort zone from the inside out.
Mm-hmm.
He helped me to learn to set my boundaries so that I'm not hurting anyone, but that I can sort of protect my boundaries, and I can say, okay, you want me to do this? Fine, I'm ready to give you what you need, but give me the space and time to do it my way. And the same moment they give me the space and time to do it my way, and they see the result, they go like, wow, you're able to do this? And I say, yeah, of course, because when I can open up, when no one is judging me, when no one is pushing me into a corner, it's a different story.
Like 100%, if I could like cut in, I feel like what you described, them saying, pushing you out of your comfort zone, they weren't pushing you to leave your comfort zone. They were pushing you into their comfort zone. These are the things that I'm familiar and comfortable with. If you could change yourself to align with that, then that would be you leaving. But leaving your comfort zone is just basically realizing that you can learn or be or do more than you have right now to grow yourself into a more capable person. So like learning language, doing anything that's developing yourself is by nature leaving a comfort zone where you could live your life with what you know and never need to grow anymore, never need to do anymore. And and
Fun
that's what a lot of people
because
like to do.
for me, the way I can give you a good example with me and French. I started learning French at the age of 27. After a year, my teacher, who was one of my closest friends, suddenly passed away. I broke down to the point that I couldn't even hear the language without bursting into tears and just shutting down. My current inspiration was that John just told me, you know what? Your English is so good, you're close to native, but if you want to enhance it, French would be a good help. And I was like, okay, never looked at it that way. And he just said, okay, try it. And he was checking on me every week during our lesson. The first question was, how are you doing? How are you doing physically? How are you doing emotionally? And how far did you get with French? And that was it. He wasn't pushing me like you need to do this or you need to do that. And when he could feel that I'm not immediately starting to cry when I hear the word French, he started asking me like, what influences of other languages do you see in it? How far do you see an influence of French in the English language? Do you see any other connections? And he started looking at it scientifically. And I went like, my goodness, I've never looked at a language this way. And it completely changed my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, it doesn't hurt. I can still keep my feelings for my late friend, and it's not immediately painful. It doesn't hurt like I'm doing something that is far beyond my mental capacity. And people around me, like it started with my mom, she went like, "Are you nuts? Doing your sixth language?" And I go like,
I don't think people understand how much you had to go through with your disability. And so for you, like, it's probably a lot more normal to take on challenges that others would just, well, they'd leave. And then so for them, getting outside their comfort zone is to just do what everyone's telling them to do, but never really having to solve problems to allow themselves to fit in the world. And so that, I think just that in itself is a huge benefit, because you really can't
Yeah.
you can't trade that into someone where they're willing and just able to pick up and find new challenges to grow themselves constantly, because so many people are just quick to want life to be easy and hand it to them. They want to give up on everything. No one wants to go out of their way to be better if they don't have to be. But that's life when it's too easy.
Wow, thanks. This is a wonderful description that sometimes I describe it similarly when people ask me like, I'm a chronic pain patient, but have never done anything significant about it, because I was always afraid that if I would get my pain treated to the point that it isn't there, that I would lose a big part of my mental abilities. So I'm used to sort of suffering. And it's normal. And then when somebody starts asking, and I go like, yeah, but the price of losing my pain would be much higher, because I don't want to be a veggie laying in bed without pain, but without feelings, without my creativity, without my daily language games with my mom, that we start talking in the morning and he starts rhyming in one language and then we switch to another and this and that. So, and many people see that as something special. For me, that's my daily life. And the wonderful thing with this friend of mine that is inspiring me right now, he looks at language from a different angle, but has the same kind of creativity. And he's the first person. I always had artists around me, musicians, painters, and one of my closest friends is a musician, and yet we don't have the same rhythm. With John, I send him my old poems. He looks at them and he goes like, okay, for whom did you write these? And I go like, how can you see that they are written for a specific person? And he goes, I can feel it. And he starts reading my poems and I go like, I had goosebumps all over, because he read them exactly at my rhythm. And I'm like, how is this possible?
That's humans. Like there's a lot of research that's shown that humans together while watching a movie or listening to media, whatever, your blinking rates will start to synchronize. There'll be specific points where people will and won't blink. Your heart rate will start to synchronize. And women are aware of how their cycles will synchronize just from spending a lot of time with each other.
Yep.
And it's I feel like for the regular person, because of how limited their perspective on life is, sometimes you give them an example of what you chose with your pain, where it's like, if I could give you a life that you'd live to be 200 years old, you wouldn't experience any pain, but you existed inside of a closet basically with an IV and you didn't ever get to leave that closet. Well, to hell with that, right? Most people would accept some amount of pain, suffering, or whatever, a shorter life, if it meant that they could have more experience. But I think people don't equate personal development to personal experience. They don't realize that the more you, yeah, exactly. And so I think they're limiting themselves through that.
Wow.
What's your thoughts on that, Daniela?
Yeah. I have realized, thanks to my current experiences, where I have been limiting myself and where I have let other people limit me. And some of the things I can't turn back the time to be able to change them. Some of the things I can change them going forward. But yeah, when people, it's just like when I say that, I couldn't do university and I still don't see a way how to do it here in Slovakia. And for years, I was suffering because I went like, yeah, without a university degree, I'm worth nothing. And without a university degree, I can't give people what I know, what I have. And now, when I'm looking back at what I've been through over the past 10, 15 years, I'm deeply grateful, because I've met two people who are so special and where I'm 100% sure that if I would have gone the normal path, if I would have taken a degree at university and all that, I would never have met them.
Yeah.
On top of all that, imagine just you spend 4 or 8 years or however long, and instead of spending it just pursuing the meaningful things to you and developing your poetry and being more of who you are, you spent that doing stuff that other people told you to do simply to do it. And so for 4 years of your life, you regress basically. You're no longer developing yourself. You're just a robot outputting what everyone else is doing, how everyone else is doing it. So you can get the piece of paper. Then now you've got it, and they're like, well, now you should do it again, get some certifications, and now you should do this. And none of that is you developing you. It's just robotic regurgitation of information. It doesn't that does nothing but put you in a cookie cutter. It basically takes off all your value. Everything that you could uniquely have provided through that 4 years of experience has been stolen, traded for a piece of paper that, well, anybody who has the time and energy can get that. So how does that make them special?
Yeah, you are so right. It's so wonderful how you expressed it, because that is exactly when because I didn't go to high school at the usual age, and I took my high school diploma in an evening school for adults. And when I look back after getting that bloody piece of paper, I went like, yeah, socially it made me grow, but I actually learned more outside school than at school, because it just the interaction with other people expanded my horizon, and I started Googling things, and I started looking for things that I was interested in outside school.
Yeah, I mean, we don't live life so that way we can get better at doing school. The whole idea is school is supposed to prepare you for the world, but what prepares you for the world better than just being in and part of the world? You know, like trying to make it accredited and putting all these rigid checklists and requirements. All you're doing is making it further and further and further from what reality is. Reality is anything but that. Reality is figuring out things on the spot, interacting with people, recognizing what you don't have and what you do need, and where to go find it, and how to differentiate. All these parts of discovering yourself in the world, that you don't do that in school. It's sit down in a row, you go through at the same time, you take the test at the same time. It's basically completely the opposite of what a human is. It's like training a bird to walk on their legs and never fly. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for naming it this way, because actually I've learned more from a language chat where we've been multiple cultures, multiple languages, and little things like a friend of mine explaining an English phrase to another Dutch friend of mine, and she didn't get it. And I told him, like, you need to give her an example that she can relate to. And I gave him the idea, and he goes like, my goodness, how did you come to this? And I went like, I know you well enough to know your cultural influences, and I know her basic culture well enough because she's Dutch and I sort of feel half Dutch, even though genetically I'm not. So I'm looking for something that can connect you two. I'm not looking for the differences. The differences are fun to discuss when you already know you can trust each other, when you already know that where you have similar values, then you can just joke around about the differences. But, first thing you need to do, whether it's teaching someone a language or a culture or whatever, find the one thing you have in common.
And,
We all want
and
happiness
I
in
love the
life.
way you articulate it that way. And Anthony, I'll let you jump in here in a second. But this stood out to me as you said, that one thing. That one thing, I truly believe Daniela and Anthony could be the stepping stone into something much larger if we just allow it to be there. And here's what I mean by that is, Anthony, going back to what you said about just even getting a piece of paper saying that you've got a degree or a PhD or anything like that, fundamentally, we're living a human experience. And if we are living a human experience, how can we take that experience and just be inspired for what is? And the way we can do that is, and I've said this many times and I'll say it again, we don't have to live in the need of or in the order to of world that we have been kind of led to believe that we have to. It's like with you, Daniela, you didn't have to get a degree to literally actually get you where you want to go. You actually had two people that you knew, like, and trusted, and they kind of nudged you on the way to say, hey, maybe what about this? And like you said with him, he only asked you those 3 questions and that was it and everything. And sometimes those are the greatest places of inspiration that can come from, because when you don't get people into a place of, number one, overwhelm and overload, which they're literally the same thing to a large degree, with the saying in different words. But we get into a place, again, like you said before, Anthony, about how you feel in that given moment in time. And when you feel like you do feel like you're overwhelmed and you do feel like you're overloaded and you're about ready to pull your hair out on every single thing, the next thing you know, then you're going to end up saying, well, what do I do now? How do I get there? And see, again, I will go back to what I fundamentally believe. And I wish Finn was still here, because he had a great analogy about tension and using it from a napkin perspective and relative connectivity.
Yeah, the guitar string.
And you got to understand that there's natural laws at play. There's a natural law of connectivity. There's a natural law of disconnect. There's a natural law of frequency and everything in between. All that's there. And by no means, by any stretch of the imagination, am I a scientist, first and foremost. But I just truly know that everything has not only a place in life, but also has a reason behind it. It's like I've said many times at jobs that I've been at. I said it in this kind of context. I just say everything has a thing and everything has a place.
Yeah.
So when you look at it in that kind of context, even when it comes to not only who inspires you, but what inspires you, you just got to look maybe from we talked about it earlier, from the objective lens and maybe the subjective lens and everything like that. But maybe when we just let all that go and we just say, hey, we just take everything in for what it is, and we recognize what works best for us in that given moment in time, that's the thing, or things could be, that can lead us not only into inspiration, but having hope, having faith, having a vision, knowing your calling, knowing that vision, having that pathway to clarity. And again, like we said earlier, no one's going to end up knowing what you know and why you have the clarity that you do, because if people are so unclear of what you're clear on, you just have to ask them, well, why do you feel like you got to go down this path? And for some people, and I'm not speaking for everybody on this planet, but for me, I'm a firm believer that there's many ways and past that's before us. We just got to choose which one works. Or we got to understand and maybe even embrace, again, not only the power of the pivot, but the power of change. Because change is going to be that constant. Because again, if that tree falls down in the middle of the road on that rainy day, what do we do with that tree? Do we just let it sit there and keeps us from going to our destination? Or do we actually find a way to go either through the tree, over the tree, around the tree? Because even when we were kids on the playground, we've always just said, hey, we just can do this and just do that and just be done with it. And I truly believe, Daniela and Anthony, when we truly embrace the power of life in the power and gift of inspiration, curiosity, amazement, wonderment, and everything, literally just accept life for what it is, then when we start attaching meaning and a vision and a calling in our lives, we can do it not only in just one way, but in multiple ways, and we can convey it in a way. Then again, I said this to Anthony before, and I'll say it on this broadcast today. I just truly believe that there's two people that we kind of cater to in life or even in business today, is that they are the high level people. They got to dot the I's, cross the T's. They even got to read a damn fine print on every single thing. That's just who they are. And that's nothing bad about that. There's nothing wrong with them. That's just, again, who they are. But then also there are those people who get everything from a place of simplicity. And when you really think about it, even what we're talking about today, when it comes to who inspires you or even what inspires us, I actually believe it can come from that place of simplicity. Even though we recognize that life is complex enough as it is, and that in and of itself is just the way it is. But when we start taking the complexities out of life and saying, what is this to me? And why is this here? And we start deciphering it. And like you said before earlier in the call, Anthony, about the matrix, it is real, ladies and gentlemen. There is a world out there that we think that we know, and when in reality we really don't know, because we've been led to believe we're living this life when in fact we can actually lead a completely different other one. But again, we got to have our hearts and minds be open and receptive to that new, I won't say it's a new reality, because maybe it's already there, we just don't see it. The reality is there, we just got to be open and to receive it. It's about it's again, it's almost like going back, because I know Anthony touched on it when it comes to even to a certain degree of religion. And I'm not trying to be religious here or anything like that, but I'm going to take it to this next step of having hope and faith. We think hope and faith is not real, but when really in reality they really are. Because if we didn't have hope or faith, then how do we gain inspiration? How do we give inspiration? How do we show up to inspiration? All that matters. It really does. And see, for me, Daniela and Anthony, I just truly believe, again, everything has a place and every place has a thing. And then once we start realizing that, and we can articulate it in a very simple and understandable way of why do we do what we do. And again, like I said before on this program, and I'll say it again, the better question to ask is not what you do, is who are you? And then once you know who you are, then other people will start understanding who you are through not only through the gift of invitation, but through the gift of consistency, the gift of showing up, the gift of just allowing things to be versus what they are not. Because then once you start putting things in the minutia of they have to be this way, or in order for me to do X, Y, and Z, this is what must show up. And when in fact it doesn't have to be that way. Because see, if you make it harder on yourself, sometimes it will go and maybe show others it can create a disconnect. And again, it's like with you, Daniela. For you to know 4 languages, I can't even remotely even do that. Not even remotely close. I wish I could, but there's just no way in hell that I can be able to know 4 languages. I'm not saying I couldn't do it, but I'm just saying I just know what I know. But
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean and yet my experience is a bit different because I used to say that I can never learn maths and that I can't do this and I can't do that. And now, since I got inspired, I dare to do things where I'm not sure of the outcome.
right,
Languages for me are the safe place. The only language until now that I have started and not mastered yet is Hebrew.
that's tough, I'm sure.
Because the writing is completely different. You have like 3 different versions of vowels and consonants depending on whether they are at the start of the word, in the middle of the word, or at the end of the word.
Yeah.
I feel stupid when it comes to Hebrew, but I'm still trying from time to time. Like, has something changed? Because funny things like that, you know that I'm legally blind on one side.
Right.
But I was told that because I didn't train my eye when I was younger, that it will never get better. Guess what? John calmed me down. I'm sleeping better. Suddenly, that bloody eye, which didn't work for 40 plus years, starts like it's not working properly, but it does do something.
Right.
So it's rewiring my brain because for people without disabilities and right-handed people without disabilities, it is logical to, when you're listening to a text and reading it at the same time, it's easier for you to remember it. For me, being left-handed, being legally blind on my right eye, that used to work until I was like 14. And after that, I couldn't do things like that. John tells me, just try it. First time I did, started feeling sick. But the moment I realized, like, okay, this is not like feeling sick like it's impossible. This is my brain fighting me because I'm actually forcing my 44-year-old brain to rewire.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And when I managed to like do it for half an hour and not feel sick after it, I was like, what else can I do which I never had the guts to try if I could do this?
Right.
So it sort of opened me up to a million other things as well.
I love that, Daniela, and I got to go to Anthony on this because it just hit me like a ton of bricks when you're talking about rewiring your brain. And it came to me in this kind of context. It's literally the question that we should ask right now is, Anthony, should we as people even probably either reimagine or reinterpret it or even rewire our brain to how we even receive not only inspiration, but maybe even how we even give it?
I mean, yes, depending on, I mean, but if it's how effective are you, right? Like if this is a part of, which is, I mean, in my situation, it's still obviously in development. So then as I go through improvement, there's going to be, a certain amount of rewiring, the neurons that fire together, wire together. So there's going to be a certain amount of myelination. I think people maybe don't think about basically like if your brain isn't rewiring itself, that simply means it's not acquiring any more useful information. You're not growing anymore. So, the question is, do you want to evolve? Do you want to improve? Then yeah, you should definitely look about rewiring your brain through. But it's not easy. The older you are, the more difficult it becomes. I mean, great example with literally being sick from having that experience. And it just shows you how strong the desire is for our bodies to keep us in a comfortable place where we try and hide from our ignorances. We don't need to do it if all these little things that we try to make our lives easier just makes us weaker and less capable. And so, but it's what it is isn't for everyone. There's going to be some people who just whether it's biological or whatever, they just are opposed to any sort of conflict. They just want everything to be the same forever, even though it can't be. So they suffer from that. But it just comes down: do you want to develop yourself? Then yeah.
Your thoughts on that, Daniela?
Yeah, I also always thought like, yeah, I love personal growth, and I used to read stuff, and I'm very much into psychology, medicine, marketing, you name it. But the same moment each of the fields became challenging, I needed to take a break. But being in the health situation I have been when John came into my life, like people say that some people come into your life for a reason, for a season, or for a lifetime. At first, when we started talking and when we started comparing our health situation and the fact that we're 23 years apart, I panicked. I thought because the first thing when we started out, when I contacted him, it was about being able to make a difference between using British English and using American English, and having control over when my accent changes and which kind of words I'm using when. And it started with those magical 3 questions. We've discovered that we're both poets. He's a writer. He gave me his works. I read it, and I immediately started proofreading his stuff without even thinking about it. I'm such a perfectionist that I could feel him in it, and I went like, yeah, but he misspelled this one, and maybe what he meant was that, and that's where it started.
Mm-hmm.
So the entire plan I had changed, and we started talking about our health very openly. Like, I addressed something, and I made him realize, like, my goodness, maybe if I change the same thing, my life can get better. And I go like, okay, I didn't want to change you, but if sharing my experience helps you, I will gladly do, because I care about you and I don't want to lose you. I've lost too many people to either illness or circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to lose you. And if I can help you that way, nice. And it gave me hope. It gave me hope that I didn't have anymore. And
Yeah.
I started dreaming about working, about even traveling, even, you know, things that I thought would never ever be possible again. So it's like it starts with one thing and it can develop into a million other things, and it can change your life in a completely different direction than what you ever wanted, what you ever thought, what you ever dreamt of in first place.
Right, right. I love that. I love that. But also, what came up for me as you were sharing there, Daniela, is something that was really, 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 really deep and meaningful to me. And I'm sure to a lot of us who is watching right now live on YouTube and also on LinkedIn. And we've gone to this dichotomy probably for far too long, and we've heard it from a lot of people. Is the question then becomes, even when it comes to how do we inspire people and how do we receive inspiration, is this very question is like, how does it's almost like I said that question, do do we choose progress over perfection? And for me, for a lot of years, I had to have everything perfect. It had to be done a certain way. It had to be said a certain way. It had to show up to me in a certain way. And I always got caught up in the minutia in the very, very complexities of every little single thing they could say it had to kind of line up. And I understand alignment is a big part of our lives. I recognize as such. We all want to end up aligning with something or someone because of this, that, and the other, and we all do that.
Yeah.
But it was probably 15 years ago when I said I'm willing to let all that go because I knew, number one, I'm not perfect. Because if I was truly perfect, I only would know what I would need to know. I only would know the book to success, the book of life, the book of failure, the book of I would know everything. And that's when I said I don't have to live in my life in this way anymore. I don't have to do it.
Yeah.
And for me, when it comes down to what we're talking about today, about who or what inspires us, is maybe we can let go that pursuit of perfection to receive that gift of inspiration from someone or something or both. Because for me, I'm a firm believer in this, and I've said it on these broadcasts before, and I'll say it again. I'm willing to let everything go to have it come all back. And you know why? Because the more that I am willing to let it go and just let it be for what it is, and just let that sit there, I don't have to be instantly gratified of the return in and of itself, because we've been taught and led to believe that when we give something, we must, at that given point in time or in a very short amount of time, that we have to get something in return in that very moment, when in fact we don't. And the more that I thought about it, Daniela and Anthony, even when it comes into relevance, also when it comes to even inspiration, I just let inspiration just come as it is, and when it does, I don't put a a box on top of it and say you can't be inspired by what other people see. That's why I love having conversations that could just go wherever it goes, because I understand some people have to be led in this certain way, that the conversation can only be this and that's it.
Yeah.
I can't do that, dude. Because if I start doing that, and it's only in that one linear kind of direction, and if someone wants to say this about something and it's kind of maybe off tangent, then you're kind of missing. I won't say missing out, but that's the only way that I can frame it.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're literally not receiving the potential, again, inspiration from somebody, that somebody shares something that comes to them in that instantaneous moment in time, because we tell people you got to live in the now. But if we are trying to live in the now, and then when we are in the now, we want to say something in the now, and then we say, oh, you can't say that here now, we got to save this for a later day.
Yeah.
There's just no way that we can do that. And for me, I know understand the dichotomy that you got to take a conversation and kind of steer it in the way that it's really meant to kind of steer up more opportunity in conversation. And some people have to say you only have to stay within that relative term or dichotomy of what's being said. But I have to, again, look no further than what I'm never going to become this guy, but I hope to God that maybe in the conversations that we have here, maybe can turn into that. And I will go to, again, a big inspiration for me comes from none other than Joe Rogan. And the reason why is because he's very intentional of getting to know who people really are. And that's why his podcast is the number one podcast on this planet, because he keeps it open-ended, open for everyone. And yes, they may have a specific topic in mind, but he doesn't take people to where he doesn't want them to go. But he said this many times on his podcast too as well, that he kind of leads them back in. Because it's almost like when you're fishing, when you put out a rod and reel and you put that line in for a fish to catch the bait.
Yeah.
When they catch it, they'll run from you because they want to take the bait. Absolutely. Yes. That's the human dichotomy of running away from something and everything like that. But if you capture that person's interest in that given moment in time and they're still running away with the conversation, there's a way that you can still bring it back into what you're talking about without, number one, disenfranchising them or making them feel bad for what they even said and why they said it, and still not make them feel like they're part of the conversation. You're basically putting them in that proverbial box. But for me, I can't do that no longer. I can't. I've tried to do that. That's just not who I am. But I just truly believe if you just keep the conversation growing and flowing on whatever topic that might be, you just let that be. Now, mind you, there are some times, yes, that the structure is very important. I understand that. I recognize that. And that's really good. It's really good to have a structure even within a conversational kind of context, or when you're doing a leadership training or a course or an agenda for a meeting. All that's all understandable. I totally get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But to really reach humanity at the very core of what we share, which is that very humanity, and when we are talking about who or what inspires us, maybe it's time, Daniela and Anthony, that we are saying to each other, we're just going to take this and take it for what it is and everything like that. And we'll just take it for what it is. I'm not going to read too much into it. I'm not going to belittle somebody else's viewpoint on whatever that might be, but I'm just going to take it as it is. I might perceive it completely different at the time, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But again, it's about recognizing. All right. So, Anthony, I know you got to head out, but I want to get your thoughts before you have to go, sir.
Well, I was more curious when it comes to taking people for who they are and what they say, and not trying to give any more, just taking it as it is. That like, where's the line between that and like understanding, to ask questions to see how, because maybe they say something and for me it's like I was following you, but then the logic was lost. And then when you ask the question, there's a lot of times where maybe someone hasn't really thought of an answer to that question or thought of that question before. And so then they sometimes want to filibuster or like avoid answering it. And so it can seem like maybe you're trying to change them or attack them, but in reality it's a balance between helping, understand the discrepancy between like what I understand and what they're saying, and
Yeah.
just what it is that they're trying to give.
I hear you on that. And that's why I love the way you articulate things, because you do it in a way, it doesn't only capture my attention, Anthony, it really brings context into, again, for me at least, that pathway to clarity. But for me, the way that I can answer that is just simply just taking it for what it is and not playing anything else more into it than what it is. Because again, if we let perception dictate what we say or what we do when that particular thing occurs, or what is even said at that particular point in time, then we lose sight, maybe in one way, shape, matter, or form. I'm not saying all of us do this, but what I am saying is maybe when we do ask a very simple question, it's like, why do you feel this way? Why do you think this way? And just let that be. Again, I will go back to that great video from Julia Darr about having constructive conversations that are so rooted in curiosity. Because I'm very curious, Anthony, of what people not only know, but also what I can learn from them because of what they know. And when we understand the two dichotomies of people that we have to understand that's in life, again, the high level people, they have to dot the I's, cross the T's, and read the damn fine print on every single thing. That's just who they are. But then again, there's also those people that get life for what it is and they get things from a place of simplicity. We kind of have to work in that dichotomy, that we have to be the conduit, maybe, or even the translators between both. We got to really recognize as such. Or we surround ourselves with people who can actually be those conduits that actually can cater to both sides. Because when you say something to one person, they might get a completely different. It's like you, Anthony, and I know you've seen this before. It's like when someone sees an accident happen right before them, and there's, let's say, three of us here. What's going to happen, Anthony? Three different versions of the same thing will occur, will it not?
Yeah, definitely. I think sometimes what I recognize as more of the concern in this moment is when somebody has a belief and they have the belief that staked on, an assumption, and maybe that belief doesn't need to have that assumption to be the case, but a lot of times that assumption is something that they've just accepted to be, the case or truth because it feels good or it feels like it fits. But then when you ask them a question about their assumption, like for example, the suffering is relational, right? And then to go and ask, well, then what would be a non-relational suffering? Kind of, I think, opened his mind up to a different aspect of it that he didn't really think about. As with the other woman that we were talking to earlier, where, the desire is like to minimize suffering, but then when you have her talk about it, she realized right away, it's like, well, all of my value and confidence are attached to suffering. So then now, how do you go from there? And so some people
Right.
handle it differently than others, where some will potentially maybe avoid the question or make like a statement and then maybe just kind of become long-winded without actually addressing it. And then so sometimes it's like I get the urge to just like, let's just disconnect this right now so that we can better understand where the conversation is going. Because it's like if I say something and I'm waiting on a response and the response is completely off to the left, you know, and I was going to the right, how do we continue the conversation? You just accept them for what they have to give and just go, thank you for that response that didn't really address the thing. Or do you try to address the thing knowing that, well, it's gonna feel not so good for those who aren't familiar with the challenge in their life.
Right.
Like being forced to learn another language that makes you sick. You know, but the difference is when you choose it for yourself, I guess, versus accepting it.
Right.
I find that difficult for me. I also find the difficulty between the line. There's a line between perfection and improvement.
Yeah.
You know, and growth. Like when do you stop and when do you know, it's kind of hard.
And I'm starting to see that line just now because, you know, it's also a question about the values you get from home, the values you're raised with. Some people just become stuck in those values and never question the values themselves
Mm-hmm.
and never question the execution of the values you've been instilled with.
Mm-hmm.
And I, thanks to my Dutch friend, whom I consider my brother, even though he's almost not in my life anymore. On the base, we have very similar values because he's fully Jewish. I have a drop of Jewish blood, and even though I'm not converted, I do feel Jewish. But I had to halfway hide it because my grandma wanted me to be Christian. I never felt Christian. I always felt spiritual, and I was looking for a way in between. Couldn't find it. The same moment my grandma died. On one hand, yes, I suffered. I had to write the pain out with writing a poem for her. There's that. But on the other hand, I went like, yeah, okay, now she's watching me from above and she can't do anything about it. And I feel Jewish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. And based on that, a friend put me together with my Dutch brother and we started out perfectly. And then he goes like, my goodness, we're 80 years apart. I grew up in the Netherlands in a completely Jewish home. You grew up in Slovakia in a Christian home with partly Jewish values. And how is it possible that I start a sentence and you finish it and you have exactly the same values and you understand me and you're not, sorry for the word, bitching at me for telling my girlfriend that she's not raising her son the right way. I said, well, we have the same values and we would find that like he's spoiled when you tell me what she let him do and that she bitched at you instead of telling him that is not right what he did. And you know, on that, we've been absolutely on the same page. But then, at one point, he wanted me to do something for him, business-wise. And I went like, I'm not able to do this because I've been taught by my mother, if you are not willing to give it at least 100%, don't even start on it. And for him, he went like, progress is more important than perfection. And first, after he left my life, and first after John came in, and I see how you can do progress and be successful without perfection, it opened my eyes, and I was like, oh, but this is something I never even took into consideration. And this is something that can also be beautiful. And the way how I perceived my mother's values, if John wouldn't have stepped into my life, I wouldn't even have the slightest idea that this is possible and that this can be positive.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, Anthony, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to be here with us today. And I know you got to get going, but I greatly appreciate you, brother. And we'll talk soon. And thank you for your time.
All right,
All right,
sounds
thank
good.
you, sir.
Thank you.
But
Have a good day.
But Daniela, I have to be completely honest though with you and everyone watching, is that maybe we just let life happen. And the more that we let life happen for us rather than to us, especially when people say that you have to do this or you don't do that, or this is the wrong thing or this is the right way, and all that kind of stuff that we get into, maybe we don't have to go down that road anymore. And for me, at least, Daniela, I've come to find out that I get more out of life by just living it the way that I know how I can. Does that necessarily mean that I can't learn from life and learn from others and listen to life and listen to others? But then again, if I just listen enough intently through intention and inspiration and with impact in mind, and then allow others to do the very same thing too as well, just let them be who they are.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have them be something, number one, that they're not, and then number two, not allowing them to embrace their gifts, their talents, and everything in between. Because once I let that start getting in the way of connecting with people, again, we've done this since the beginning of time. We said that when we share what we love and share what we do, or even share the places we want to go, we've always done this thing in a two-sided kind of dichotomy. We share the greatest place you want to go eat at. Go to this place. Great steak. This is where you got to go. It's a must, and everything like that. But then again, we go on the other side of the dichotomy and we say, whatever you do, don't go see this movie. It sucks. It is the worst thing you've ever seen. Don't go it, and everything like that. We've done that because, again, by very design, Daniela, we were born to share things in and of itself. It's already there.
Yeah.
But what we share and how we share it, for me at least, it matters in the way that we do it. And here's why.
Yeah.
You can share something that you love and share your mission, your passion, your purpose, your vision, even the way you probably show up to inspiration with people. But you can just do it in a way that it's not done in a certain way. It's just what works at the given moment in time. And for me, at least, I've now realized, like I said, over 15 years ago, when I just let everything go, I said, this is the way I'm going to lead my life now. I'm going to do that from that place of intention, inspiration, and of impact. And that's the way I'm going to do things moving forward. It's not gone as the way probably maybe I've hoped, or I won't say into a place of regret. And I know people are probably thinking about this today, but see, regret, when you really think about it, comes from a place of reflection. And it gets to that dichotomy, though, Daniela, of the coulda, woulda, shoulda. Or I could have done this, or I could have said that, or I could have shown up better in this way, and
Yeah.
which we all have done. We all have.
Yeah.
But I again have to be completely honest. For a lot of years, I did feel like that I had regret, that I could have
Same
said
here.
something better, I could have been shown better, or I could have had all these litany of things.
Yeah,
But
same here. Exactly the same here. And I actually have a good one on giving people what you love and sometimes overwhelming them. I have
Right.
a very, very good example for that. My ex-boyfriend and my Dutch brother, I
Uh-huh.
forced both of them to learn a language for me because I could see their talent, and I didn't take the time to double check if they really wanted it. I didn't check whether they when they were doing it, whether it would be beneficial to them. What counted for me was the point, like, you have talent for this and it will help our communication. And I wasn't looking at how they feel about it, whether they are people pleasers and they are doing it just to make me happy or out of respect towards me or whatever. And now, in this deep friendship with John, it's a completely different story.
Right.
I started being curious about the language combination he has besides English, and I kind of felt guilty for exploring those languages without telling him. And I went like, don't worry, I'm not trying to copy you. I'm just interested because I want to understand where you're coming from, because sometimes you will compare things to experiences you had that I will never have, that are based on the language, or where the language is sort of bridge between that experience of yours and what you want to teach me. So that's that side of it. And the other side of it was that, yeah, it would be handy for me to teach him German because he has the talent, he has the linguistic logic. But this time, I stopped myself and I went like, how good is your German? And he goes, not good, because German was forbidden in our family because my mother had a very nasty experience from World War II. And my reaction this time was, okay, if you ever need something in German, or if you ever decide that you want to learn it, I'm here for you, but I'm not forcing you. Let's look into something that is more natural for you, and where I'm able to learn that from you besides just English, because we're growing not just in one language, we're starting to mix our languages together and our language experiences together and learning like that. And it's a completely different feeling. And I never would have thought how far that extends my inner freedom.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I love that. And when you think about inner freedom, the way you show that to people is not only just as important to you, but also it can be just as important to others, even in the way that you show up to people, because maybe your inner freedom can be actually the outer freedom you want to show people that they can achieve and do. And for me, that's a great thing. And I'm a firm believer that when you just show up as who you are and you don't set no preconditions on anything and everything, you just say, this is what it's going to be. Let come what may, whatever happens. Because, see, you can't control not only what other people think, but also how other people show up, how other people do what they do. You can't control that. But what you can do, though, with it is how you not only react and respond to that and show up to that opportunity in and of itself, but it's the way you actually go about it. Because, again, I will go back to what John C. Maxwell says in his great book, The 21 Year Laws of Leadership. Leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. It's not a title, it's not a rank, it's not even a position. It's influence. And the best way that we can influence people is maybe, and this is just me talking, is maybe, it's just like I've said it to people on these programs before, and I'll say it again. I say to people this: the best sale that we could ever do in business or even in life itself is the one we never have to do. And that ties into influence very, very well, because the best way that we can influence people is we influence them in a way, most often than not, they don't even know they're being influenced.
Yeah.
Maybe they do actually recognizing, hey, Danielle is bringing up a good point about German here. Maybe I need to ask her a little bit more questions. So people are cognizant about that.
Yeah.
But then again, they're not being shoved down their throat of what you say about German and why you say about German. You just say, hey, this is what German's all to me. This is what it looks like to me. This is what actually how you can write German better, how you can speak it better, anything like that. But then again, you're just not forcing the issue.
Yeah.
And that's the same kind of dichotomy that we do in everything else in life. If you start forcing things to people, or even the ways that you approach things, people are going to have that pushback. People, again, going to what you said about being uncomfortable in the way of the things that really was uncomfortable to you at the time. And the way you can probably avoid that or have that less likely that dichotomy to occur is you do it in a way that, again, you put enough out there to them that they, again, are not being kind of pushed away or told that they must do things and this, that, and the other. But it's like with your friend, he told you 3 little things, 3 questions, and that's it. And that's all he put out there. He didn't, like I said, bang you over the head, say, you must do this in German, you must do this in French, you must do this in Slovakia or whatever. You just literally just let it be. And I truly believe the more that we start really being cognizant on that we really flip the dichotomy or flip the script, so to speak, to how we approach people. How do we approach a conversation, and even how we even approach the questions that we do ask? Because again, I'll go back to that great video from God, I just said her name earlier, and I just had a brain fart. Julia Dar. When I was going to say earlier, and I should have said it then, but I'll say it now, is in her great video, having to have constructive conversations so rooted in curiosity, she brings up 3 key points. Number one, that you can take the conversation as a climbing wall for all involved, and to not only create more opportunities in and of itself there within, but you can create more questions. You might even get more answers into it, but you do it from that place and space of curiosity in and of itself. And then number 2, she even says that if you let the climbing wall be there, then you can go to that next place in space. In fact, you know what? I'm even going to get that video. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get that video because that was just a powerful one. So let me go there. But I want to hear your thoughts about how we can connect from a place of conversation, Danielle. And I want to hear your thoughts right now while I'm looking up that video.
You know, the thing is, for me, is that for years, I thought that if I just learn another person's language, I will understand their values. But it's not always like that.
Mm-hmm.
There are different levels of curiosity. And one thing is the basic culture where language is a part of. But another thing is values, and another thing is life experience. And what I have a problem with sometimes is when some people go about life experience in the way like saying like, okay, I'm 20 years older, so I have more life experience than you do. And I said, well, how many surgeries did you have in life? And that person goes, none. And I go like, okay, I had 7 surgeries before even turning 13. So the hell, how can you say you have more life experience on that side? You have no idea how things work. And that's something, you know, I love it when people are open and when they say, you know, when people are going to extremes, like they are a certain age, they have their own values, and they want to be so modern, they want to be so in that they deny their own values. That's a no-go for me. But I love it when people are curious and when they go like, okay, I'm that and that much older, but how did you perceive this? Or, okay, I've been through this. Have you had that experience? How did it shape you? This is how it shaped me. And the same moment we share our experiences in the same field, we can still learn from each other. And someone who felt before meeting me that they can only give and they can't receive from someone who's younger. And they all of a sudden go like, the hell? How is this possible? How can you express things this way at your age? Or how is it possible that even though you grew up in a completely different part of the world, in a completely different family with completely different values, and you still have enough general love for humanity and love for your counterpart, even without knowing them well, to be open towards my pain and not laugh at it, but say, okay, it's there. Can I help you to ease that pain? Do you want to have that pain eased in a way different than numbing it with medication? If so, if I can do something for you, be my guest. If not, we stop that conversation, but we don't need to judge each other.
Right. And as you see here, I found the video and the snapshot from it is what Julia Dar said. And like I said, it's been so long, I forgot what it came down to, but it came down to these three key points. Is number one, choose curiosity over clash. That's a big one. Because more often than not, we try to choose that clash each and every single time because we want to be right, or we want to one up somebody, or we want to put them in their place, or whatever the case may be in and of itself. But then number two, she says that, like I said, see the conversation as a climbing wall with changing perspectives in and of itself, because sometimes when we start learning perspective and really understanding what other people think and why they even think it, and we don't put it in that kind of right and wrong dichotomy, and we just seek not only the curiosity in it, but also seek the understanding in it, and just let that be, that's a beautiful thing. And then number three, she brings to the table is maybe at the end of the day, we can all be rooted in common purpose. And that for me is a big thing, because when we are all literally in common purpose with each other, and we do that in a way that creates connection, and it's done through intention, inspiration, and an impact in mind. Because when you really think about it, if we're not really truly curious about one another, we can say everything and anything under the sun, but if it doesn't land on someone's mind and someone's heart, it's going to go like what my mother said at a very young age to me. She's like, you can say anything and everything to somebody. It can go in one ear and out the other. But the trick is for them to get it in one ear and let it sit there in their brain for a minute and make them think, what if this could be done? What about that? Or even, again, ask that very simple question. Why? Why do you feel this way? Why do you believe this? So whatever the case may be. So I truly believe a conversation does matter. But then again, it can offer up so much when we just let the conversation go wherever we want to go. And like I said earlier, I know structure is a big thing, but the way you can even have a structure or even a foundation in and of itself is maybe you had that foundation built. Again, it's like what Sven had on his shirt today. He's like, knowing who I am is knowing my values, because knowing me is knowing my value. Is when you really know what you are actually worth in this life, right here, right now, and what you bring to the table right here, right now, to me, that is one of the most critical, I won't say the most important things, because there are some things on a different level scale of importance, because we play that dichotomy each and every single day of our lives. So we put things in order of importance. We all done that. And again, when we recognize what's important to us at a given moment in time, that's what we understand at that moment in time. And yes, again, when we are wanting something for our lives, even for our friends, for our family, or organizations, the people this it's in our care that we are in charge of, um, we just got to recognize first and foremost how we show up to them is a big critical thing. Because if you're, again, not willing to show up, whether it be in your leadership or in your followership or anything in between, or even just recognizing that you just want to show up just to be a human being, again, what you say and what you do may go in one person's ear and out the other, because if they don't resonate with it, they don't understand it, they don't care about it, whatever the case may be, then what's going to end up happening is you will probably lose sight, or maybe even lose focus of what really matters, not only to you, but more importantly, what really matters to other people. Because for me, Daniela, I'm a firm believer, if I could put my place in a place of secondarity, that, like I said, what I value and what I need and what I want in life, truly and really, in reality, for me at least, and I could be completely wrong, comes secondarily to what matters most to Daniela, and here's why. I know, in that great example of when the airplane goes down, you got to put your gas mask on first, and you got to do that before you help anybody else. Absolutely, we got to help ourselves out first, unequivocally. I understand that. But when you recognize that first and foremost, and you know that that's something that you kind of have to do to a certain extent in and of itself, then when you place yourself in a place of secondarity, that you come second to Daniela or Anthony or Keith or Tom or Bob or whoever, you put yourself second to them, people will start realizing, wait a minute, why is he putting himself second to me when he should be putting himself first? Now we may play this dichotomy in our heads, that why is he putting or she putting herself second to me versus where he or she should actually put themselves first. And I'm sure that goes through our mind each and every single day. But for me, though, with Daniela, that's a big sign of servant leadership. It's answering that call of service. And for me, at least, when people recognize and understand, I am taking care of me first, without a doubt, and they understand that, but they are knowing and seeing full well each and every single day, the way I show up is I'm doing it not to further my end of the goal, or I'm only out for myself, or whatever the case may be. I'm just only looking out for me. But when they say and see that I'm actually projecting out into the world that what I do for Danielle matters more to me than what I do for me, I'm a firm believer, Daniela, the greatest inspiration that could come from any one person on this planet is when you are so selfish for other people that in the grand scheme of things, what ends up happening is you become more unselfish for yourself, because when you put the focus on others, it helps you grow internally to such an extent you can learn what you should learn, know what you should know, and lead the way that your life can be led in a completely different way for what you've been told by either your parents, your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, the people at work who are technically that boss, not necessarily a leader, but when you totally reframe your life in that kind of way, it reshapes it and redefines it in so many great ways. It's hard to even fathom and imagine what you can do with it. But then again, by just accepting that could be the way you can lead your life, I truly believe it's a transformational gift.
Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely is. That for me is the idea of being a teacher without having a teacher's degree, and that I never felt like I'm a teacher. And the same moment I started teaching a friend's daughter, and she went like, wow, how is it possible that I have so much fun with you and that you understand what I need and what I want to reach beyond what my teachers understand and what my parents understand. But that is because I'm listening and I'm trying to give people what they need. I'm trying to, especially when I'm teaching languages, and even linguists very often don't understand this, that I'm not teaching languages the usual way, but I'm trying to let people keep their own language, keep their own way of expressing themselves in the new language. Because that is also what I was always missing when I was trying to do courses, when learning my own languages. For me, I live every single of my languages. When I start learning a language, I don't start the usual way, like the simplest sentences and all that. No, I want to be able to say the things that I would naturally say correctly in that language, in that cultural context. And you know, it's crazy because like I've watched webinars from various linguists, from Slovakia, from other places, and everyone gives you a framework on how you should start and how you should plan it out and how you should do this or that. My system is completely different. Very often I do the same things, but the order of how I do them is completely different.
Nice. And
Like for example, when learning a new language, the first thing I do is I listen to the radio and I start and I'm trying to intuitively find out where a sentence starts and ends and where a word starts and ends.
right.
And first, when I understand that, then I get a textbook and start learning vocabulary and then building up grammar that way. I'm learning naturally like a child would learn their mother tongue.
Nice. And see, again, for me, Daniela, and I don't know why that the stream has ended on LinkedIn, but I'll put a link. So I'm a firm believer that when you just let people into your life, and to me, a big thing for me at least, and for those who are not watching this on LinkedIn, please check out the first three or 4 hours of the LinkedIn broadcast, and I will make sure that you get caught up with the YouTube version, and I'll put that on our LinkedIn post. But for me, though, Daniela, it's about allowing acceptance, and here's why. Acceptance, for me at least, does play a big part in inspiration in so many ways, and really in no uncertain way, actually. Because when we start accepting things for what could be and can be versus what it isn't, or if it's in a dichotomy of it has to be the right way, or it's the wrong way, and we played that tit for tat kind of thing,
Yeah.
it really takes a lot out of you, not only mentally and maybe even physically, but also it drains your, I want to say, your everything from you to a certain degree.
Yeah.
It will deplete your passion for it, deplete your curiosity of what could be done next. It can do so much, and for me at least, when you allow others just to show up as they are and who they are, you don't have to play that dichotomy of they must only say these things to get to this place. No, you don't. You don't have to play. Again, going to back what I said about structure. I know structure is a big thing. I understand that. I recognize it as such. But then again, I'm now been a firm believer that sometimes if you have too much structure, where can the curiosity come from? Where
Yeah.
can the inspiration come from? Where can the power of what if come from? Because if we do those things,
You choke yourself with
Yeah.
your own structure.
yeah, you do. It's there. And then the question becomes, Daniela, is why do we do that?
In my life, I did because I was raised as a people pleaser, and I realized too late.
Yeah. So I'm just sharing the YouTube stream onto our audience on LinkedIn and say, hey, watch the stream here. So I'm gotta let people know that they can watch the stream here
Yeah.
on YouTube, because for some odd reason or another it stopped the stream. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We can choke ourselves in so many ways. Catch the live stream here. Alrighty. Linked. Cut off the feed. So hopefully everyone will come to the stream. But yeah, I just, like I said, I'm a firm believer that you just accept it, and see, there's also that dichotomy too as well, that you don't have to accept it, which I get to as well. You don't have to accept this, that, and the other. or
Yeah.
you don't have to accept one thing or another, and I get that. But maybe through the power of acceptance leads into the power of understanding. And once you start understanding why things are being said the way they are being said, and what's being shown up for you in that given moment in time, then that changes everything in and of itself.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm a big firm believer into that, because when you just show everything to people, and I granted, I know we can't show everything to everyone, because we do tend to hide things from people, because again, we put a mask on to let people see what they don't need to see, and it's one of those kind of quirky things. But for
Yeah.
me, I've learned to let go of that mask,
Same here.
because for me, the mask doesn't define me. It's who I am
Right.
that defines me.
Yeah, exactly.
And for me, when I allow others to do the very same, that for me is a big, 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 big thing. Because when we allow people not to have a preconceived idea of things, or preconditioning of this or preconditioning of that, we just let them just come into it and just let them choose on their own which way they go. Then I
Yeah.
truly believe it just opens up a whole litany of things that we can be inspired by.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So, what's been going through your mind on today's conversation about what or who inspires you? What's been going through your mind today?
Uh, you know, mostly gratitude.
Yeah.
Gratitude for uh, the fact that I've survived all my physically difficult moments. Gratitude for not giving up. Gratitude for people who didn't give up on me when it would have been tons easier to just say, okay, uh, there's no way to change this situation. I'm giving up. And at the same time, I'm also grateful to those who left my path but didn't leave it completely, like my Dutch chosen brother, because he still can see what I'm doing on Facebook. He still can see what I'm doing on LinkedIn. He just decided to step away. And I have realized quite recently that he was one of those who was fascinated by my creativity and was at the same time holding me back from being creative. But we both didn't know that it's him, because being that much of a people pleaser and caring that much about him as I did, I still do.
Right.
I still do. And the same moment he would come back into my life, I would do just as much for him as I used to, but I would set my boundaries and I would say, okay, this is what I'm willing to do for you. This is what I'm able to do for you. And if you overstep this boundary, I need to show consequences. but it's not that I want to harm you or hurt you. It's just self-protection at the point of my physical health. Because I was so focused on giving that I didn't even check if he wanted what I was giving.
Right.
And now I would double check or triple check to see whether what I'm giving is worthy for him. That's one thing. But the other thing is that when I started learning about self-worth, I only saw it from the financial point of view in a job position. But I never looked at it, and now I do, from the point of view, like, what other kinds of self-worth are there? And setting your own boundaries and saying, okay, I want to do my best for you, but I'm not willing to sacrifice my health. And I'm not willing to do something that goes completely against my beliefs if I know that the chance of bringing you success by going against my own values is so little that it would harm me more than how much it would help you.
Right.
And that is a level of self-worth that I think many people don't see or underestimate.
Right. And that's another thing, Daniela. Why? I think that's the question that we need to ask is why do we underestimate people in the first place? Why do we even do that?
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's on many different levels, because even with not just with skills and knowledge, but even when you look at it much further into racism or differences in religions, when people don't understand someone who comes from a different racial background, you have a couple of options on how to go about it and how to react to it. And some people are so afraid or so self-centered or centered around their own values that they lose that sense of curiosity, and they think like, yeah, okay, he's coming from a different type of household based on their race, based on their culture, and they go like, yeah, because I grew up in a richer household or had a better school education, or what, I'm better. It's not always like that.
Right.
It's very often not like that, and actually more often not like that than how it is. You know, sometimes, because I always had friends from many different cultural backgrounds and many different racial backgrounds. And I don't see myself as the typical white person. And sometimes it surprises me how people do look at me that way. And I go like, okay, that's surprising. Why do you think so? And like little things like the way how differently people with a disability are treated in the US compared to Europe. Even that can give a different perspective. That, for example, someone who had never anything to do with someone from Europe with a disability, they tend to think that in Europe it's the same like in the US, that you have other rights and you have the right to have everything accessible, like building accessibility and all that. Yeah, by law, it is almost the same in Europe by now. But in real life, it's not the same, by far not. And it's fun to discuss it with my American friends. And when they all of a sudden realize, like, okay, I thought that you are expecting this because this is how I see what disabled people are getting in my place. And I go like, no, I'm not expecting it at all because I grew up differently. And, another thing is being seen as a disabled person on the outside, or that linguistic difference between being a disabled person or a person with a disability. I see myself as a person with a disability because, yes, it does affect me, but it doesn't define me. And I'm
Right.
not one of those proud disabled people who show off their disability like a superpower. In some ways, my disability is a superpower, and I see it now because I had to learn patience at a very young age. And that can be a superpower.
It is.
But I never looked at it that way because that's how I grew up. And, now I'm sort of connecting the dots between what are my superpowers. And yes, for some of them, I'm sort of thankful to my disability because without it, I probably wouldn't have them. But if you ask me if I would want to trade that superpower in for the ability to dance without people staring at me or things like that, I would immediately say yes.
Well, see, that's why I truly believe, again, assumption kills a lot in each and every single one of us. Because if we start assuming that just because they look different than us, they don't have an arm, they don't have a leg, they can't see, they can't hear, whatever the case may be, everyone on this planet has been given gifts in and of itself. It's already there. And why, for the life of me, we've actually said disabilities as long as we have, it's just beyond me. Why? I mean, we can see with me, and a little inside baseball about Chris again, is for many years, I was diagnosed with 3 learning impairments. I was, of course, had a speech impediment from probably since birth to about, I want to say, to about when I was 6 or 7. I had a speech impediment far worse than Mel Tillis, and he's a country western singer here in the United States. Could sing a tune like no other, but when he talked, he just talked in gibberish and you couldn't understand him because that's
Yeah.
just the way he was. But then with me, going back to me again, I was also diagnosed with a learning curve impairment that I had to learn things in a certain way, and then I had a mental impairment too as well, to where if I felt like I was ganged upon, and in no certain way, but in so many different ways actually, that I felt like I was being kind of, like I said, in that kind of gang mentality. I literally would just shut down, and I wouldn't know what to do, or I would lash out, go off on the other end of that, and everything. And for me, what I ended up having to do is there was, and this is not in my story on LinkedIn, um, because I don't want to make it all about me. But today, I think it's when we're talking about the gift of inspiration in and of itself. I truly believe this could be an inspiration to a lot of people, because it's what shows up for me right now. When I was probably 4 to 5 years old, um, my parents didn't know what they could do with me. They just thought to a point that we don't know how to control our kid. We just really don't know. And it could have even been when I was 5 or 6, either way. But I was really, really, really young. So what they ended up doing is they took me to the University of Florida Shands Hospital, and they had a wing dedicated for kids who had mental things going on in their lives, and they literally institutionalized me at Shands Hospital for at least a year or 6 months to something to that effect, because I was literally counseled day after day, and I had to go to school for a certain amount of time and all that, and it really helped me change my life for a little while. It really did, because it really helped me get focused, even though I didn't know what focus was at that early age, but it really did bring me to focus. But then moving forward in my life, about 1983, my maternal mother, who was 33 at the time, was not living her best life at all. She just recently got divorced by my stepfather, living alone, taking care of a kid and all that kind of stuff. So, to make a long story short, she ran with the wrong crowd, got into drugs and alcohol, and she's been probably doing that for many years before that, anyways, and everything. But what ended up happening one day is that she took a 32 caliber gun, got in a car with somebody who I didn't even know, and everything. And I won't go into the other details that I could tell you about, because it's not about those kind of details. But what I want to share with you guys today is she killed herself for whatever rhyme or reason. She didn't feel like that she could go on living. And I really took that hard. And of course, yet again, I was going off the deep end, and my parents said, well, we got to do something for Chris before he really goes off and does something. So I got institutionalized yet again at probably age 10. And what was the tipping point for me into that is when I saw a picture of Jesus on the wall, and it went from a picture of Jesus to a picture of blood just literally just dripping down and just changed right before my eyes. That's when I really, I went off the deep end and everything like that. But through everything that I went through, it's like what Anthony said earlier about suffering. If it wasn't for all those struggles that I had in my life, I probably wouldn't be where I am today.
Yeah.
Again, I just truly believe, Daniela, everything happens for a reason. Even though we may not realize it, may not even understand it, may not even know it's even there, but it's there.
Yeah.
We just, again, have to just accept it for what it is versus what it's not. Look to the good side of everything.
Yeah.
And for me, at least, is that I've now come to realize that I don't have to look to the negative side of what happened. I can really look to the positive of what happened and why it did. Granted,
Yeah.
everyone has gone through life in a way that, again, the old adage, I hate to be cliche here, but to a certain degree, it's true that bad things happen to good people, and good people have great things happen to them. But then again, also bad things happen not only to those bad people, but also good things happen to bad people. So all
Yeah.
that's there. So
Yeah.
how do you show up to that? You know? And it's a bit, again, it's about understanding your place and space within life in and of itself. Because if you let those things define you for the rest of your life, you always will be in that zero sum kind of game that you only will be defined about you as institutionalized because you are just like your mother, or you'll be institutionalized because you are just like your father, or you're like an alcoholic or a sex addict,
Yeah.
whatever the case may be. You will start labeling those very people for the very things that either other people have done, and you think that they're going to go down that same path, when in fact you really don't know. But again, we assume that that's where they're going to go. But see,
Yeah.
for me, I had to let all that go, Daniela, and I said I would never go down that road again.
Yeah. Wonderful. So at least all the pain you've been through, all the hardship you've been through, taught you the most valuable lesson, why and how you can be open, curious, and non-judgmental, which is
Yeah,
wonderful.
yeah, it has. And when you really think about it, again, like I said earlier, and I'll say it again, I look at life happening for me, not to me.
Yeah.
Because if I have life always happening to me, even at 5 or 6 or at age 10, I could have played the victim card in and of itself and play that victim and say, oh, woe is me, feel sorry for me, pity me, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I could have went down that road. I could have just let that play out the way it was meant to play out, and I could have gone down that path. And it
Yeah.
forever it would have changed my destiny. It probably could have. But I chose a different path because, again, I chose a different path to freedom. Even though at age 5 or 6, or even at 10, I probably didn't know what I was really doing. But in a I want
Yeah.
to say in a state of being way, I kind of knew. I did not.
Yeah.
I didn't articulate it in the way that I really wanted to at that point, but I kind of know because, again, I just recognize when you're in a state of being, you're literally going from one journey to the next. Your journey
Yeah.
doesn't stop when you climb the mountain and then reach the summit and you say, "Oh, I've reached the mountain. I'm at the top. Yay!" It doesn't stop there because again, you have to ask yourself two questions. Number one, how do I get down?
Yeah.
And number two, do I still keep going? Because you gotta
Yeah.
find out either way. Because if you want to take another journey, you still have to take another journey about getting back down the mountain, getting back down to base camp, or saying, hey, do I even want to go further and see more and everything like that.
Yeah.
So either way, you still gotta find that
Well,
out.
when going back down, should I take the same path that led me up, or should I choose a different path down?
That's a good way to see it. Absolutely. And see, that could be also the dichotomy of even of the things that come before us that we don't even know that's coming. So when something comes before us, Daniela, and we don't see it coming until it actually hits us front and center at that given moment in time, again, we don't know what we don't know until we actually know what we know. And then
Yes.
even when you take that step forward into that much larger world of whatever that might be, you really don't know the next step after that. And yet,
Yeah.
it's like what I was saying to Anthony and to Sven earlier before you got on. Is I believe this is a great question to ask, and this has been on my mind for days now. It's like, who defines clarity? Does
Yes.
clarity be defined by what other people say it is or isn't, or is
Yeah.
it defined by what you say it is or isn't for you? Because again, when you know what you want to do and how you want to get there, people are going to question you regardless of what comes after that and everything like that. They say, "Oh, you can't do this because of ABC or 1, 2, 3 or whatever," because again, they only know what they know, and they
Yeah.
all and then they they kind of play this kind of mind game and say, "Oh my God, the only way Daniela will be best for this is I got to put what I would do into her brain and say, this is what's going to be best for you." So it's almost like, I know this a progressive commercial that's here in the United States, and I don't know if you ever saw it, but there's one that's out there to where it's on a football field, and there's this guy that comes down who plays the father in the commercial, and there's a guy, and then they're all about progressive. So he's in his little progressive kind of get up, but he's got a pads on, a helmet on, and everything like that. And he says to the guy playing his son, he's like, "Son, don't let me down, because this is your dream. This is what you're meant to do." And one of the players out on the field say, "Come on, Jimmy, we got to win the game." And he looks at him, then comes and looks at his father. He said, "No, Dad, I am not living my dream. I'm living your dream. This
Yeah.
is not my dream." So he raises his helmet, runs off the field, and that's the end of the commercial. And
Yeah.
I truly believe we have done that in so many ways, even from a place of leadership and business, even
Yeah.
into our own family dynamics. We kind of say, this is what Daniela is meant for. This is what they should do. This
Yeah.
is where I put them in. When in fact, it can be a complete opposite 180 of where you really want to go.
Yeah.
And why we do that, I will never know. But see, I can't do that. And see, I used to be a crew trainer for over 3.5 years of my very first job.
Mm-hmm.
And what I realized is, I say, hey, this is the framework, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do. This is everything from A to Z. But you guys are going to have to decipher how you implement it, number one. And then number two, how do you retain the information that I share with you? Now, mind you, what I did, and I probably will still do to this day when we start training people to our human development arm here at Bring Humanity Together is what
Yeah.
we'll do is say, hey, did you ever think about having the structure in this kind of way? It's almost like a living and breathing kind of organism. You just not have it be so rigid, but you do have a structure in place, but you keep it very exciting and inviting to learn more each and every single day. And
Yeah.
and I was talking to a lady about 8 or 9 months ago. She's like, Chris, her name is Georgia Day, by the way. She said, Chris, well, how do you train people in what you do and how you do things from the organizational blueprint that's there or the structure that is there? I was like, I go by the structure, but I do it in my own unique way, number one. I just
Yeah.
put that out there like, hey, this is the way I train. This is what works best for me. This is the way I can convey the materials and the execution in this kind of way. Because if you start doing one thing one way, and again, we've heard that before. Oh, we've been doing this for over 100 years and it's worked. Well,
Yeah.
it may have worked for 100 years, but you got another 100 years coming up. So what do you do for the next 100 years? You're going to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect that different result and have that very definition of insanity hit you back in the face? No, I wouldn't want that and everything like that. But what I told Georgia, though, what I did when I was training people is I would start on one thing, in one way, and then next thing you know, I'll say, hey, if I see them, they're picking up really good on something, I give them a choice. I say, hey, do you want to do this today or do you want to learn something a little bit different and we'll come back to this?
Yeah.
And a lot of people said, I want to learn a little something new today. Let's do a little something different. So what I did is I literally, I won't say at random, it was really intentional, but it may have been random to them. But I said, let's do this today. And then tomorrow I say, let's do this one today. But what I would always do though, is I would always go back to where they originally were. And then I kind of put it in their brains. Oh, this is interconnected to what this is on this process or this project or whatever. And they start tying things together.
Uh-huh.
And I just truly believe that's a great gift to do because some people do have that lost in translation kind of thing because then they're going to end up saying, if you start from this point and you take all these other points in context, the thing then becomes, well, why do you do this? And why do you do that? Why does this process matter more than this? And you get in that dichotomy. But if you do things in a bite-sized chunk kind of dynamic, you give them in that kind of thing to where if that question does show up in that one bite-sized chunk, they can sit on that and kind of let that marinate in their head and say, wait a minute, if I'm going to learn this new thing tomorrow, and this is what Chris is going to throw at me tomorrow, and I can see the tie-in with that, they're going to end up saying, wait a minute, now since I've learned this and I've asked this question on this, then the question then becomes, how does this tie into that? And then that's when you start really enriching the conversation and say, hey, this is how this ties in. And then when you start doing that, even from a group dynamic setting, when you get more perspectives into the conversation, they can end up saying, wait a minute, now I see what Shelly is saying. I see what Patricia is saying. And now I'm seeing the whole worldview for what it is.
Yeah. I absolutely get you because I am realizing since my perspective has changed, it's not just beneficial to me in the sense of learning languages and probably teaching languages, but it's also that it made me understand people's reactions from the past because it made me think in a different way because it made me think about their feelings, their experiences, instead of just reacting to the situation. or reacting to the experience I had with that person. But it made me think, like, for example, my Dutch chosen brother. I've watched because I'm that much into comparing cultural differences in English, like how Americans go about business communication, how British people do it, and what I'm used in German and all that. And all of a sudden, I watched that video from an English guy, a teacher who has been a teacher for 15 years and taught people from many different countries. And he did a video about how business communication works in British English. And I watched it and I was like, okay, everything is logical. But what do I find strange? My Dutch brother, even though his English wasn't at my level, he uses the British business communication structure in his native language, in Dutch. So of course I didn't understand everything he did, because I didn't expect that kind of reaction in connection with that language.
Yep. And see,
And it shocked me in a way, because I thought that I'm open-minded enough and filled with cultural knowledge enough to be able to identify these things. And all of a sudden I went like, the hell? You know that saying that goes that the more you know, the more aware you are of what you don't know.
mhm.
And that moment last night was a moment like that. I went like, the hell? Why is this? Like, I felt like an idiot, and it almost physically hurt, because that's another thing why our deep connection got a crack in it, because I thought I was open-minded enough, and now I see that I wasn't, and that I didn't ask for things the right way. Because one thing is, when your counterpart is communicating less than what you are used to, which also was the case between us. But the other thing is that probably if I would have asked the right question, I would have gotten him to the point of telling me, like, this is how I do it, because what is important to me is this. But because I didn't know how to ask, I gave him the feeling that I'm not respecting him. And he gave me the feeling that I am doing my bloody best and I'm still not good enough for you.
Right. But see, the beautiful thing about what you just shared there, Daniela, is you just don't let anything get in the way. And if you just let things just show up to people and also yourself, and literally in no uncertain terms, but in a way that you know that you can get a lot of value out of it. You can get a lot of knowledge out of it. You can bestow that value right back on the people in and of itself, give them those very gifts of not only invitation, but gifts so many and plethora, it's not even funny, and you just let that be, then more often than not, more people will be recognizing of the fact of how you show up, what comes up, and everything in between. So it's just about allowing all that stuff just to take place, take hold. And like I said, there's no preconditions in it. There's no assumptions. Even though we'll bring our preconceived notions, biases, assumptions, and everything into the conversation. But once we, again, going back to what you said about awareness, once we start being aware of what doesn't serve us well, or maybe serves others not well in, but can serve well with them, if we again flip the script of the way we can connect with people, because then again, it's just like I've said before on this program and many others. I've said the first thing that you should say, especially in a conversation, especially I get this on LinkedIn all the time. They say, Chris, thank you so much for reaching out, connecting with me. Love what you do, this, that, and the other, whatever it may be. But the next thing right out of their mouth, Daniela, every single time is tell me, what do you do? And I come right back to them and say, I won't tell you what I do. I'll tell you who I am. And
Yeah.
I believe that's the thing that really, and I kid you not, a lot of people have been shocked by that, because they have actually many times over, in fact, that what they have done is they said to me, Chris, that made me think. No one has ever asked me that.
Yeah.
Or told me that. And I especially say, I don't do that anymore, because what you do is a natural byproduct of who you are. But we have been led to believe in one way, shape, matter, or form that we have to ask that to get to another point in time with them, when in fact we don't. Because again, we pick apart people to the nth degree that we only want certain things out of people. And again, oh man, I got to get on my Instagram, because this one's going to be powerful. In fact, I will go to Instagram right now. There's a great post on one of my Instagrams. It just hit me like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
That I got to share, because there's one that it really, 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 really hits home for me. And and of course, if anyone does not know or does know, I will have to tell you right now, unequivocally, Star Wars has literally changed my life like you would never know. And I will bring this into the mix, and let me share it. And of course, it comes from my Instagram, because it really hit hard for me. And I've learned so much from Star Wars. It's not even funny. There's a lot that we can learn from Star Wars in and of itself. But this is what it says here: is embrace others for their differences, for that which makes you whole. And I'm a firm believer in that. And I'll say that again, is to embrace others for their differences, for that which makes you whole.
Yeah.
And I'm a firm believer, Daniela. And like I said, for me, this is a big thing. I'm going to put it on the big screen here for a second, so people will see everything on here. So what I'll do just for a second is I will remove
Yeah.
us for who we really are, we can
Yeah.
come to a place in space. Not only does the similarities matter or the things that resonate with each other matter, but so does those differences. Because think about it. If I was just like you, I wouldn't know what it would be to be a different me. Or with you, what it would be
Yeah.
like to be a different you. I mean, why would we have to end up putting ourselves in that kind of dichotomy? Because again, we said this probably for a lot of years. It's like, why do you want to embrace the mundane? It's like what Anthony said: get up, eat, and go back to sleep. Get up, eat, and sleep. Why do you want to do that mundane thing each and every single day? But if we want to become like other people, what ends up happening, and I'm not saying this for all of us, but I'm saying this from an example standpoint, is
Yeah.
if we was to do that, what ends up happening in a true dichotomy dynamic, in a connective dynamic, is we won't see people for who they really are. It's
Yeah.
almost like our social media profiles. We won't see a picture of Chris. We will see a picture.
Yeah.
We won't see a picture of Danielle. We'll just see a picture. And when we start doing that, we lose probably the meaning behind the picture. We lose sight of who people really are. And it's almost like going to that kind of dichotomy too as well. We all drive the same cars. We go to the same job. We all know the same things that we'll do. We just go through the motions. That's it. That's that. And we'll just live a robotic life. But we're not meant to do that, are we not? Daniela?
Yeah.
We're not meant to do that, right?
What?
We're not meant to go through life in a mundane fashion. We don't want to do it over and over and over and over again.
No. No. Well, I know people who like that kind of life because they like to play it safe, kind
Right?
of. But I would go crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Daniela, thank you so much for being with us today. I got to take me a break. So this is going to be our break inside the live stream today because I got to get me a little something to eat. But for everyone watching on YouTube, I'll be playing a little video here and there. But this will be a break in our live stream and give me about 15, 20 minutes and we'll be back alive. So please bring people to the party. We would love to hear from you all, but I got to get me something to eat and everything like that. And we'll continue this conversation of what or who inspires you, and we'll do that. So, Daniela, thank you so much, and we'll talk soon. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye. You too.
And we are back. I had to give me a little something to eat, a little something more to drink. So let's get back right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Who or what has really inspired you to maybe become who you are? Maybe even become the change you want to see in the world? And maybe even more importantly, how you can be transformed when you are just willing just to show up. And I believe all that matters. It really does. Because in my life, I've come to really find out and realize that who inspires you is just as important as what inspires you. And again, like we said at the beginning of the program, all that's going to be relative. Excuse me. It's not only how we show up to that, but also how we see it for what it is. And I know for a lot of us, there is so many ways that we can interpret things, so many things that we can take from things and everything. And I just truly believe when we are just allowing things just to show up for what they truly are versus what they're not, we can truly view life in a completely different way and everything. So we'll get right back into the conversation. And Anthony, oh my gosh, sir, you're back.
Yeah, I left.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I thought my headphones were connected. No, I was supposed to be talking at another group event, but still said it was waiting on the host, so I figured maybe there's not happening today.
Well, I guess when it's not happening, it's happening somewhere else.
That is true. Yeah.
But then again, sir, you've just been a great inspiration to us all here, Bringing Man Together, because your critical thinking and the way you view the world is truly amazing. And I had to grab me something to eat, and I let people know on LinkedIn. I don't know why it happened on LinkedIn, but I let people know on LinkedIn for some odd reason or another. It ended the stream after, I want to say, maybe 3 hours or so. So what I'm going to have to do is for everyone to watch the full stream. I'm going to have to download it at a later time and upload it so everyone can get to be a part of it. But Anthony, sir, I want to get more from you of how inspiration can come about. How do we embrace inspiration? Who gives it, who receives it, and everything in between. And I would love to start the conversation back there. So, Anthony, you there? Okay, might be having some technical issues on his end, but no worries. We'll get right back into it with Anthony. Hopefully he'll show back up here in a minute. But like I said, here we go. Anthony's coming back. Anthony's back. Back in action. There you go, sir.
Yes, we're back. I finally got the camera and mic, everything going. So yeah,
Trying to change the camera. There you go.
yeah, it's all coming through the web browser on the phone, so it's not like probably designed like as as smooth as it could be. All right, so yeah, I mean, when it comes to inspiration, I think I wish people were more open to inspiration from various sources. Something like what I'm terrible with names, but the lady that was here talking to us about the disabilities perspective.
Daniela? Yeah.
Yeah, so many people will think to themselves, well, you know what? If this person isn't living the lifestyle that I want, then I'm not going to listen to anything they have to say because I don't know. I guess they think to themselves like there's no useful information that gets like that people have that would be beneficial to them. They want to go to the person who's living their life that they're not living, and then what have them just distill down this perfect to-do list. This is what you do to get to where I am from where you are.
Right.
And that's I don't know. I feel like it's limited. If you're already having a hard time finding the inspiration to get yourself to where you're going, I feel like you shouldn't be discriminating against it. You should accept the fact that if there is a group of human beings that are believing in something, that are using it to get something out of it, subjective, objective, then that means there's something there for you to possibly use, whether or not just for personal usage or to even use it to help your cause. So, for instance, like regardless of how anyone feels about the opposite political opinion, right? Whether or not it's your opinion of Trump or Kamala, just the fact that they are in that position where they have the attention of the public and are able to, run for office shows a certain level of, they didn't get there on accident, right? Whether or not it's the intelligence, whether or not it's the insights, but for whatever reason, you'd have to accept. I think it's easy to accept that they probably know something that you don't know that would help you if you understood it and used it appropriately. But because they're so emotional, they just think to themselves, everything that comes from the opposition is to be trashed, like throwing out the baby with the bathwater, basically, and it just limits them. Like to think to yourself, you hate Trump so much that you wouldn't use the same tactics he uses when they benefit you for whatever it is that you're doing, because he's just, I guess, inherently evil. But he also breathes air and drinks water and eats food. So it's like, where do we draw the line between the other and just another? I think is the problem, because people are really quick to naturally other people. With all this othering, I think it becomes really easy to get stuck in these echo chambers. Before, at least the other was someone outside of your daily interaction. You were in your community, but now our community is global. So if we're not willing to take inspiration from others of all perspectives, then we'll never understand each other or be able to communicate or express anything common, value. But I don't know. I think a lot of it's generational. I also see the benefit, and even in the suffering, like what someone was mentioning, like if you're suffering, then you're disconnected. But there's a lot of times where you're suffering through what you feel for another person, and you can feel something for a person that you dislike. You can experience similar, like if you saw another guy that you didn't like and he got kicked in the balls, you wouldn't be like, you'd still feel that. You can relate to that sensation, and so you can bring people back to a healthier understanding, I think, of what it is that they even are, so they can understand other people better too. I don't know.
Well, see, I love that because understanding should be an objective thing, but like you said before with us, there is subjectivity, and also there is that objectivity there. But which one do we play into, and which one do we actually show? And again, if you even do inspiration in and of itself, from those two dichotomies of which one then shows up to, let's say, Sven or Daniela or whatever, am I actually projecting out what I really want to project? Because again, if we deem perception to be reality, then the question then becomes, though, Anthony, on anything that we do in life or even in business, is then what is the reality? What really is there?
Yeah. Whatever you pay most attention to, it seems like is what's there. From your experience, at least, as far as objective versus subjective, I think basically what people, I think what's pretty obvious is that everything that we actually experience internally is subjective. For us to communicate, we have to find a way to take what is like, just a signal. It's like a measurement that doesn't apply to anything else. It's just complete gibberish. It's our own language, basically. And then we have to translate that into something that's objective. So that way, because if it's not objectified, then how do we correlate what I feel to what you feel? Because we know that, again, like you said, several people can experience the same event and come back with several different stories, and those stories might even change further over time. But until they can express what it is that meant something to them, where it goes back to base, good, bad, which is, more health, more wealth, more understanding, just anything that helps propagate life more is pretty well understood. It's default good. And if we can translate our subjective experiences into the objective function, whatever that is, that when people also then get a subjective experience from it, that subjective experience is similar in nature to the one that you experienced. So it's like if two people had two different languages and we had to come up with a language in the middle, and I had to try and take my language, put it into this one, let them read it back in theirs, and then recognize that there's going to be a lot of missing translation there. And so you go back and forth with objective to align your subjective. But, people pay too much attention to one or the other, then we end up having no ability to communicate.
But then the
Hey, what
question
do
then
you think?
becomes, though, Anthony, how do we recognize the subjective versus the objective?
I think we have to pay more attention to the nonverbal communication. So if I say something and they have a facial response that basically conveys like some sort of a defensiveness, some sort of upset, anything that basically isn't positive. But my intention is like I am trying to give them something to not to give them what I think they need, but to give them something that I truly believe would be beneficial to them along their own journey. And so in that intention, regardless of whether or not what you're trying to give them is even useful, just the fact that their emotional reaction, their facial expressions, body language, whatever, is showing a negative response to that, it should become very clear that there's a miscommunication. Sometimes it helps if you ask someone, like, hey, I see that you're whatever. Can you explain to me exactly what it is that you think I mean by what I said, or what my intention is? And then in that, it at least helps explain things a little bit clearer, because then you can pick out the points, the little thing that you said that triggered that emotion in them, that led them to then now completely miss what it is that you were trying to give them. It requires a lot more back and forth. A willingness to be wrong, which is really hard for people, especially when they build up a lot of confidence behind something that they really think is 100% true. Like how do you get more people to do that? I guess you just have to show them the benefit. I think focusing on kids might be the easiest way to go, because at the end of the day, at our age, we're going to be gone soon anyway. And if you can influence those younger minds, then you're influencing the future. And it's something that people already do. They already target children for a lot of negative things that they bring into their adulthood. All of their beliefs, what you can and can't do, what's good or bad, or how you feel with respect to whatever, it puts them in basically like a mental prison. And so I guess you have to, I don't know, you have to find people, you have to find a reason for people to want to free themselves, I guess, from that mental slavery. Most people, I feel like there's a lot of people who will recognize that their beliefs are misaligned with the reality they're living. And instead of changing their beliefs to, to basically not live a life of, what's it called? Not gaslighting, when you cognitive dissonance, when you basically, what you believe is completely different from how you're acting, or vice versa. When you have people that'll just accept that as their faith, they're like, you know what, I might be wrong. Maybe everything I've done up to this point is wrong, but there's no point in changing because I'm already looking for the out, right? Like I'm 55, 60 something years old. I've only got a few more years. And so they'll just accept this nonsense because they don't want to deal with the regret. But people don't realize that you can't really escape the regret. It's more like a credit card. The simplest, easiest thing that you could do, but I don't know how you would get people to do it, is if you just dose people with mushrooms, to be honest, because it forces you to face like more emotional beliefs, and it also removes your ability to like cognitively, manipulate the situation to distract yourself or to justify it. It just leaves you face to face with whatever it was that you did or didn't do that wasn't right or was right. And the more you try to ignore it, the more it comes to the surface. And that's kind of like what a bad trip is. But I think a lot of people wait until their deathbeds to experience that. And at that point in time, that's pretty horrific to imagine that you have some amount of time left in your life, and everything that you could have tried, you didn't, because you were afraid of whatever that doesn't matter now. Got to get people to realize how important their life is, not just to everyone else, but themselves.
You're absolutely right on that. And I love that, because for me, Anthony, the way I want people to receive what I'm sharing with them, I just let that be for what it is for them. I'm not going to, again, it's like what we're talking about when it comes to clarity. Who really defines it, them or you? And see, the big dichotomy into that is, how do you get people to follow you or even be inspired of what you see when they don't understand in and of itself why you see and see what you see? But it's about getting them to that place. And for me, at least, Anthony, there's no one way to do that. Because if there was that one way, where there's that book to influence, or that book to growth, or that book to thriving, and if we all was to read that, we wouldn't even be on this call today. It's already there. So when we recognize that, is then we just also recognize these kind of dichotomies too as well. And you probably have seen this far more than me, is that, number one, we're not going to please every single person on this planet. We're not going to do that. Number two, we're not going to agree on every single thing with every single one on this planet. That's just going to be there. But then number three, if we are saying, and that old saying is truly true, but it's cliche to say it, but I have to say it yet again, maybe we get to a place that we say we agree to disagree and come up at the table, still shake hands, still say we can still be friends, we can still work together, we can still be together, and just let that kind of be. But, and again, I truly believe what was happened for a lot of us, though, especially now, since a lot of our culture, in one way, shape, matter, or form, has maybe lost sight of maybe what is really important and everything, or maybe what they could actually learn in any given moment in time. Or I had to say it this way too as well, especially in our culture climate that we're in right now, is that we get into this place of maybe tribalism to a certain extent, that
100%.
I got to be better than Anthony, and I got to make myself out to be bigger and better than what you are and say, I'm right, you're wrong, that's it, that's that. But how do we grow from that? How can we give people inspiration from that? How do we not tick people off to such a degree that they won't come to another call, or they won't meet us at the coffee shop to have a coffee with us? And then we let all these other things divide us. And this has even happened in family structures too as well. It's like we let the most littlest of things divide us. And I hate to say it, but Andrew Breitbart said it best, is that politics is downstream of culture, which in fact it really is. And I hate politics with a passion, because I don't believe politics should never be played, whether to be in business or even in politics in and of itself. If you're willing to serve the people and be there for the people, by the people, you need to be there for the people. That's the end of story. But what we have done, though, with politics is we have let politics run ramshot of what probably matters most to each and every single one of us, into like what Sven was saying when it comes to even harmony. How can we create the most harmonious communities and culture in our society if we can't even agree to even say we can agree to disagree, but yet we let tribalism run rampant? I mean, look to your fanboy that you love so much, Elon Musk. And I hate to bring this into the conversation today about even when it comes to inspiration, but I truly believe it needs to be said. He created something so phenomenal with Tesla that he really said, hey, this is going to be the new way forward. This is how we can create better vehicles, create better energy, all that kind of stuff. But because people have a political ideology of something that someone was actually in their camp, so to speak, for many, many years, but then yet let that very thing undermine what he has now built. And then what you do is you kind of alienate the guy who invented something that really helps society. And then you know what you do? You make him even, for me, and I could be completely wrong with this, but this is what my take when it comes to Elon on things, what's been happening with Tesla and even the Tesla owners and everything like that, what's happening to them about getting their car scratched up, firebombed, and everything in between. We have literally, I said, let the ideology ramshot of what really should matter most. And for me, I'm not inspired when someone throws a firebomb into a Tesla dealership or a charging station. That doesn't inspire me. But from the lens of flipping the side on the other coin and maybe looking at from the mirror perspective, there's going to be other people say, well, because of the ideology that I have, now I can be inspired to do these very things because if they can do it, I can do it. So it's okay to do these kind of things. So again, when you put it in that kind of context of something that we know to be bad, why do we even glorify that said inspiration to do that? And then literally, I truly believe, Anthony, it really does ruin the culture, does it not?
Well, I mean, it's like what is it? Cutting off your nose to spite your face or something like that. It's you have to consider, like, doesn't matter how much you hate Elon Musk. There's a percentage of, like, liberal people who are against, like, big oil. They like the idea of electrification. You see that throughout the bluer states like California. And so just attacking the one person who has led the marketplace in that has, basically created the network that even makes it feasible. It's like you're hurting yourself later, because now when someone's trying to get in the market to make electric cars, it's already just going to be more difficult if the leader of this space is facing difficulty, whether or not it's just through like, it makes it a little bit more difficult, I think, when they're trying to undermine themselves because they're so emotional that they can't think more than, 2 steps in front of their face.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily their fault. If you have, these children that are developed in an area where they have zero ability to express themselves, you tell them all the time that they have the ability to be and do whatever they want, and look at all these possibilities here in the home of, land of the free, home of the brave, where anything's possible except fishing in a lake without a fishing license, or getting anywhere without gas money and following a light. Like, there's so many rules that keep them in place, so many obligations, to wake up, go to school just so you can come home to keep school in school and to go back to school, that the second you give them any opportunity to play a part, they'll take that part. And it's very easy for you to paint a picture of like, we are the good guys and they're the bad guys. Look, this is our intentions, and if it's a positive intention and our positive intention is is being challenged, not directly, but maybe just because my intentions are mine, and if I lose to my competition, then basically it's like you're no longer attacking the opposition because you disagree with them so much as you're trying to protect some perceived good, even if that thing that you perceive to be good is ultimately the worst thing ever. Just because it's got an emotional appeal where you can wake up in the morning and be excited to go and do something that you think is helpful because this guy is evil, and because he's evil, anything that I do to hurt him is good, even if I hurt myself and I don't think too far ahead, right? Like, something I bring up a lot is all of this trying to correct for past discrimination, past groups, I guess they said, that were underrepresented, by creating a new underrepresented group, fails to consider how innocent individuals are being affected by the same thing that they're fighting against. So I feel bad about all of the, maybe someone feels bad about all the minorities or the people with different preferences that didn't get their, time in the sun or whatever. And so instead of considering like how you could do this in a way that's beneficial to everyone, you get emotional and you just say, well, that's the bad person because they had their time in the sun at the expense of these people. You don't consider their children and a whole bunch of innocent people that are now watching you favor someone else, telling them that they are privileged and so their opinions or their feelings don't really matter. Because if it doesn't, if it doesn't matter, then where do you go from there in your life? You're left with no purpose, no meaning. So the second someone tells you can help someone or you can do something that's good, there's no point. Like, why would you ever think deeper when you literally have been trained for years not to think critically? Your whole education,
Right.
is do this, don't ask any questions, right? Like and you'll do the dumbest stuff, like adding, multiplying, dividing large numbers, as if you could find large numbers that existed in the wild somewhere, and then they would already be counted up, but you wouldn't be able to just add them. And then what would you divide? Like, no one really takes the time to think about these things. They just do it. And then so now, if you'll do something that you hate to do, that you have no emotional desire, you have no desire to do it, you'll do it. Now, the second I can trigger you emotionally, be it through fear, then of course you're going to run exactly where I tell you to go, without thinking. The best thing I've seen to do so far, at least from my perspective, is just showing them the error of their ways. The only thing is that it comes with pain, right? The pain of realizing that what you thought was true is false. All the actions based on that false belief were incorrect, wrong. Some people are unwilling to accept that and they'll try to double down, but I feel like there's this balance of when you drop the right piece of information on them that they don't want, but they can't do anything about it. They can't get rid of it and they're stuck with it. And anytime they go to do whatever, I want it to come back in their mind and re-trigger that negative feeling until they're willing to stop acting without thinking. If that makes sense.
Oh, it does. and that's why I'm a firm believer, Anthony, that there's no certain way that we have to show up to people or say things or do things to create the outcome in and of itself, the ones that we want. But see, we are the kind of people, in one way, shape, matter, or form, and I'm just using this as an example. It's like years ago for me, for the outcome that I want to have, people must do this from a place of linear, I won't say logical thinking, but I had to have these things in these certain ways, or if the outcome shows up for this, when in fact that's not what was probably meant to happen, but I don't see it as such, so I disregard it and say, no, that's not for me. Throw that away. Not good. But the beauty in that, though, after I really start really diving deep more of how I connect with people, I saw the dichotomy coming to play. That, again, this goes into what we talked about many months ago about expectation. It's like we expect things to be in a certain way, to have the certain outcomes done in that way that it is so linear and so rigid in scope that that's all that is. It can't be anything different or any better, or it could even be far worse than that. And if we discard it as such, then we have to start over. It's like having a thing of clay. If we take the thing of clay and mold it in the way that we want, and then we look at it and we say, hey, what do you think, Anthony? And you say to me, Chris, that looks like a piece of, you know what? You need to start over and everything like that. And then that gets into our head and saying, wait a minute, if he thinks it's a piece of crap and you telling me that, then it is fact, it's a piece of crap, when in fact it doesn't necessarily have to be. And I truly believe, though, Anthony, going back to what you said about cutting your nose to spite your face, that is something I truly believe, in one way, shape, matter, or form, has been taught. We have been conditioned to do that. Why? I don't know. But I've learned to let that go, because if I want to be truly inspired by people, I got to look for the gift that's there, not for what's not.
Yeah.
Because, again, going back to what Elon's going through right now with all the stuff with Tesla and everything like that, when you really think about it, they're not really hurting Elon in any which way, shape, matter, or form, because he can write all that stuff off because he's got insurance out the wazoo. That can all be fixed. It all can all be done. But what really, when you really think about it from a place of inspiration, what you literally are doing is you're ruining the culture of what could potentially transform your life. Because if this guy has created, and like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, he first started out with the Solar City. Even though that didn't really go well, he did something with it and said, well, maybe I can turn it into something, into this. So he did have the Tesla battery wall that he initially had, then went from that, then the Tesla car came into play. Then it was the bigger model cars. And then next thing you know, it became I think he first did the semi trucks first before he did the Cybertruck. And then he got into the Cybertruck. And then, of course, that led him into SpaceX, did what he did at in other places and everything. So he saw something there. But he was never deterred, nonetheless, of what people said that he could or could not do, whether when he bought Twitter, whether he ended up leaving PayPal and saying, I'm going to start this brand new thing called Tesla, Solar City, SpaceX, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and do that because I see the opportunity. But see, the one thing that I've now learned is we don't see the gifts of inspiration from people of what can truly transform us. Because again, we get things into our head to such an extent, we become so linear that it's only one way or the highway kind of mentality. Does it not?
Yeah, I mean, well, this is something that is, it's directly correlated to the education system. So if you send a kid to school, and in the school they're told, you know, if you talk too much, or if you talk when I don't allow you to talk, about what I allow you to talk, then you're going to get an N on your report card. It's going to be disciplinary action. If you don't fill your head up with all of these arbitrary things when we tell you to, that's going to be marks against you. And then also while you're here, these are the ways in which you are going to behave, right? You're going to treat people like this. You're going to ignore, like, so it's whatever the teacher that's running that class, and the majority of the teachers happen to feel for themselves for the situation that makes them feel good, is now what they're literally conform. They're making everybody follow these rules. And so now you find that people or kids, not only are they not being taught to think critically, but they're punished for doing so. Like if you're told to do something or to treat someone or say something a certain way, to call them this, and you go to ask a question about that, the first thing they do is call you a bigot, a racist, a homosexual, or something along those lines, when you're literally just expressing genuine curiosity. Like you could have nothing but positive intention for what they're doing, and in that want to understand it better so that way you can be a better participant, a better facilitator, whatever you want to. It comes from understanding it better. But because that they're doing isn't necessarily based on, you know, an objective subjective affect. So recognizing that everything that you do, every effect has an affect, and it has influence on how people feel. So I could do something that everyone agrees is objectively the best thing ever, but if the subjective result is that people all start killing themselves and each other, it doesn't really matter what objective reality says anymore, because that is rejected. That becomes objective through our subjective. And so when people are raised and just your brain is developed that, hey, that sensation where you're curious and you want to know the answer to something, shut up. Not only are you asking for more information when you are trained to want less, to have to do less, but if you actually are onto anything that would give you new insight, that would allow you to illuminate another understanding, you're going to get called all sorts of names by adults and by other people. And it's, I mean, just the same kind of peer pressure where kids could call each other names, but now it's literally a teacher or people telling you that your curiosity is your problem, and just do it because, well, if you don't, then it'll hurt these people in some subjective way, neglecting the effects that that has on others. Because, well, when you decide to protect something or someone at all costs, anything that you perceive to be a threat becomes a predator. And there's nothing that's too bad for a predator. It doesn't matter. You don't consider them anymore once they become a predator. That's what happens with Elon Musk, where if you were even considered yourself, like from a liberal perspective, right, you want to take care of all these systemic issues, right? They complain about all the systemic racism or whatever. Well, you can't fix a systemic issue until you dismantle, you know, if all these people are using this money to pay bills to maintain a structure that is the system you have a problem with, you can't just go and fix it by asking, right? Like the first thing you literally have to do is dismantle the waste, pull that out before you can try and create anything new. So the fact that they're getting, you know, mad saying he's trying to do whatever negative things that he's trying to do, it lacks the idea, it lacks the selfish understanding, the selfish insight of incentives. It's a world where incentives are taught, you're taught to ignore incentives and just do and say whatever your group tells you to do and say. And I mean, ultimately I can see how those who created these structures, whether it be unintentionally or intentionally, would get to this point. And it's not as cut and dry as you think it is, because it's human nature that's the issue. It's not the system. The system is just a reflection of our nature. And there's a story about, basically, I think it was just the lion was working with a wolf or with a fox, it was a wolf. There was wolves, foxes, and a lion or whatever. And then so the tiger, I guess, was bringing meat to all the foxes, and they were cutting it up into 11 pieces. And at some point in time, the wolves started arguing about whether or not they deserved more or less of a cut. And then so now, because there's an argument, because someone feels that they deserve more, whether or not they feel their pain more than others, they had to do something someone else didn't do. They see one side of it, they want more, which means that someone else has to forfeit that, regardless of any, like they don't have to actually prove or do anything. People start wanting more without actually being willing to do more. Then you start to tear the society apart from the inside out. And it starts generationally, where a kid is born into America. They don't have any perception as to what it takes to get something as simple as this water bottle on their shelf. Where does this plastic come from? How do you manufacture that? How do you bring that plastic from all these places, get the water clean, filtered, drop it in there, put a different type of plastic, box it up, put it on a truck, get it to all of the most complex things that go into something so simple as a water bottle. They start taking it for granted and demanding more whilst providing less. The education system teaches them nothing useful. They take no effort to go outside and learn things that would be useful unless somebody else tells them it's useful. Here's how you know I made money. And so how do you fix that? How do you help a group of people who want everything but give nothing and are willing to do nothing whilst they demand more? Well, the safest option, it seems like, is to intentionally create groups of other to give them something to focus their attention on. This is the reason why war exists. This is the reason why politics exists. It's realizing that the population, like sheep, needs somewhere to put that energy. How do you give them something to put that energy toward that doesn't destroy literally the ground in which they walk on, the roof over their head? You have to give them something to focus on. It's what happened in the Matrix in the first version, where everything was, where people attacked the AI. They wanted to get back at the machines, right? There was this idea of a war. And so some guy had a genius idea. Oh, you know what we'll do? We'll just take out the sky. Without the sunlight, then they won't have energy to power the machines. To hell with how we get food after that, or heat, or anything else. They just basically will destroy themselves if it means they can get that win. That was also the end scene where Smith, right? He takes out Neo, and he's like trying to just get to this point of success, even though he knows that his whole life is about this. And now that this moment is gone, what is he left with? He's left with nothing. So again, ultimately, I think the easiest thing is to focus on the kids, because their minds are plastic, and if someone pushes a whole bunch of bad beliefs into their minds, it's going to make it really hard to fix it later. And older people, they're much less malleable, and they will fight to protect their ignorance, even if it means giving up their own life to do so, as you've seen with the liberals and attacking. It's pretty crazy.
But see, for me though, I truly believe, again, everything is relegated to choice, and we can choose that for ourselves. But again, like you said before earlier in the broadcast, when you said it's about really recognizing awareness, because if we don't recognize awareness, then even as us being adults, or even kids for that matter, then we can really, again, rewire our brain to be that malleable to such an extent that we're willing to listen, we're willing to learn, and we're willing just to seek a level of understanding from one another. Granted, you may not like what the other guy says.
That's the hard part, though. Like, how do you get them to want all those things? How do you get them to be willing to listen and willing to learn?
Well, for me, the best, simplest way, though, Anthony, is find the commonalities that we share first and foremost, and start there. Even if it's just one thing, start on that one.
Money. That's what everyone's commonality is in America.
Yep. And because I know everyone's commonalities might be uniquely different to each and every single person on this planet, and that's okay. Because that goes again to the priorities that you have in your life and what you value most in life. It's like going back to what Sven Schurz said. It says, I know my values because I know my value.
Yeah. My values determine my value or define my value or something like that, which makes sense. What happens when you are raised where you literally don't have any values that weren't drilled into your mind? This is what you're going to believe. This is what you're going to do. And if you do or believe anything outside this list, then you're an outcast, right? We're going to call you all sorts of names. You're a racist, you're a bigot, you're homophobic, you're all these bad terms. Why? Well, because you deviated off the list. Doesn't matter what and who you are as an individual. You get to a point where people create the group to service the people, but then the people it was servicing, they lose their way, whether or not they die off. People focus power more and more into control. The new generation comes in and they don't know who they are. So when you're saying it comes down to choice, how do you choose between options if you don't know anything other than literally everything I've told you? If I told you that this option is going to taste like, Fruity Pebbles and it's going to reduce your all-cause mortality, and I tell you this one tastes like dog crap and it also is going to make you sick randomly, you're not going to go Google or test or buy. You're just going to go, okay, cool. Here's my choice, obvious. And then you're just going to eat it. And for all you know, I'm literally holding, a stack of cash or the cure to cancer or anything, but I can just say the words. And, because you were raised to do what you're told. Sit here, Jimmy, and don't move, don't talk, don't ask questions unless it has to do with the next step along the way. You have to solve the problem and show your work because we want to make sure that you're thinking exactly how we want you to think, exactly when we want you to think that way, and we'll punish you if you don't, even if all that really should matter is the outcome.
Yeah. And I definitely hear you on that 110%, man. You're absolutely spot on with that. But here's my response to that and how we can take choice for what it is versus what it's not. And again, I have to go back to the Matrix yet again. When Morpheus gave the choice between the red pill and the blue pill.
Was it really a choice though?
Yeah.
Was it though? But I mean, so before he got the red pill and the blue pill, he asked Neo, he said, do you believe in fate? And he said, no, why not? And he asked him, why not? I said, because I don't like the idea that I'm not the one in control of my life. And he says, I know exactly what you mean. And then he goes on to say, let me tell you why you're here. So, again, right, if he's already telling you why you're here, that shows that someone else is controlling your life in a way. Then he goes on to explain that there's something that you can't explain what it is, but you can feel it. You felt it your whole life. It's that feeling that's led you to me right here. Again, like how much control do you have if your emotions, if your feelings drive your action? And your emotions are just an instinctual reaction based on the circumstance.
Correct.
Just to survive, mate with that, eat that, run away, basic stuff. It comes across as these chemicals. But if people aren't willing to take the time to manipulate their own feelings, then they leave their feelings open to be manipulated by anyone else at any point in time. Mm-hmm. And so that becomes dangerous. And so societies will create these other groups to try and keep people going back and forth. But how are they to be aware when the only thing that they're paying attention to is what you've taught them? Everything that they're thinking is in a language using words that were given to them. Everything
or the next buzzword or whatever.
Yeah, like anytime you see something that's good, it's because it has money. Everything that's bad is without money. How do you get money? You don't make money. You take it from other people, but we don't say that directly. It's all of these little things where you're basically trying to control large groups of people while allowing them to express their need to make real meaningful change in their life. But how do you do anything meaningful when you don't know anything?
Well, I'll take your first point when you says, well, how do you know you're supposed to be there where you're supposed to be? Well, when it comes to thinking about if you're in control of your life or not, the way I articulate it is in this kind of fashion. I'm meant to be where I'm meant to be. And the reason why I say that is because if I was meant to be here with Anthony right here, right now, I was meant to be here with Anthony right here, right now, because again, I choose it as such, And I extend that choice not only to myself, but I extend it out to Anthony for him to be there too as well. Now, if he shows, so be it. He shows. But if he didn't, that's okay too as well, because I understand he's got other things. He's got a dog. He's got other things going on in his life. That's just the way life is. So I'll just take it for what it is versus what it's not. But also, I'll go into that dichotomy again, going to what, like you said, about what Morpheus said to Neo, is like, what do you believe in faith and everything? Well, I absolutely do believe in faith. I really do.
He asked if he believes in fate, like destiny.
Well, even fate too. Even if it's faith and faith, it doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, but I guess the mix up. Some people, you can have faith in yourself or a person, but if you say faith, then some people instantly think that means creator that's like looking down on you and judging and stuff.
Yeah. But see, but to me, they're one and the same. Fate and faith are kind of interconnected and linked, and here's why. If we know that there's a much larger power at play, and if we know that there is free will, do we actually act upon, act upon with that free will in mind, that I'd literally determine the direction and scope of where I want to go and why I choose to go down this path versus another one? Because again, Neo could have taken easily the red pill and would have went back in the Matrix and done that. But what Morpheus said to Neo was really, really correct. You got to choose. Do you choose this life or do you choose that life? Because again, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, which is actually in the movies many times, if you just do this same thing over and over and over again and lead a very boring life, what is the other life that you can actually achieve and attain on the flip side of that? Because there are two worlds of the same dichotomy or coin, so to speak. Call it what you will. But there are literally two things that are there. It's just like each and every single one of us, Anthony, live in a place of light and dark. Without the light, there's no dark. And without the dark, there's no light. They're interconnected. It is part of natural law. So if we do have that natural law in mind, then if we do have that hope and faith, and we know there's fate before us, do we actually say, let fate happen? That we have that faith that I will show up and be there where I need to be when I'm called to be? Or do I say, I don't believe in faith, don't believe in fate. I determine my own destiny. I actually go wherever I choose. But then again,
so it gets deeper. I think the answer to that is that people have to. It's right now. That's why I'm still trying to simplify it. But basically, all of those things are not mutually exclusive.
Correct.
But so the problem with just wanting to let something happen, they'll actively be letting things happen outside of them, while they'll actively be withholding or stopping certain things inside of them. So they'll feel a certain way, and instead of reality testing this feeling, this urge or instinct or whatever, they just reject it. They say, well, it's probably not going to work. Why? Because I've heard all of these opinions, all these perspectives that say this is hard, this is the way to go, do that. And so now when you hear all of that, it's going to very clearly build up an affective valence for something. So like affective valence is the quality of how you perceive it, to be good or bad. So if it's got like a high affective valence, you're either going to see it and run toward it without thinking, or you're going to run away from it without thinking. And so the problem is like, how can you give anyone an option when you already know prior to giving them the option that they already made the decision, right? The decision, that's what the Oracle says to Neo. You didn't come here to make a choice. She says, you've already made it. You're here to understand why you've made it. The problem is that people are making decisions based on everybody else's peer pressure, based on sitting in, remaining in the group, the culture. And so then now if they dig down, why did I make this choices? Why? Well, I did it because everybody else is doing it. And I was afraid of not fitting in. And ultimately, I don't have an identity. I don't know who and what I am, because all I am is exactly what I've been forced into by wanting to fit in. So how do you give someone a choice when if I say Trump to someone, they're going to go like, they're going to start to want to rage out. They won't be able to think clearly. They want him dead or in jail. Alternatively, another group thinks he's the best president that we've ever had, and he's going to change everything forever. So it's like when you have two groups of people who can be so fundamentally opposed, and that opposition isn't based on anything that's objectively or subjectively influencing their life other than the belief of it, right? There's not a single thing that any of these presidents have done that any individual's life has been influenced by more than their perception of it, their experiencing of it. Every time they think about it and they get upset or they argue with somebody or there's a post, none of that influences their life as much. But because it's a fight or flight response at this point in time, you're telling them to throw away everything of their past. They look back over their past, and what's left? There's nothing there, right? If you don't have an identity, a self through experience, then how do you trade what you believe to be true when it's all that you know and it's all that you've been acted on, without accepting death, basically, which is the whole death and rebirth? Well, I don't know many people who are willing to go through a death rebirth type scenario unless it's basically for their life, like trying to escape an oppressor and then finding out that the real world exists in a chaotic state all the time, right? Like people. Okay, so when Moses led the Egyptians, or them out of Egypt, he led the Jews out of Egypt. They left from that situation where they were given all these things, food, shelter, but not being a slave, to roam in the desert where it's all up to them now. And so they had to be the source of the good and the bad. And the people that we live in our communities with, I don't think that they're ready for that kind of responsibility. They don't want that responsibility, but they still fight for a cause that they don't understand, to keep that basically that slavery. I mean, it makes sense. Like sheep want to be led to some extent, right? Like a dog wants to be with its owner and they want to please them. There's a lot of people who only want to please those around them, but they don't know how to do it because no one's told them how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And anything that they could do is seen as not valuable, or they just don't understand that how easy it is to change their life directly. It's always get this money, go to this person of power and ask them to use their power to then ask someone else for power. None of it gets back to what any individual can do for themselves or their community. And until that happens, there is no community. It's just a bunch of people afraid of being basically exiled from their nation and dying alone, but they don't have a perception of what that's like. So they just, like I said, I think kids are a lot easier to deal with, because kids, all you have to do is just show them something that has value. And it doesn't matter as much if someone told them that this was good or bad. If you show them something and they see how this thing can give you this, and they're like, wow, that's awesome. These two things are related to each other. They don't care if this came from Trump, God, Santa Claus, or whoever. And so they'll take that and they'll move on with it. Alternatively, if you tell them the same, that, hey, anything that you do to think critically, to try and make yourself more than anything that's on this prescribed list of things that you could be and do, is going to be fought back with great force. You're gonna have to go against everybody, your parents, your friends and family. All of them are going to tell you to stop, that you're doing the wrong thing, and that you're going to suffer and die and be miserable. And most people will cave into that peer pressure, and I think maybe most people should. It becomes the problem of how do you now create new structures for new groups of sheeple to exist in a society that they feel gives them the freedoms and the control that they're not actually willing to take on the responsibilities of having. That's
Well,
kind of
for
what
me,
that's the problem with choice in the Matrix too. If the problem with choice is how do you give people choices that have actual if you give someone a choice, it has to have an effect, which means that by default, whatever the value of the choice is to have an effect has just equally as bad negative effect. And there are groups of people looking for a way to make themselves known to exist, to be relevant, that they'll just turn the system on its head. They'll destroy everything just so that way they can become noticed, so that way they can stand out. And so you basically have to find ways to limit people based on, I guess, their understanding, which is a difficult thing to do at a mass level. Hopefully AI will help us keep people in line.
well, for me, Anthony, I'm glad you're speaking the way you're speaking, because I got a lot in my brain right now. It's ain't funny. You probably broke my brain today. But for me, the way that we can get there is, like you said, give people maybe not only the sense of empowerment, but they see the empowerment. And here's why. It's like you said about when the Jews were led out of Egypt into the desert and they actually had to fend for themselves. Well, they were literally at the mercy of not only the land and also of the sea, but also the weather and everything in between. So they actually had to know their role to play in how that community was going to grow and thrive. They kind of knew that they had to take that responsibility and take that step up and say, hey,
They didn't want to.
if I'm going to be a farmer, I got to be a farmer. If I'm going to herd the sheep, then I'm going to herd the sheep. But going to your point, though, too, as well, about people being led, the way you can lead people, again, John C. Maxwell said it best, is to say, I'm going to be led by influence. And that's where true leadership lies, because leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. It's not a title, it's not a rank, it's not even a position, it's influence. But also in that very same dichotomy of getting people to not only see what you see, and maybe you can see what they see, but find that stuff that's in the middle that you can really be empowered by or even inspired by. Because then again, you can say, hey, Anthony, I may not have all the answers to this, but I know what you know is going to be of great significance and of great value to people, because you bring something that I don't. But that doesn't necessarily mean to say that still in turn, I don't bring something of value to Anthony and to the rest of the group. And that's where, when we start really understanding the human connective dichotomy of why we do what we do and how we actually become a better version of ourselves, is we understand what we can achieve and do and what we can't achieve or do, because we recognize our gifts, our talents, our skill set, even the very level of our knowledge. Just like law number 14 in the 21 Infallible Laws of Leadership is law of the lid. You know the level not only of your leadership, but your level of knowledge of what you know, and understand that maybe for you to become, let's say, a level 5 leader, you got to surround yourself with people who are level 4, level 5, because there's no way in God's green earth, and I'm saying that this couldn't happen, though, that you couldn't be a level 5 leader by surrounding yourself with level 1 and level 2s. Because I believe that dichotomy is there too as well, because you can learn from any person at any level in life. We can all have that. But then again, do we not only recognize it as such and accept that we can learn from everybody and have that awareness to take that in for what it is, or do we play that kind of also dichotomy game of hey, I know more than what you know. So when we're starting this village, I'm the leader. You're not. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to be the teacher. And then when we are starting constructing the systems in place that's supposed to help grow and thrive the community, it's only going to do it in one certain way. And it's like what you said about education earlier. The education system, at least here in the United States, and I've been a product of it from K through 12. And I know I would have loved to have actually gone to college and majored in business administration. But because I was in the place and space that I was in from a special education program dynamic, I probably couldn't have gotten there for what I knew then compared to what I know now. But then
I disagree. I think that structure limited you so badly because, well, first I'd have to ask you, why did you want to go to business? Was it for the degree, the paper itself, or for like the education and the what?
I wanted the knowledge. I wanted the
Okay,
knowledge.
yeah. So if you were to spend all of your time just trying to actually do the thing that you wanted to do, then you would get that knowledge through every time you found a
I
stopping
know
point
that
of
now.
failure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, and so when you realize that when you get to the education system, it's not about giving you useful knowledge. It's about following a curriculum that was designed by the people who profit from your ignorance as to how things work because they want you to work for them and also buy their products. And so I guess the problem that I start to the balance that I'm trying to find between influence and like inception almost is there's so much to this world that we don't fully understand, and people's ability to think to any level of depth nowadays is so shot that for you to influence them, it's so surface level that it basically feels like you're remote, like you're. It almost feels like you're leading people around with like a stick and a carrot, and they think that they're going to wherever they're going, but in reality, you know that you're leading them somewhere else, and you can't tell them that you're leading them somewhere else because then they'll fight it. But then ultimately, if they were to see the bigger picture of where it is they want to go, they're heading there. They just don't understand how complicated things are. They don't want to understand, and then so sometimes just giving people like real paradoxes to life, real dilemmas to face, so as to at least doubt themselves more when they are so confident with their answers or understanding, having only thought about something to the most shallow level. You know, it's if I tell you someone is bad because they did or said whatever, well, that's it. You won't ask any questions anymore. You'll just assume that that's correct. An example,
Right.
Some basic examples of how trained people are to not think critically at all is when you watch the news and recognize that the news, all of the news, is being sponsored by Pfizer, a pharmaceutical company. Pharmaceutical company only makes money when they can sell products to people that people only buy when they're sick. So then now, is there any scenario where they're going to pay money to sponsor the news and then the news is going to provide information that's going to harm their future revenue? Like you'd assume that if they're sponsoring the news, it's because there's some mutual benefit, right? Like that this news channel is going to help their business grow, not shrink. Which means anytime the news, no matter who it is, says do this or do that because it's going to help your health, or don't do this, it's negative, that doesn't align, because that would mean that they are either one, actually trying to help me out, and they're doing so at the cost of their own money. Like the people who are paying them, they're biting the hand that feeds them to help me, these strangers, or
Yeah.
I'm being lied to by what everybody believes in, what they trust, these massive, institutions that if we even thought about it a little bit, we'd be like, this doesn't make any sense. But we don't want to. We just want to have a drive, an emotion. We want to think to ourselves, I have a perspective that matters. Why? Because it's in opposition to what I perceive to be evil or bad. And I'm going to actively try and do my part to cleanse the world of this evil. And how am I going to do that? Well, doing what everyone else does, the way everyone else does it, because I've never thought outside the box before, because you get punished for doing so. You're told never to daydream.
Right.
You're told that you have to do things a specific way. Like, it's just, we we're in a situation where it's like I almost want people to willingly give up, basically have faith in certain people through reality testing. So not just have someone say, well, all of our credentialed scientists came together and had a consensus because we paid them to have this consensus about whatever, and then people trust it. Ask themselves the question: if this is to be true or false, what would be the consequence or the fallout? And then watch what happens. Just basic first principles. But unless that first principles is attached to their way of life, the money that they use to buy the toilet paper and food and bread or whatnot, then they don't care. I mean, Americans are so easily manipulated by the idea of a few extra dollar bills. They'll burn their future for it, and it's pretty rough. Like, to think that you could literally have a group of people and you can pay them money to destroy themselves and their community because whatever they'll justify. If I don't do it, someone else will. I might as well get the benefit from it, whatever. But
yeah. Well, see, that goes right back to what I was saying earlier about the way the culture has now literally gotten so tribal to such an extent, like you said before, it will spite its nose and cut it off in spite of its face, because they would just only do what they just only know to do and everything like that. But yet, again, going back to what you said about critical thinking is a big thing, because if we are, again, the directors of our lives, and we can use critical thinking not only to influence maybe a way that we can connect or maybe create a mutual benefit outcome for all involved. I want to also bring this into context too as well. Like we were saying about Pfizer and the news industry and how they have that symbiotic relationship that you see all nothing but these programmings being sponsored by these medical companies. But since we're talking about the gift and inspiration in and of itself, I'm a firm believer in this, Anthony. If people who have that product and service in mind, and they truly want to be inspired to do something for the betterment of mankind, they don't have to put their advertising out there to these news organizations to actually generate revenue. Really, what we should be in the pursuit of, and this is what I've been thoroughly in a belief in for many, many, many years now, that if we dare to inspire, to uplift and inspire humanity and help humanity thrive, we should do it for what comes next thereafter, not what we can seize upon the moment right here, right now. Because again, I recognize, again, everything has a opportunity cost to it. And that opportunity cost has been done from the paradigm of the structure that we have built from the prism of money. Money is for probably a lot of us, could be the end all be all of everything. And it's like what you said earlier about when there are people who will go out and probably not lead the greatest life that they have, especially if they're a movie star, rock star, or even whatever celebrity that they are. They can still have the most wonderful life and have all the money in the world, but yet to be the most, and I'm just using this as an example here, be maybe the most broken people on the planet, because they can have all this fame and fortune and still yet be unhappy. Because again, we as human beings who not only think critically, but think beyond of the level of conditioning that's been given to us from the culture and from everything else in between, that money not only cannot buy love, but money can't buy happiness. Money can't buy success. Money can't buy longevity. Money can't buy connections. But to a certain dichotomy and degree, there's a lot of that that does go on, that we can give somebody $10 million and say, can I buy you off for this amount of money, and say, you go do this and go do that, even at the expense of someone's morals, someone's values, someone's ethics, someone's everything. And we, into one way, shape, matter, or form, a lot of people will be corrupted to do those things that they most often than not would not ordinarily do, because they saw the corruption take place. They said, I have nothing else to lose in this, probably. And then if I take that $10 million, will I become better for it? Probably in the short term. But in the long term, what's the long term opportunity cost that you have to actually contend with? And see, for many years, Anthony, I was always about the money. I knew that if I had money, I'll be successful, I'll be seen, I'll be heard, I'll be valued in and of itself. But over 15 years ago, I threw all that away, because I don't care if I have money or not, because money doesn't direct me into what I do, why I am here, who I am, because I know money is just another form of energy and tool that we use to get the things that we want and need in life. That's all it is. And we have put,
If I could add to that too, like when you were mentioning that money doesn't buy you, like it buys you respect, or you said it buys something about how people feel about you, but it's not how they feel about you, it's how they feel about the money. And
Mhm.
I think what the hardest thing is not just detaching their perception of like where success or positive reward comes from, but where negative reward comes in from. There's a large portion of people who are just, they're stressed about making sure that they go to work, because if they don't, they won't be able to pay this next upcoming bill this Friday. So it's not even, to some extent, having enough money to be successful, as much as it's just having enough money to support the standard of living that they've decided they want to live. And basically, it has everything to do with the highest level that they can, present to the world. And is that a lot of people are going to try to maintain that. And so you're going to get people who are so focused on doing something for something else, regardless of thinking that you try and talk to them about long term, they're just gonna get emotional and tell you, I got these bills to pay. I do what I'm supposed to do. I feed my kids. I take them to school or whatever, the doctor's office, and then they just kind of like brush off their hands, like I don't need to do anything else except for keep running around in circles, picking up paper from over here and moving it over there.
Right.
So to try and, there's so many people who have tried to get this message out. Like Mac Miller, right, a really famous rap artist, literally killed himself 30 days before he put out basically like a suicide note / concert. It was a Tiny Desk concert for the NPR. One of the meaningful lines he said was, nobody told me being rich was so lonely. Nobody know me. Oh, well, hard to complain from this 5-star hotel. He mentions a whole bunch of other emotional parts of this, in there. But then there's another part where he says something like, do you really want it? Do you want it all if it's all mediocre? Staring at the walls, and my walls are full of posters, thinking about my dreams and who I wanted to be. I guess you got to see it to believe it. And then he mentions like he can literally feel his fingers slipping, like he's literally expressing that he is on the verge of committing suicide as well as he can in 3 different songs. It's very clear in his body language that he's in a bad place. But at the end of the video, people don't go to him and try and talk to him about the emotions, like, hey man, what's going on? How are you doing? The end result was, oh my God, Mac Miller, oh my gosh, that was amazing. And so they lost themselves to the pursuit of that money. And when you have people who don't know who they are and everything that matters to them is attached to this thing that has no intrinsic value that they were never trained to use, you've got a bunch of people who become zombified. And ultimately, I mean, like this is just cycles that any society is going to go through, right? There's going to be the population of people who worked hard and built up the structures. There's going to be their offspring that saw what their parents had to go through and what they created. Then there's going to be the next generation that just gets born into it, right? Like this is just the way life is. And then they're going to have all these feelings and expectations and demands that aren't attached to what it takes to maintain what it is. Right? So they start to destroy their own society. They start to destroy the place that birthed them, that housed them, that fed them, that gave them all their memories, because they assume things can be better without actually thinking through exactly how it would be better and what are the possible side effects. Because again, people don't think, they just do. So it'd almost be better if you could just give people the money or the whatever to just not think, but do something else that's less destructive than what they're doing now. But it seems like it still need to have some sort of a enemy for people, like an alien attack or something, so people can all put their money together to come together and find another other to take out. I think the problem really is there's just a lot of people who don't think, who have all these emotions that need an outlet, and if they don't get that outlet, they'll become violent and kill themselves and everything, just for the ability to be different, to express their individuality. So human nature is a dangerous thing.
And see, that is why it's so critical, at least in my estimation, Anthony, is when we don't allow expectation to rule the day, and we just take life for what it really is, not for what it's not. Because again, if we get into that dichotomy that we have to control every aspect and every inch of our lives, and maybe we even allow people to creep into our minds and tell us, these are the things you must do to be successful. These are the must things you must have. These are the things you must attain to be noticed and to be seen and be heard and be valued for who you really are. And we start living that. I'm a firm believer, Anthony, we get to a place of autopilot mode. We actually don't know what we really should be doing because we just let other people just dictate to us in no uncertain terms that this is the life that you've been given. This is what you got to do. You got to do A, B, C, and that way, that's it. That's that. Like you said before, when you start realizing that these are the only things that you have to do in life, then that's all you can do in life. But for me, again, I recognize everything can either happen for you or to you. And I choose to let life happen for me. And the reason why is because if I have life happening to me, I can play the victim card. Oh, woe is me, feel bad for me, this, that, and the other. Oh, pity Chris, or pity Anthony, Tom, Bill, Susie, whoever. Start making them feel bad and say, okay, we'll give you all this money, give you all this fame, give you all this fortune, and you become better for it. When in reality, again, like I said, money can't buy you love, money can't buy you fame, money can't buy you all these other things that are intrinsic in natural value in what we have done.
Misery, though.
Go
A
ahead.
lot of people, I mean, it can do is buy a lot of people misery. It's like giving a child candy just so you can take it away. You give someone something that they didn't plan for really in any sort of serious way. They're not prepared for it. And then now here it is with all the responsibilities and all of the hidden, things that come along with it. And then eventually, they end up with all sorts of family problems where, they end up having everybody who also thinks like them, judging them, wanting their money, them spending it in ways that doesn't preserve it. And then now they have to go back to living their old life because they were given something they weren't prepared for. And that's kind of what I've been fighting for a long time to like, why are certain things in life for America so difficult when they don't need to be, right? There should just be food everywhere. Houses shouldn't cost you a 30-year mortgage, but you realize that human nature isn't that you give people more and they become better and more adaptive. You give people more and they start demanding more while giving less, while acting more violently.
Yeah.
And so it's, a lot of times there's a lot of people where if you could just tell them to pick this box up and put that box over there and keep doing that every day until they die, they're happy. Like that's good for them. I know I can pick this box up and put it down and I'll get paid for it, but how do you advance in technology where you just don't need people picking up boxes and putting boxes down? No, I mean, things like a cultural split, like a country split. There's just a large amount of people who are going to raise kids that, how are they supposed to know anything else? I mean, I see 3-year-old kids running around with a cell phone in their hand, and it's just connected to the world, but they're just being fed all the same things. Their little thumbs are swiping so fast on the phone to get that information in their head. And then now when they become like a teenager or an adult, you're going to come to them and ask them to make a choice. Their entire brain is built off of the same thing everyone else's brain is built off of and around. They have zero experiences that are different from anyone else's experience. So they have no ability to choose or even imagine anything outside of what other people imagine. It's extreme limitation. And to some extent, I feel like it doesn't get changed unless it's basically a life or death need. Like people aren't going to think critically until that becomes the difference between them living and dying, between something really bad happening. And the problem is when you have so many people who can't or won't, how do you do that without like mass losses? You see what happened with the situation with the put this in your arm and you'll be healthy. Like they kind of spelled it out. We've never done it this fast before. We've always tested on rats, then we've tested on like monkeys, and then we pay people to do it. Now we're doing something novel we've never done before. The guy who was the head scientist literally quit because he wouldn't support it. But now we're telling you that you need to do it, and if you don't, you won't be safe. It's like basically telling you like, this is pretty important here, right? You're going to be putting this inside you and your children, and who knows how long that lasts or what the effect of it is. Are you going to think for yourself, or are you going to allow others to manipulate you by telling you what you should believe? And what it turns out to be is that a large percentage of the population will either just take what someone says, to heart without considering anything. And for the ones that are, maybe hesitant and willing to think for themselves, they stop again when it gets to the money. Well, I didn't want to, but it didn't matter because I had to if I wanted to have my job, right? Like I had to give them my future health. Who knows what that costs? If I wanted to maintain this moment, the next week's check or whatever. And what percentage of the population would just actually up and be willing to make sacrifices for the things that they want, right? Like if you're not willing to fight for your life, to give your life, to keep your life, someone else will, and then they'll control you, and you'll end up in a world where people are being manipulated. I mean, they've always been manipulated by a lot of others. The problem is, it's like their power. People aren't getting smarter. They're getting more powerful, and they're getting more violent because of that power comes with, you mix power with ignorance, no wisdom. You're gonna get problems.
And you absolutely are nailing a lot of things there, Anthony. I love it. But see, this is what comes up for me as you were sharing there. It really all comes down to two things in and of itself. Number one, it's incumbent upon us as individuals to kind of set the tone of our life and how we see ourselves in it. And then also in context, how others see us in their lives, even though we're on the same planet as each other. That's number one. Number two, like I said earlier, and Andrew Breitbart said it best, culture is downstream of politics, but maybe we need to understand, maybe we need to reframe that phrase and say culture is downstream of culture. And if that is the case, that culture is downstream of culture, then how can we create a better culture, better framework, better way of living, a better way of doing things, a better way to do business, better way to do everything in our lives? Maybe we should recognize, number one, we get out of our own damn way. And that's just the way I look at it. Because the more we let ourselves, let other people tell us that, again, like you said to that analogy with that box, that guy can pick up that box from one place to the other, get paid for it, and then the culture tells him or her, you be okay with that, and you'll be happy with that, and that's all what you're going to end up doing. But then again, going back to that book about the life of meaning, or however that book was phrased, if life does have meaning, then we give that meaning as such, because if life was truly meaningless, and a lot of people say life is meaningless by very design, which I'm not a believer in that, because everything, again, has a place, and every place has a thing attached to that. Everything, again, is interconnected. Because if there was no meaning behind anything, then when you think about it from a place of creation, it's then why would we have a sun that circles 9 planets? We wouldn't have to have a sun to even survive, so why would we even need to have a sun? And then number 2, why would we have to have 9 planets, but then yet again be the only habitable planet on this earth, and in this universe, to only be here? And again, I'll go back to that great movie. Yeah, and I go back to that great movie Contact from Carl Sagan. Jodie Foster character, when she's playing the younger version of herself, said this to her father at the time, who was played by the same character, same guy. She said to her father, if we're the only persons in the universe, are we all the only ones here? And then, of course, the father said to Jodie Foster's younger self character, said, if this is the only place that we have, and then we're the only place here, only people here, that's a lot of wasted space. So I'm a firm believer we're more just not one planet. There's more out there.
I get what you mean. I feel like that might be kind of abstract, too distant from the average person's day to day to impact so much. But one area another angle I was trying to tackle that same thing with is to explain to them, look, like, if life truly has no meaning, then my next question to you is, are you enjoying your life? Like, do you prefer it? Are you enjoying it, or are you suffering? If you're enjoying it, well, then just keep on enjoying it, or whatever. You'll do you. But if you're not enjoying it, you're miserable because you've got all these obligations and you've got all these things that you have to do. The question then comes down to it, like, why is there anything you would have to do? You literally just said it's meaningless. And if it's meaningless and you truly believe that it's meaningless, then why would you choose to take what is meaningless and form it into misery when you could construct it into whatever you'd like it to be?
Meaningful.
And so, yeah, so the idea of, like, what's the meaning to life, that's way too far out there. And first figure out what's the meaning to your life. What's the reason for you to get out of bed in the morning? Like, if something gets in your way when you're trying to pursue whatever, what is it that drives you to find your way around it, to continue when things get difficult, when your significant other gets sick and dies, or your parents? What do you have as far as meaning for yourself, looking around, seeing that there's people, there's experiences that you can feel, you have empathy for them, they for you, and you think to yourself, whatever's going on out in the cosmos doesn't really matter, because I can't really perceive all that, I can't act on that. What does matter, though, is how I feel and how they feel. I know that matters, because if it didn't matter, then there'd be nothing stopping me from killing myself. The fact that I got up out of bed this morning to take a piss wouldn't have happened, because, again, that's just a feeling of comfort versus uncomfort. Like, everything comes back down to just a feeling. And so you can manipulate your feelings and others' feelings positively or negatively. That's all the meaning any person ever needs. Your life
Right.
is too short to consider anything else other than just making right here, right now better subjectively. To try and focus on what is objective is to miss the target. The target is the subjective influence. Now, how do you convert what your desires into something that translates that subjective desire to them is something you work on, and that's how you discover new things. That's the once you have a why, you can overcome almost any how. And
Yeah.
so the idea is I have a why because I'm trying to give them this experience. I'm trying to change this situation. How do I do that? Well, there's many ways to skin a cat. I'm going to try something that makes sense to me. When it fails, maybe I'll ask questions. Maybe I'll look at how it failed, try again. And that's where you'll discover a meaning in life that can get you through anything. Again, you have to ask yourself, what is most people's why? Most people's why is just so they can pay next week's bills so that way they can keep their car, because if they lose those things, then life gets less comfortable. Socially, they feel awkward. Socially, it's just too many things that don't connect to how they feel about themselves when they're by themselves and what they're going to feel about themselves when they're looking at their life over their deathbed. The doctor, I imagine if the doctor tells you got 5 days to live, come to terms, right? It's a lot of time to sit there in a hospital bed with your cell phone, going through all those pictures, those memories, those texts you didn't respond to, looking at all those pay stubs that you collected and all the bills you never missed and the taxes you paid. None of that has any meaning when you're looking at the empty house that you're going to leave behind with all of those extra bedrooms and the big property. And none of that means anything to you. As a matter of fact, it might even be a point of tension where you have, children that you'd like to interact with like genuinely on your deathbed, but you can't because they're only here more concerned about what you're going to leave behind and making sure that, this negative situation is better for them, completely ignoring the fact that you as an individual have something unique to provide to this world. And if you don't know where to go about that, like how to go about that, the start is with yourself. And if you have kids, it's making sure that they end up having more, not less than you as far as abilities and understanding. There's not any scenario I can think of where you would want your children to have less or to be less capable than you at the end of your life. That's meaningful because now it's on them. Whatever they do is going to be a bigger impact than you could have done because it's more time, it's more education, it's more of there's more technology. Just at least on that small level, if you get people just to recognize that they can control how they feel and they can focus on themselves and their community and get all of the meaning that they need to find a happy life instead of one that's forced on you. And it's difficult because of how much how much money is being made off of the propagandizing and the manipulation of people. So it's like how do you get people to think critically when you say, hey, you know how you want a house to live in and food to eat and all that stuff? You have to get this paper thing to get it. And the only way to do it is through this obstacle course we set up for you where you get to compete with everyone else. I think necessity. I think the only way it really changes is by necessity, which I think is coming already. Like these trade wars that are happening, this isn't something that's just happening with Trump. There's government showcase meetings on LinkedIn I've gone to since like 2020, 2021, where the whole concern is like, how do we prepare for a moment when we're disconnected from China, where we cut off trade from China and other foreign entities? So the idea of like how far do people think that this trade war is going to go? I'm pretty confident. I can't see the future, but there is no off ramp. That's the whole point. They keep raising the tariffs until basically the benefits that we get from our international trade route cease to exist, and then that creates it makes things harder. And in that difficulty and that increased stress, people will either improve, they'll gain, insight into what's more meaningful to them, or they'll suffer and then they'll die. And so, It's the way of the world, you know. It's thin in the herd, basically. And I mean, it's not to say that it's the nicest thing to understand, but once you do understand it, you recognize that you don't have any ideas to make it better. I don't know how many people have this intuition that they could just fix the problem if they had control, but when you understand how things work fundamentally, you realize that people are the problem. Trying to solve the problems that by giving people more would just make life so much worse than people realize. Because having more with less to do with it I mean, it's like imagine you have a bunch of kids on the playground and you just went around and took all the sticks out of their hand and you give them like Glocks with actual ammo in it. You know, it's not giving them more doesn't make that experience better for them. They have no idea what they're handling. And like most Americans, most people, myself included, feel very confidently about the things we think we know and what is good versus what isn't, and what should be versus what shouldn't be. And we will act on that and destroy more than we ever, whatever the evil was that we were trying to destroy, we created way more evil in our attempt to remove it because we simply acted based on emotion instead of a mix of subjective, objective affect, right? How do I feel? How do my actions influence how I feel and how they feel? If my actions are not in alignment, like if I don't like how I feel and it's not stopping, it's continuing, well, that means my actions need to be changed so that way I can manipulate how I feel to improve my life. Because if I can't do that, then how do I improve or change anyone else's? Yeah, I mean, it's really crazy to think how people will go through their entire life just so blindfolded. You know, that if I told them here's this fly swatter and I gave them a hammer and a fly landed on their knee, they're gonna smash their knee to get that fly. And they'll be proud when they get it. This is a real low level of thought for a lot of people. And I don't know how you fix that other than time. People don't necessarily change, they just die. Their bad ideas die with them, new ideas take place. You know, it's what are you gonna do? Like if humans are raised by wolves, they'll basically behave like wolves. So humans raised by shitty humans that don't understand the world that they're living in, let alone the one that they're moving into, how can you expect them to be anything other than what they literally are? So, you know, until we come up with like, I guess a more granular structure, right? Instead of having larger, you know, big politics, big groups where people are collectively coming together for causes they don't understand, maybe smaller groups where people come together for causes that they partially understand. And in this way, you have a little bit more, you know, diversity. You have people that have more effect on what they're influencing in their life. You know, they see their relevance, and if things were to go off the rails, it's on a smaller level. And you know, maybe that's what AI should do to help us create more rules and more games for people to play as if it were real. You know, politics is just LARPing. I'm not sure if you know LARPing is live action role play, and not much different from basically people in sports, right? Like how one football team can be really aggressive, or the fans can be really aggressive toward another one. You know, wearing the wrong jersey over here in our, you know, in our area, like that'll get you beat up. Like just the fact that you can so easily attach meaning to what is itself meaningless should be hope to show you what you can do with life. Do you think life is meaningless? Well, then why don't you build some meaning into it? Because that would be, if you believe in God and the creator making you in his image, wouldn't that literally be what he wants from you? To create your own meaning so that that was the whole point, I think. And you know, if you're just looking at it from a pure physics perspective, conservation of energy information says that everything that's in my head, all these ideas, they weren't created, they didn't come from me, they didn't go to me. And if I don't use them, they don't just go away. So the idea that all of this intelligence, all of this information, all of that could come from a place where there was none is just a misunderstanding of the physics itself. I mean, it's pretty well defined where they say the Big Bang was where all of the mass, all of the energy and the forces were all in one place. Then it expanded out rapidly, condensed into stars, then eventually we get made out of stardust. There's nothing before the Big Bang. You can't ask that question. And you ask, okay, well, what about God? God starts creating stuff. Well, what does he create stuff with? Because he's Alpha, the Omega, the beginning of everything that is, was, and could be. Oh, it means that he's creating us from himself, because that's the only place to create from. We're made in his image, the stardust, and now we are arguing whether or not creation is different, is right, or or the Big Bang is. But ultimately they're the same thing, because you can't ask what happened before that. You came from it. You won't fully understand it. Ultimately, there's just a point in time where people are going to be stressed to. I think things are going to get a little harder, a lot harder, in the next couple of years, and then after that, we'll enter into a period that'll be the best period of time maybe in human history, like before we had planes and frozen meals, and when things got really crazy in the mid 1900s or something like that. But it all comes in waves. There's going to be the pain, the suffering, and then the time after that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting.
I truly believe the time is coming that, and I'm a firm believer in this, Anthony. I love everything you just shared there is truly amazing in and of itself, and I appreciate that. But for me, at least, I'm a firm believer that everything does happen for a reason. I may not understand it, may not understand why, but that's okay. I just got to have faith that it's there for the reason for what it is versus what it's not, because I can reframe my life in the way that I choose it, because I'm a firm believer in this too as well. Maybe it's going to be incumbent upon like people like you and people like me and many other people who say we can reimagine humanity in a completely different way. And this is probably one of many ways that we do that we can get there. I mean, look no further to how Gene Roddenberry created Star Trek in the way he did and everything like that, and what George Lucas did with Star Wars and everything like that. There's a reason why they created that, to create that sense that we could be better because of it and everything. So I'm the kind of mind right now, Anthony. Yes, we may have to go through a little hurt and a little pain to be better on the other side. And like I said, I'm not going to try to bring politics into this, even though we kind of touched on it a little bit into this. But like I said, I'm not worried about tariffs and trade wars and all that kind of stuff, because I can't control any of that. That's beyond my scope.
That's really what I'm ultimately saying, right? Is that they've been talking about this on LinkedIn government showcase meetings with different companies. They've been talking about what's going to happen in the event, because they're not talking about if it happens. They were planning. They were saying by so amount of years, I want this to be completed, because we have to consider how we're going to be able to produce these things minus trade with China. And when I heard that kind of a thing in my head, I was just like, nope, that'll be my business. Even if I have to start breaking rules, I'll go find out. I'll go make money, buy my own cargo ship somehow, and find a way to smuggle something back and forth. But no, like, it's people, again, they don't think about incentives, right? Like, imagine that politics is as real as it could be, right? There is a real red team, there's a real blue team. Now, the people on the red team, they're going to have ideas, things that they want to do that's going to take more than 4 or 8 years, just like people on the blue team. And now that I'm looking at them, thinking to myself, look, we could fight for real, right? I'm going to spend a lot of energy to destroy what you do. You're going to spend energy trying to destroy what I do. Ultimately, we won't really get as far, or we could pretend that we hate each other. It has the same effect as far as gathering people, right? Except it makes our job easier, because one, I know that I'm not actually at threat from you. If anything, you help me hold my position. And although I will, attack certain things that you do, and you'll attack and destroy things that I do, I'm going to have my 16, 20 something year plan, just like you'll have your 16, 20 year something plan. And I won't mess around with that. I won't influence that in any way that's problematic, because ultimately both sides are funded by the industry being there's State Street, Vanguard, and BlackRock. So basically, because those three asset management companies own the majority of all of everything, right? Samsung, Android, Apple, American Air, Coke, whatever. All these options that we think are different companies are different companies that all go back to basically one company, because even though BlackRock's the largest asset manager, Vanguard owns owns controlling portions of BlackRock, and nobody knows who is actually controlling Vanguard. So ultimately, what people think is this team versus that team is just one group of people who basically have enough insight to think to themselves, scapegoats are pretty useful, right? What if I had a scapegoat that had a scapegoat that also had a scapegoat? And so that way I'm just, far more protected, and you can test out the human race. I mean, I don't look at any of these things as negative, even when I focus on what would seem negative. For me, that's like analyzing a bad guy on a video game, or a level that you're stuck on. It's part of the game. It's part of the experience. And so, recognizing that humans have a huge amount of potential, good and bad, how do you consistently get them to use that potential in novel, creative ways? Well, you're going to need, obviously, stress, suffering, because without it, there's no desire, no drive to go anywhere, and that creates the suffering. How much suffering, how much manipulation, how much of the reality of these people living in that's going to be a complete lie versus the truth? That's all based on the people who came before us, that set us up here. It's still funny to believe that people will believe certain things that don't make any sense, like America broke off from this much, much larger, more powerful country and was able to fight for their freedom, and then everything went cool. But in reality, we just became a debtor nation, or America isn't free like people think we are. We're not leading in the world. We're not controlling the world. We're not the world superpower, not by any means. The idea of the GDP is just it's nonsense. We don't make more value or anything than even. But for example, simplify it. If an alien or someone came and they wanted to offer some product and all the countries could bid on it to try and buy it for whatever, China would be able to outbid America easily 4 or 5-fold. Whatever value we could provide to buy it, they would outdo us by 4 or 5 times. The EU would outdo us by like 1.2 or 1.3 times. You start to realize that people are upset at America sending their money places and using our military to protect everyone, but that's literally what we were set up to do. We were created as basically like, if you wanted to have a group of people you could use as like a form of slave, but then also give them the ability to develop themselves into something completely new. How do you do it? Well, you set up a video game, you put people in it, and they live it. And now here we are. I think the whole meaning to life, or the purpose of life, is purely experience. And the only requirement of experience is change, because an experience is only ever defined with respect to previous experiences. So I think as long as we're creating ever-changing experiences, and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and I love that, Anthony. And I got to get ready to pick up my wife because it's now after 4 o'clock. So I got some stuff I got to do before I got to go pick her up. But I like I was getting ready to finish my train of thought, like I was going with. I truly believe, Anthony, we're to that point in time. There's going to be people like yourself and myself and other people like Sven and Keith and many others who are going to be not that silent minority anymore, but be maybe the majority in the world, that we do take up the mantle, that we are going to create culture for culture, not because of politics or ideology or anything else like that. We really dare to dream and dream big and inspire to such a degree that it can really transform our lives when we just allow that to occur. And yet there are going to be some people out there who don't see what we see, and that's okay. But if we still extend that gift and invitation to them,
you want conflict, you want opposition, because without it, you'd have not, like, that would be so boring. Everyone thought the same.
Right, and we lost Anthony there. Anthony, wish you were still there. I was gonna come back to you, but I guess evidently you're gone. But like I said, I just truly believe there are people who are going to rise up and really going to be those people who are going to inspire us, help us maybe live a better life, create a better way of living, create a better way of even being. And maybe when we step up to the plate and answer that call, we can not only listen to each other and learn from each other, but we can grow and thrive together, not in spite of it, but because of it. Because I'm a firm believer that we can have a huge opportunity to be transformed in every aspect of our life when we are just, number one, willing to show up, and number two, just letting things be for what they are. And again, granted, everyone's going to have a different way of looking at life, a different way of looking at business, a different way of looking of the process and the things that we do and everything. And that's just sometimes the way it is. But maybe the way we show up to it, not only does that matter, but the way we even show up to others, that others see us in the light, in the hopes that we want them to see us in, is just as important. Because again, they may not see us in the same light today as they will probably tomorrow. Because again, what's that one thing that's always the constant throughout life, which is change. So again, thank you all so much for being on today's live streaming. To the people on LinkedIn, I apologize to you. I don't know why the live stream cut in and of itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another post later on to tonight or even tomorrow, and so you guys can watch this in the entirety, or watch it in bits and chunks or whatever. We would love for you to engage with us and comment and share and everything in between. And we would love to hear from each and every single one of you. Because like I said, I know tomorrow is going to be Good Friday. Easter is coming. The Easter Bunny's on its way and everything. So I hope, first and foremost, each and every single one of you have an amazing Easter weekend with your friends and family. Hopefully you guys spend time with them and enjoy the time with family and friends, because those are the most dearest and nearest people in our lives. And we got to cherish those people, because probably we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for those people who have really transformed us in the way that they have, because those people are very important to us all in one way, shape, matter, or form. I'll actually be at my mother-in-law's this weekend, so I'll be spending Easter with her, with me and my wife. So we're going to go up there and see her and everything. But again, thank you all so much for engaging and being a part of this live stream. There will be more live streams to come down the road. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel here at Bringing Humanity Together for those who are watching on YouTube. And for those on LinkedIn, please follow my page and our business page at Bringing Humanity Together. And please message me, and I would love to hear from each and every single one of you what you thought today, what came up for you and everything. And thank you for everyone who was showing up today. Joan, Sven, Anthony, Shelly, Daniela, and I believe, if I remember correct, her name was Linda out of Nigeria. Hopefully I remember who was here today earlier, because she was great in and of itself. But like I said, I just really want to connect humanity one opportunity at a time, one moment at a time, and one moment at a time through the prism of intention, inspiration, and of impact and everything. So you guys have a great Easter weekend. Make it the weekend that you're really not only going to remember, but you're going to really enjoy with your friends and family this weekend. And we'll see you on our next broadcast. And it won't be tomorrow because it is going to be Good Friday. We usually have our get to know Bringing Humanity Together meet and greet call on Friday, but that's going to be laid over until next Friday. So we'll have that there. So we won't see you until next Friday. So you guys have a great day. Make your day. Enjoy your weekend. Have a happy Easter. And we'll see you on the next broadcast.